Chapter 33-31. Inside the bedroom, when Yang Kai walked in, Zhu Qing was holding Xiaoqi's hand and whispering something to her. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Xiaoqi's face bloomed with a smile. After a long time, she suddenly shook her head, looking embarrassed and nervous. Zhu Qing patiently consoled her, and after a long time, she gently nodded. After that, Zhu Qing walked over and winked at Yang Kai. The two left together. What did you say to her? Yang Kai hugged Zhu Qing, one of his hands wandering around her body while he asked. Zhu Qing patted his big hand away and said, I asked her when she was going to see Third Elder. She seemed a little scared. Yang Kai heard this and said, It's only human nature. She has been in a contradictory state of anticipation and nervousness all the way here, and it's even more obvious here. What's wrong? She doesn't want to see her mother? Zhu Qing said, It's not that she doesn't want to, she's just very nervous. But since she's like this, let's go and invite Third Elder. All right, Yang Kai nodded. The two immediately set off for the Spirit Island where Third Elder lived. The Spirit Island where Third Elder lived was not far from Zhu Qing's Crescent Island, so the two arrived in less than an incense stick worth of time. The scenery on the Spirit Island was beautiful, with mountains stacked on top of each other. What was rare was that there was a huge waterfall rushing down from the peak, a curtain of water connecting the sky and the earth. Before they arrived, they could already hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Below the waterfall was a valley with several pavilions, where Third Elder Fu Xian lived. Zhu Qing led Yang Kai to this place and saw a woman in an aqua blue palace dress fiddling with some flowers and plants. Her demeanor was gentle, and her temperament was gentle. Seeming to notice something, Fu Xian looked up and smiled at Zhu Qing before fixing her eyes on Yang Kai. Third Elder. Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Third Elder. Fu Xian smiled and nodded. You're here. She had also met Yang Kai last time and knew about the relationship between Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. The relationship between these two was almost the same as her own relationship with Mo Huang. Both had violated a great taboo on Dragon Island, but the only difference was that she and Mo Huang already had a child, so there was no room for negotiation. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not yet reached this point, so Fu Xian felt a sense of kinship between them. Although she was not familiar with Yang Kai, she did not feel the slightest sense of unfamiliarity at this moment. This was also the first time Yang Kai seriously sized up Fu Xian. The last time he saw her, she was banished to the dragon graveyard for more than 10 years. She had just escaped and was in her weakest state. Her face was pale and pitiful. Right now, she had undoubtedly recovered. But looking at her beautiful face and peaceful eyes, she didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that the dragon race should have. He also heard from Zhu Qing just now that the Third Elder was a water dragon. Her temperament was also the most gentle among the dragon race on Dragon Island. If he knew her well enough, he would discover that she was more like a recluse compared to the dragon race. Seeing is believing. Fu Xian's every move gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Compared to the Second Elder, Fu Dun, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Thinking about Fu Dun, Kai Yang felt a little sick in his heart. He didn't know how that old guy Zhu Yan could stand it. The last time you chased after Wukong, you only came back after so many years. Did you encounter any accident? Yang Kai shook his head and said, There was no accident, but I made Qing worried. Fu Xian nodded her head and said, Qing is indeed worried. She also didn't know after being with me all these years. Third Elder. Zhu Qing hastily interrupted her and went straight to the topic. Today, Yang Kai came here because he has a very good news to tell you. Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. What kind of good news can I have? A little girl like you only knows how to talk nonsense. Zhu Qing said with a smile. Little Seven came to see you. I wonder if this could be considered a good news? Little Seven? Fu Xian's expression changed when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes that were always as gentle as water actually burst forth with astonishing radiance at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Little Seven came? Yang Kai nodded and said, Martial Beastmaster knew that I was going to come to Dragon Island, so he entrusted little sister Xiaoqi to me and asked me to bring her to see you. After getting an affirmative answer, Fu Xian couldn't help but tremble. She looked behind Yang Kai, but there was no trace of her. She asked bitterly, Where is she? Is she here? With the purity of her ninth order dragon bloodline and supreme divine spirit cultivation, if Mo Xiaoqi really came here, she would have discovered it immediately. But at this moment, she asked such a question. Obviously, her mind was a little chaotic, and she had lost the ability to recognize. It was easy to imagine how much of shock her daughter came to see her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, She is waiting for you on Qing Er's Crescent Moon Island. Zhu Qing said, Little sister Xiao Qi seems to be a little scared, so she didn't dare to come. How could Fu Xian listen to her explanation at this moment? There was only one voice echoing in her mind. Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here to see me. She is not far from me. I will see her soon. After so many years since she was separated from her infant daughter, this was the first time she had been so close to her daughter, the first time she had any hope of seeing her again. Almost without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Fu Xian's figure flickered and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Crescent Moon Island. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, but they could also understand the mother and daughter's mood at the moment. Let's follow her and see, Yang Kai said as he grabbed Zhu Qing's hand and chased after her. Since Martial Beast had entrusted Mo Xiaoqi to him, he naturally had to fulfill his duty. Although he felt that with Mo Xiaoqi's character, she wouldn't do anything disobedient on her first meeting with Fu Xian, it was still better to see this with his own eyes. After another stick of incense worth of time, the two returned to Crescent Moon Island. In front of the palace, Fu Xian, who had gone ahead of them, had already arrived, but she did not walk in and instead stood outside with a look of anxiety on her face. Using her divine sense, she found that there was indeed a strange yet familiar life aura inside the palace. Even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, or the heavens fell, she would not forget this special life aura. This was an aura that was connected to her bloodline, an aura that originated from the same source as her. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing fell behind her and glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Both of them could feel Fu Xian's emotions at the moment and were unable to control herself. Suddenly, Fu Xian turned her head and looked at Zhu Qing nervously. Qing is there anything wrong with my current appearance? Her expression was as if she was afraid that something was wrong with her appearance and would provoke her daughter's disgust. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, No. What about your clothes? Are there any wrinkles in your clothes? No. What about your hair? Is it messy? Zhu Qing, Yang Kai said, Third Elder, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. You are little Qi's mother. This junior heard an unpleasant saying in the early years. A dog doesn't despise a poor family, and a son doesn't despise an ugly mother. No matter what, you are still little Qi's mother. There is no reason for her not to acknowledge you. Besides, I'm afraid there is no better mother in this world than Third Elder. Is that so? Fu Xian took a deep breath. Yang Kai smiled and said, Although little Qi didn't say much to me, along the way, I can feel that little Qi wants to see you very much. She wants to see what the person who gave birth to her looks like, but she is a little afraid. Fu Xian turned her head and asked in a trembling voice, What is she afraid of? Yang Kai said, She doesn't know why you abandoned her back then. She is afraid that when she comes to see you this time, you won't acknowledge her. Fu Xian was startled when she heard this. Her eyes quickly turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Before the tears fell to the ground, they turned into crystal clear beads and fell to the ground. If the scene was seen by someone with ulterior motives, they would probably go crazy. Dragon race, people shed tears and turn them into beads, which was an extremely rare material for alchemy. Fu Xian murmured, How can I not acknowledge her? I am the one who has wronged her. Third Elder, Zhu Qing felt sour in her heart. Seeing her cry, she also felt quite uncomfortable. Fu Xian suddenly wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. She chuckled and said, "I made a fool of myself in front of you." Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. How could she laugh at Fu Xian in such a situation? After a little adjustment, Fu Xian didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she step forward and walk into the bedroom. After a while, she entered. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stood outside and didn't follow in to disturb her, but they were both quietly paying attention to the situation. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai noticed that Fu Xian and Mo Xiaoqi's emotions were fluctuating, especially Mo Xiaoqi. Her mood swings were so intense that it made one worry that something bad would happen to her. Until a certain moment, when this mood swings reached a peak, Mo Xiaoqi's sobbing voice rang out from inside the bedroom. "Mother, it's done." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that this mother and daughter pair would cause any kind of disturbance when they met, the whole process was still quite worrying. At this moment, this crime meant that Marshal Beast's instructions had been completed, so Yang Kai could finally put down the burden in his heart. Zhu Qing gently snuggled into Yang Kai's arms and whispered, "Will our children be like this in the future?" Zhu Qing couldn't help but worry. Yang Kai grinned. "No, if we really have a child in the future, I will never let him be separated from you. If Dragon Island dares to stop us, we will turn Dragon Island upside down." Zhu Qing smiled sweetly. "Then when you have the ability to turn Dragon Island upside down, we will have a child." Yang Kai looked around, and his big hand once again wandered up and down Zhu Qing's body, whispering, "I can give you one right now." Zhu Qing grabbed his hand and pinched his waist at the same time. Yang Kai grimaced. "I haven't seen you in so many years. Aren't you hungry?" He secretly urged the golden divine dragon source to tease Zhu Qing's heartstrings. Zhu Qing couldn't stand this. The first time they met, Yang Kai had used this method to take advantage of her. The golden divine dragon source had an indescribable attraction to her, causing her to become restless. Chapter 33-32. At this moment, after being teased by Yang Kai, her face turned red, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "You don't need to care if I'm hungry or not. I know you must be full." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Nonsense, how could that be? Your husband's stomach is rumbling with hunger right now." Zhu Qing looked at him meaningfully and said, "I remember you once told me that in the lower star territory, you still have wealth for wives. Why? You didn't see them when you returned to the lower star territory this time?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Oh, I saw them. Zhu Qing said, "Speaking of which, you have been separated from them for many years. You have been lonely for a long time, so don't tell me you didn't do anything." Yang Kai laughed hollowly and said, "The weather on Dragon Island is pretty good." Zhu Qing snorted and poked his chest with her hand. "You still dare to say you're hungry?" Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and played with it, then said with a smile, Let's change the topic. This conversation was quite awkward for him. Su Yan, Xianning Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shui didn't mind. They had been together for a long time, so they were used to it. Yang Kai always had a headache about how to get Zhu Qing to meet them. His 4 wives were certainly first-class existences in the lower star territory, but compared to Zhu Qing, they were much worse. After all, who could compare with a dragon lady with such an identity? He was really afraid that Zhu Qing would have some bad ideas. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily, then suddenly pulled out her hand and carefully straightened his clothes for him. She looked at him affectionately and said, "Now is not the time. Wait until the 3rd elder and the others leave." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Okay. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Qing affectionately and said softly, "Qing are so kind." These simple words were better than any sweet talk. Zhu Qing was delighted when she heard them. Although she didn't show it on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, "Don't disturb me. I'll take you to meet the 1st elder and the 2nd elder. You have to behave yourself when you meet them." "Meet the 1st elder and 2nd elder?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He shook his head and said, It's fine to see the great elder, but what about the second elder? I'm not going. He rejected that woman from the bottom of his heart. It was this woman who banished Fu Xian to the Dragon Tomb. And it was also this woman who wanted to marry Zhu Qing to Fu Qiyang. Kai didn't even have a good impression of her. Zhu Qing glared at him. You have to go even if you don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled. Can you force a cow to drink if it doesn't want to? Aren't you afraid that I will fight with that old witch when I see her? Zhu Qing frowned and said, What old witch? Don't speak nonsense. If the second elder heard this, she would be angered to death. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, If she isn't an old witch, then who is? Qing, let me tell you, just because she wanted to marry you to that Fu Qi, I will never like her in this life. It's a good thing that Fu Qi was killed by Wukong. Otherwise, I would have killed him too. Zhu Qing sighed and said, I know you have resentment in your heart, but she is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also a member of the dragon race. You should know that it is difficult for the dragon race to reproduce. Every dragon race has the responsibility to continue the bloodline. Although I hate what she did back then, from the standpoint of the dragon race, there is no problem with what she did. No problem? Yang Kai suddenly raised his voice and looked at Zhu Qing angrily. She wanted to marry you to someone else, and you're actually telling me that there is no problem with what she did? Zhu Qing said, I also said that from the standpoint of the dragon race. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you were like in the past, but now you have to remember that you are my woman first, Yang Kai, and then a member of the dragon race. Zhu Qing blinked her big eyes and looked at him blankly. Are you angry with me? Yang Kai was angry for a while. Then he waved his hand and said, Why would I be angry with you? I am angry with that old witch. Zhu Qing laughed and stepped forward to hold his arm. Okay, I will remember. In the future, I will think about you first, and then think about the dragon race. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at her chest that was slightly deformed by his arm. His heart was hot, and he swallowed his saliva and said, Why are you pulling and pulling? If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. In broad daylight. This is improper. After saying that, he looked left and right with a sneaky look. Zhu Qing ignored him. Instead, she leaned closer and said with a charming look, Then you should first agree to come with me to visit the two elders. Yang Kai looked at her and said, Do you think you can just sell your body? You are so childish. If you say you don't want to go, you won't go even if you beat me to death. And you can visit the great elder alone, but as for that old witch, she could die as far as she can. Zhu Qing said softly, Actually, after the last incident, the second elder's attitude has changed a lot. Otherwise, why do you think she didn't banish me to the dragon's tomb? That year, even the third elder was banished to the dragon's tomb by her. The third elder and the second elder are like sisters. Yang Kai sneered, What a good sister. The older sister actually banished the younger sister to the dragon's tomb and left her to fend for herself. If the martial Beastmaster didn't come in time, would the third elder still be alive? She should be glad that she made a wise decision, or else she wouldn't have a good ending. He paused for a moment and said, And she must have felt the pressure. She provoked the martial beast, but if she also provoked me, how could she bear it? Seeing that he didn't listen to reason, Zhu Qing couldn't help but stomp her feet and said, What do I have to do to make you willing to go with me to visit the second elder? Yang Kai turned his head and said, Don't do anything, I just won't go. Zhu Qing said angrily, Then do as you like. Anyway, if you miss me in the future, you can come to the Dragon Island to visit me. Let's just live like this. Anyway, you have 4 wives, so you won't be lonely. You even have a dragon race lover on the Dragon Island, so you have a lot of face. After saying that, she turned her head and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Hearing her mention the lover, Yang Kai suddenly thought of Ji Yao and inexplicably felt a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and secretly glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were slightly red and she looked like she was about to cry, he couldn't bear it. He walked over to her and straightened her body, then said to her, Are you angry? Zhu Qing tilted her head to the side and completely ignored him. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks. He secretly felt that he had said a little too harshly just now. He said with difficulty, Qing, I really don't like that woman's attitude and behavior. I haven't settled the previous debt with her yet. This is also because I don't have the ability. When I have the ability, I promise I won't forgive her. Zhu Qing said in a low voice, "Then you should know that I am a dragon race. She is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also your person. If you insist on not easing the relationship with her, I'll be sandwiched in the middle." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. He could do as much as he wanted and not give face to Fu Tianyi, but it seemed to make things more difficult for Zhu Qing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you to visit the two elders." Zhu Qing raised her head in surprise. "Really?" Yang Kai reached out and pinched her cheeks, causing her face to distort a little. For Qing, what harm is there in climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire? Zhu Qing immediately looked at him with a vigilant expression. "Sweet words come out of your mouth as soon as you open it. Tell me honestly, how many women have you seduced outside?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you talking about this?" Zhu Qing snorted. "You look serious, but in fact, you have a belly full of tricks. When we first met, I already knew your nature." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Qing, you have misjudged me. I have been in Star Boundary for several decades, and before I met you, I had always been a virgin, indifferent to all kinds of beautiful women. Only you can make me unable to control myself." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly became a little blurred. Facts proved that whether it was the human race or the dragon race, as long as it was a woman, she would have no resistance to sweet words. Yang Kai changed the topic, "But you can't blame me for that. I also didn't know that there would be such an accident." Zhu Qing said shyly, "How can you blame me? Blame me, blame me." Yang Kai immediately took the blame and laughed. "Actually, if it wasn't for that accident, you and I might not have reached this step now." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, obviously recalling the scene of their first meeting. But after thinking for a while, her face changed again. "Oh right, have you seen Fu Ling?" "Yes, I have." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why she suddenly asked this. She said that she was punished to guard the entrance of Dragon Island for 100 years. "I came from there, so I naturally met her. She was the one who brought me here. Otherwise, how would I know which spiritual island you're staying on?" "She brought you here?" Zhu Qing turned pale with fright. She looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "She didn't do anything to you, right?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "What could she do to me?" Zhu Qing thought for a while and said, "That's right. You are with Little Seven, so she can't do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Why do you look so vigilant against her?" Zhu Qing looked at him helplessly. After hesitating for a while, she decided to tell him the truth. "You also know that I only had a level 8 dragon vein, and level 8 dragon vein is already considered a very high existence on Dragon Island. Before me, only the 3rd elder and the 4th elder had level 9 dragon veins. But after being with you, I unexpectedly broke through to level 9. Yang Kai laughed. "Qing, you don't have to thank me. That's what I should do." Zhu Qing bashfully hid him and went back to the topic. "Now, everyone on Dragon Island knows why my bloodline suddenly advanced. So, some sisters seem to be interested in you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Don't you know what I mean?" Yang Kai's eyes darted around. He really wanted to pretend to be innocent, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Pointing to himself, he grinned and said, "Could it be that all the dragon girls on Dragon Island have ideas about me?" Chapter 33. Zhu Qing said unhurriedly, "We are members of the dragon race. Although we are innately powerful, the advancement of our bloodline has always been a headache for us. It takes a lot of time to advance our bloodline to the next level. Now that there is suddenly a shortcut, and it is a shortcut without any hidden dangers, do you think they won't be tempted?" May I ask, how many females are there on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. Zhu Qing said, "Other than me, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder, there are 4 more." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "So few." Although he already knew that the ratio of males to females on Dragon Island was very unbalanced, he didn't expect that there were only 7 females in the dragon race. Zhu Qing was already his. The second elder and the third elder definitely wouldn't have any ideas about him. As for the remaining 4, Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. I'm warning you, you definitely can't have any ideas about them. Yang Kai said in all seriousness, how can I have any ideas about them? I'll be thankful if they don't have any ideas about me. If what you said is true, then my existence is a great supplement for them. He thought to himself, no wonder Fu Ling kept acting coquettishly in front of me. So she had this kind of plan. Speaking of which, although Fu Ling's style isn't very good, she still has the looks and figure. Zhu Qing sighed. Actually, you can't blame them. The advancement of our bloodline is too attractive to the dragon race. They also don't want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, no matter what, during the time you're on Dragon Island, don't leave my sight. Yes, I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, patted his chest, and said, I promise to be with you day and night. I won't leave your side easily. Zhu Qing obviously knew what he meant. She glanced at him and said, let's go and greet the 2 elders first. Since he had promised Zhu Qing, he couldn't back out now. Fortunately, the first person to visit was Great Elder Zhu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much of this Great Elder. In his impression, this Great Elder of the dragon race didn't seem to have a temper, but his strength was unquestionable. Although Zhu Yan's name had the word yin in it, it was not a fire dragon but an azure dragon. On the Greenwood Island where he lived, ancient trees towered into the sky. Each tree was incomparably huge. With a single glance, one could tell that they had been growing for countless years. At the center of the Greenwood Island, there was a tree that was even bigger than the other ancient trees. It stood out from the rest, occupying an area of 1,000 feet in radius. Its scattered canopy almost covered half of the island. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, they saw Zhu Yan in a golden rooster stance. One of his legs was half bent. He was standing under the roots of the tree. His hands were clasped together, motionlessly. The great elder's upper body was naked. He was only wearing a pair of loose cloth pants. His deep breaths seemed to be able to roll up the wind and the clouds. His whole body was bulging with muscles, like the roots of an old tree. Every piece of his flesh contained an extremely terrifying power. When he opened his eyes, a great majesty descended from the sky. It actually made Yang Kai's skin hurt. However, in the next instant, the sharp light in Zhu Yan's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression. Great Elder. Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai greets the Great Elder. Zhu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes again, let out a light breath, and slowly stopped his cultivation. He took out some clothes from his space ring, and while putting them on, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. You have guts. You actually dare to come to the Dragon Island? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing and said with a grin, It has nothing to do with guts. Since Qing is here, I will naturally come. Zhu Yan nodded his head lightly. You are considerate. You know to come and see this old man as soon as possible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Great Elder knows that I came to the Dragon Island? After asking, he suddenly felt that he was a little stupid. Since Fu Ling saw him, she must have already passed the news. After all, she shouldered the responsibility of guarding the entrance to the Dragon Island. If she didn't even inform the Dragon Island, it would be a real dereliction of duty. Zhu Yan said, To be honest, this old man doesn't know what kind of attitude I should use to deal with you right now. Yang Kai frowned slightly. What do you mean by that, Great Elder? Zhu Yan clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, You are a human, yet you abducted a dragon race girl. This is something that my dragon race cannot tolerate. Last time you trespassed on the Dragon Island, you openly snatched the bride on the wedding day of my dragon race, causing my dragon race to lose face, and even one of my clansmen died because of you. The one who died was an 8th-rank thunder dragon, causing my dragon race to suffer a huge loss. Because of all these, the enmity between you and my dragon race can be said to be irreconcilable. Tell me, should this old man treat you as an enemy? Great Elder. Zhu Qing's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She originally thought that the Great Elder had a mild temper, so she brought Yang Kai to see him first. As long as Yang Kai could pass the Great Elder's test, then the rest of the matter would be easy to handle. But she didn't expect that Zhu Yin would say such words right from the start. So how could Zhu Qing not be shocked? Listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed that he wanted Yang Kai to pay with his blood. If he really forced the Great Elder to take action, then how could Yang Kai have a good time today? But just as she spoke, Yang Kai cut her off and said with a slight smile, "Great Elder, if you want to condemn me, why worry about the pretext?" Zhu Yin narrowed his eyes. "You want to condemn me? Everything this old man has said is true. How could I want to incriminate you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If Great Elder wants to use these things to condemn me, then this junior also has something to say." Zhu Yin said indifferently, "This old man is all ears." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing. I don't agree with this. Love between a man and a woman is human nature. How can true love be limited by race? What's more, Zhu Qing is still on the Dragon Island. How can you say that I abducted her? Well, if Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing's heart, then I will accept it." Zhu Yan's expression was indifferent. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He also didn't have any intention to speak. Yang Kai continued, "Since Zhu Qing is already my woman, then how can she marry someone else? Therefore, although I didn't want to snatch the marriage, I had no choice but to do it. Moreover, I did compromise that day and took out the Dragon Island Command in exchange for Zhu Qing's freedom. However, it's a pity that the dragon race doesn't seem to recognize the Dragon Island Command. Rumor has it that the Dragon Island Command will fulfill any request to the owner of the Dragon Island Command as long as the owner can fulfill it. That's a complete lie." Zhu Yin was speechless. The Dragon Island Command was indeed the fault of the Dragon Island Command. Yang Kai continued, "As for Fu Qi's death, that was done by Wukong. What does it have to do with me? If the dragon race wants to take revenge, then just look for Wukong. Don't tell me that the dragon race only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Since they can't win against Wukong, they can only bully me." Zhu Yin muttered to himself for a while, then raised his head and said, "Let's just talk about the matter. Why are you criticizing the dragon race?" Yang Kai said arrogantly, "I'm just arguing a little to prove my innocence." Zhu Yin snorted, "You have a sharp tongue." Yang Kai grinned and said, "That's also a skill." Zhu Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Although what you said makes sense, the dragon race suffered a huge loss because of you. Not to mention Fu Qi's death. You should be the one who stole the dragon blood flower, right?" Yang Kai said seriously, "What dragon blood flower? I have never seen it before." Zhu Yin said angrily, "Don't try to play dumb in front of this old man. It's fine if you took those mid-grade and high-grade dragon blood flowers, but why did you take those low-grade dragon blood flowers as well? Are those useful to you? Now that there aren't many dragon blood flowers left on Dragon Island, at least for the next 1,000 years, the bloodline of our dragon race can forget about improving. How do you want to settle this score?" Yang Kai's face twitched. He was indeed in the wrong. Stealing the marriage in front of everyone and injuring Fu Qi was still reasonable, but stealing the dragon blood flower was completely his fault. It was just that he wanted to improve his dragon bloodline that day and was forced to do so. Now that he wanted to ease his relationship with the dragon race, this matter was somewhat unsolvable. But now that things had come to this, what else could Yang Kai do? He could only straighten his neck and say, "What does the Great Elder want? Please make it clear. For Qing, I'll admit it." Zhu Yin snorted, "Don't say it so righteously. Since you did something wrong, you should naturally make up for it." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Let's make things clear first. If the Great Elder insists on making things difficult for me, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yin was annoyed and amused at the same time. "Do I need a brat like you to give me face? Face is something that is earned by oneself, not given by others." Yang Kai nodded. "The Great Elder is right." Zhu Yin said, "You stole the dragon blood flower, causing my people's bloodline to be unable to improve for the next 1,000 years. But if you can solve this problem, the grudge between you and the dragon race can be set aside for the time being. He did not say that it was written off. After all, Xianxia was more or less responsible for Fu Qi's death. How does the Great Elder want me to solve this? Compensate the dragon race for the dragon blood flowers? Although I still have some, they're all low-grade ones, and they're the ones that were not used up last time. I've already used up all the mid and high-grade ones. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's eyes twitched. Used up all the mid and high-grade ones? Even if you eat them like rice, you can't eat so many, right? Zhu Yan was originally hoping that Xianxia still had some dragon blood flowers left, but now that he heard this, his heart turned cold. Even if the dragon race consumed the dragon blood flower, it would take some time to refine its medicinal effects, but Xianxia said that he had used it up. In other words, he had used up all the mid and high-grade dragon blood flowers in a very short time. Even if he still had some low-grade dragon blood flowers, what use would they be? Xianxia sniffed and said, "Yes, bastard." Zhu Yan flew into a rage. This time, he was really angry. He almost couldn't hold back and beat Xianxia up. Zhu Qing was so scared that she quickly stood in front of Xianxia. Fortunately, Zhu Yan was angry, but he did not lose his mind. After being angry for a while, he thought of something and suddenly calmed down. He looked at Xianxia and said thoughtfully, "I heard that you have the ability to quickly improve the bloodline of the dragon race." Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly when she heard this, but Xianxia was dumbfounded. Chapter 33-34. Before coming to Qingmu Island, Xianxia and Zhu Qing had just talked about this topic. Zhu Qing also specifically told him not to leave her sight, so as not to give the dragon race sisters an opportunity to take advantage of him. Xianxia also patted his chest and promised that he would never be seduced by beauty. Who would have thought that the Great Elder would suddenly mention this at this moment? If it weren't for the previous conversation, Xianxia might not have been able to connect the dots. But with the previous conversation with Zhu Qing, the meaning of the Great Elder's words at this moment was very thought-provoking. Xianxia said dumbfoundedly, "Great Elder, you can't be thinking of..." Zhu Yan chuckled as he looked Xianxia up and down with his seemingly turbid but actually sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless piece of jade, causing goosebumps to rise all over Xianxia's body. Gently nodding his head, he said, "You're lucky, little brat." Really, Xianxia was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to pry open this old guy's head and see what he was thinking. It was fine that Fu Ling was coquettishly seducing him in front of him, but why did the dragon race's Great Elder also have the idea of facilitating such a good thing? Zhu Yan turned to look at Zhu Qing and said with a serious expression, "Qing, I'm afraid this matter will make you feel wronged, but for the sake of our dragon race, we have to do this. I believe you should understand." Zhu Qing lowered her eyes and said, "Qing understands, but Great Elder doesn't need to tell me this. It's all up to him." Zhu Yan said, "Good girl, as long as you don't have any objections." What objections can he have? Min humph. He snorted coldly, as if he wasn't a man. Xianxia immediately said, "I have an objection." Zhu Yan looked at him with great interest. "You have an objection? What objection can you have?" Xianxia wiped his face. "I have a big objection." Zhu Yan smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Xianxia solemnly said, "It's true that I'm a man. It's true that I covet beauty, but it's not like I don't have a bottom line. Not to mention that I'm not familiar with the women of the dragon race. Even if I am, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. I've gone through thick and thin with Qing, and we've gone through thick and thin together to get to where we are today. How can I do the same with the other dragon women? Senior, what do you take me for? A breeding pig? So, you're not willing?" Zhu Yan looked at him in surprise. Xianxia sneered. "If it were you, would you be willing?" Zhu Yan thought about it seriously. It's hard to refuse. Even a man would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. After all, there were several dragon ladies. Besides, the dragon race can't tolerate what happened between me and Qing. If something happens between me and the other dragon ladies, how can the dragon race tolerate it? Zhu Yin immediately said, if you can improve their bloodline quickly, not to mention Qing'er, even if all of them are married to you, what's the harm? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This old man is so bold, and just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. However, if he really did that, then the male dragon race on Dragon Island would see Yang Kai as a thorn in their side. Even his brother-in-law wouldn't be spared from this. The ratio of men to women in the dragon race was already unbalanced. If all the dragon ladies on Dragon Island were to be taken by Yang Kai, then the remaining male dragon race wouldn't be able to endure it. Senior, please don't mention this matter again. I absolutely won't agree to it. Yang Kai waved his hand and refused righteously. He took a peek at Zhu Qing's expression while he was at it. Seeing that she was bursting with joy, his heart immediately calmed down. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and think about it carefully. This matter won't do you any harm. Zhu Yin waved his hand and said. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled in this matter. He cupped his hands and said, I came to Dragon Island this time because I still have a few things that I need the Great Elder's help with. Zhu Yin laughed and said, the grudge between you and Dragon Island is still not settled yet, and you still want to ask this old man to help you with something? Is there something wrong with your head? Or, is there something wrong with my head? Yang Kai said, regardless of whether the Great Elder admits it or not, it's a fact that I possess the dragon race's origin. Zhu Yin thought in his heart, if not for that, how could you even have the right to speak? I would have already killed you with a slap. Furthermore, you possess the ancestral dragon's origin. This matter is really big. If that's the case, then that kid can barely be considered as half a dragon race. Yang Kai continued, since he is half a dragon race, it's not too much to ask the Great Elder to help me with a few things, right? That depends on what kind of things you're talking about. Zhu Yin snorted lightly. Yang Kai said solemnly, for the dragon race, these things aren't that big of a deal. The first thing is that I hope Qing'er can accompany me and leave Dragon Island together with me. She won't have to suffer the pain of house arrest anymore. Zhu Yin said, what else? This kid wants to take a look at the Dragon Palace Hall. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, last time I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Although I attracted a lot of dragon souls, I didn't have time to comprehend anything. This time, this kid wants to enter the Dragon Palace Hall to learn the dragon race's secret arts. Zhu Yin was silent for a moment, then asked, just these two things? That's right. This old man has no objections. Yang Kai was startled. Then he was overjoyed. Many thanks for the Great Elder's help. Zhu Yin chuckled. This old man has no objections, but I don't know what the second elder thinks. If you can convince the second elder, then everything can be discussed. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You are the Great Elder. Shouldn't you be the leader on Dragon Island? Zhu Yin blinked and said, of course, I am the one in charge when it comes to external matters. However, the second elder is the one in charge when it comes to internal matters. All right, go look for the second elder if you wish to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the treehouse. Yang Kai stared at his back, gritted his teeth, and muttered. Zhu Yan's figure paused. He turned his head and said with a twitching expression, kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, he didn't say anything. The Great Elder might have misheard. We will take our leave first. While speaking, she pulled Yang Kai and flew out. Yang Kai turned around and shouted, the Great Elder of the dragon race is actually afraid of his wife. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the leaves until they rustled down. Kid, get back here. Zhu Yin was flustered and exasperated. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to chase after them. But where were Yang Kai and Zhu Qing? After chattering for a while, he put his hands behind his back and said, what a joke, this old man is afraid of her. Her eyes are on her ass. This old man won't lower himself to her level. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked around to make sure there was no one around. Then he valiantly returned to his treehouse, like a big rooster that had won a battle. High up in the sky, Zhu Qing twisted Yang Kai's ear and said angrily, why did you provoke the Great Elder? The Great Elder is very good. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. Don't twist my ear, it's going to fall off. I just said it casually. He reached out and grabbed her soft hair and took it from his ear. Zhu Qing said angrily, Besides, is it shameful to be afraid of your wife? Yang Kai laughed and said, In fact, there is no man who is afraid of his wife. How can a man be afraid of his wife? Is that so? Zhu Qing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The so-called fear is nothing more than an expression of forbearance and love. At this time, Kaiyang naturally knew what to say to make her happy. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Looking at his slightly red ear, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and her heart was filled with sweetness. However, not long after, her mood became heavy again. She reminded him, You barely passed the Great Elder, but when you meet the Second Elder later, you must not lose your temper. As long as you pass the Second Elder, it will be much more convenient for you to come to Dragon Island in the future. Maybe I can go out and see you in the future. I know. No matter what bad things she says later, I will just treat it as her fart. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let her hear this. Ice Snow Island was Fu Tin's spiritual island. Fu Tin was an ice dragon, and the spiritual island he lived in was naturally icy cold. Looking at the entire spiritual island from afar, it was like a huge ice mountain. Birds couldn't fly for 1,000 miles, and people couldn't find any traces. Before they even got close, they could already feel the overwhelming coldness. Even the surrounding sea territory was frozen into ice. There seemed to be no life within a few thousand miles. Although this kind of severe cold was bitterly cold, it didn't affect Yang Kai and Zhu Qing too much. The two of them landed at the center of the island. From afar, they could see a huge ice platform made of 10,000-year-old ice. Fu Tin was sitting on the ice platform. He was dressed in white and looked pure and flawless. He almost blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. Descending from the sky, they landed at a place 300 feet away from Fu Tin. Zhu Qing bowed and said, Qing brings her husband, Yang Kai, to pay our respects to Second Elder. This sudden call of husband caused Yang Kai to be a little distracted, until Zhu Qing used her arm to touch him gently. He cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai pays his respects to Second Elder. Fu Tin opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. That biting coldness seemed to be able to freeze one's mind. In her eyes, there was no Yang Kai at all. She only looked at Zhu Qing and said, Who allowed you to leave the island without permission? Scram back. When she said that, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead popped out. His anger surged up. What did she mean? Qing came to pay her respects out of goodwill. Her nose wasn't nose, and her eyes weren't eyes. She actually asked Qing to scram back. Seeing his displeased expression, Zhu Qing hurriedly said, Qing and my husband came here to ask Second Elder for a favor. Husband? Fu Tin sneered. You are not married. How can you have a husband? Even if you have one, it should be the dead Fu Qi and not some random guy. Zhu Qing said, Qing husband is right beside you. Why does Second Elder have to turn a blind eye? Fu Tin closed her eyes and said, I don't see any husband. Even if there is, I will not admit it. Zhu Qing sighed and said, Whether Second Elder admits it or not, it is a fact that my husband and I are husband and wife. Qing, I will not marry anyone else in this life. In that case, it's useless to say more. Scram back. When you think it through, then come and see me again. Qing, that old witch. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Although he had repeatedly warned himself to be patient before coming here and was mentally prepared for Fu Tin's attitude, when he heard her telling Zhu Qing to scram back, he still couldn't hold it in. Chapter 33-35. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai took a step forward and pointed at Fu Ti as he scolded, Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Second Elder of the dragon race. Although Qing is from the dragon race, she also has her own freedom. It's not up to you to interfere. As long as I'm her husband, I'll be her husband for life. It's not up to you to deny it. I came to visit you today because I'm giving you face. But since you don't want this face, then it's fine. Anyway, we don't need you to acknowledge anything. As soon as he said that, Zhu Qing knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Ti's aura moved, the already cold world became even colder. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Kid, what did you call me?" "Old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch." Yang Kai opened his mouth and looked at her provocatively. "Are you satisfied? If not, I can call you a few more times." Fu Ti slowly got up and said coldly, "After today, if you are still alive, I think you should remember the saying that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai grinned hideously. "You want to fight? Come on, let's see who will die first." As soon as he said that, a dragon roar exploded. The phantom of the golden divine dragon behind him pounced into Yang Kai's body. The dragon's aura instantly spread out. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the distant dragon palace. The world was instantly filled with dragon roars. The entire dragon island seemed to be shaking. No matter where the dragons were, they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the dragon palace. Their faces were filled with surprise. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could also trigger the resonance of the dragon palace by activating the origin power of the golden divine dragon here. This time, he was even more fearless. He laughed and said, "It seems that the ancestors of the dragon race are all on my side." Even so, he was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. His entire body was tense, and he could explode with a thunderous attack as long as there was even the slightest provocation. After all, his opponent was the second elder of the dragon race, an existence that could exchange blows with the great emperors. How could he dare to be careless? Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Fu Sui actually didn't make a move right away, and Fu Sui instead looked coldly at Yang Kai while killing intent coiled in his eyes and almost condensed into material form. Zhu Qing stepped between the two and said anxiously, "Second elder, please calm down. My husband didn't mean to do this. Please don't take offense." She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of blame. Her meaning was obvious. She had clearly said that she would be patient. Why did she tear off all pretense of cordiality as soon as they met? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Sensing Zhu Qing's embarrassment, he couldn't help but sniffle. Even his imposing manner was reduced by a notch. "Don't tell me you didn't mean to?" Fu Sui looked at Zhu Qing indifferently. "If I insist on killing him today, what are you going to do?" Zhu Qing was startled and said bitterly, "As a dragon race, I naturally have to abide by the rules of the dragon race. However, if my husband is in trouble, Qing can't just sit by and watch. If second elder insists on doing this, then Qing can only live and die with my husband." Yang Kai looked at her emotionally. He tugged at her sleeve and said, "Qing move aside. This old witch is probably delusional if she wants to kill me." Val spawn. Fu Sui's expression turned gloomy. He never expected Zhu Qing to actually give such an answer. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems like Dragon Island can't hold your heart anymore." "What kind of dragon race are you?" Zhu Qing said sadly. "Please forgive me, second elder." Yang Kai said, "You also said that Dragon Island can't hold Qing heart. Why don't second elder release Qing freedom and let her leave with me? This can be considered fulfilling someone else's wish. We, husband and wife, will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you in the future. We will burn a stick of incense in the morning and night and kowtow 3 times in the morning and evening. We will bless second elder to live as long as the heavens and stay young forever." Fu Sui snorted coldly. "Don't be so glib in front of me. Even if I can't hold her heart, I will keep her body. She was born as a dragon race member and will die as a dragon race ghost. It's not your turn to take advantage of her." Yang Kai frowned. "A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet." Fu Sui sneered. "So what?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Fu Sui's decisiveness made him lose the patience to talk to him. Zhu Qing's obstruction made the two unable to really fight. Yang Kai had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. You want room for negotiation? Fu Sui snorted coldly. There is. Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. Please enlighten me, second elder. Fu Sui said, as long as this person can make up for the losses he caused to my Dragon Island, I can naturally let bygones be bygones. I can even fulfill your wish and let you two live together. The last sentence made Zhu Qing overjoyed. Second elder was actually willing to fulfill their wish. This was simply unimaginable. However, the previous condition made Zhu Qing somewhat at a loss. Dragon Island's losses? I wonder, what is Second Elder referring to? Fu Sui sneered. Don't tell me he doesn't know what kind of losses he brought to Dragon Island. Why do you need to ask me? Yang Kai said angrily. Even if there are any losses, it's your own fault. Not to mention that I don't have the ability to make up for it. Even if I really have the ability, I won't make up for it. Fu Sui's eyelids twitched. Who are you calling yourself as I am in front of? Yang Kai hooted. I like it. What can you do? Die, brat. Fu Sui flew into a rage. The killing intent that she suppressed with great difficulty erupted once again. This time, even if Zhu Qing was stopping her, she was going to make a move for real. Zhu Qing hurriedly grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and flew out in a flash. She turned around and said, Second Elder, please calm down. Sorry for disturbing you today. She ran very quickly. Naturally, she knew that if she didn't leave now, they would really start fighting. Fu Sui stood in place with a face full of anger. It was obvious that she was quite angry, but she didn't have the intention to chase after them. She only stared hatefully in the direction where the two disappeared. After a short while, a figure flashed. Great Elder Zhu Yin suddenly appeared beside Fu Sui and said, They left. Fu Sui took a deep breath and calmed the rolling qi and blood in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and said, I really want to kill him. Zhu Yin said with a smile. What can you do even if you kill him? What's more, that's the ancestral dragon's origin. It's not like you didn't feel the abnormality of the Dragon Hall just now. With the protection of so many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall, even if you and I join hands, we might not be able to kill him on the Dragon Island. If we want to kill him, we can only do it outside the Dragon Island. Fu Sui snorted. If it's not so, how can he still be alive? Zhu Yin looked at her in astonishment. You can't really be thinking of killing him, right? Fu Sui gritted her teeth and said, So what if I do? Zhu Yan's head was dripping with cold sweat. Just thinking about it is enough. You can't really make a move. The future of our dragon race depends on him. You have always treated the revival of the dragon race as your responsibility. Back then, you endured the pain of banishing Fu Xian into the dragon tomb. Wasn't it also because of this reason? A little impatience spoils great plans. Fu Sui nodded and said, I understand the reason, but she couldn't hold back her anger when facing that brat. It was hard for her to not have killing intent when he kept calling her old witch. She paused for a moment and said, I have already told him the conditions. Whether he can do it or not will depend on his own ability. Zhu Yin grinned. It's good that you have said it. I think with how much he values Qing, he will definitely do his best to do it. Fu Sui suddenly turned her head to look at him. If he can't do it, I will strip the ancestral dragon's origin from his body. With this brat's conduct, he doesn't deserve to have the ancestral dragon's origin. Zhu Yan's expression twitched, and he said, non-committally, We will see when the time comes. He raised his head to look at the void and let out a long sigh. The ancestral dragon's origin has already appeared. Where's the ancestral phoenix's origin? In the void, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sped past. Along the way, Zhu Qing didn't say a word. Her beautiful face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Yang Kai whistled as if nothing had happened, but in fact, he had been carefully observing her expression. Seeing her like that, he knew that he was in trouble. He must have disappointed her with his performance just now. But speaking of which, he only took half of the responsibility at most. The other half was completely because of that lowly servant Fu Zhen. Qing, or why don't I elope with you? Why do you care so much about her? Can that old witch really keep an eye on you and me? The outside world is so big. Where's she going to find you? Yang Kai suggested. Zhu Qing sighed. Of course I can leave with you, but if I really do so, I'm afraid I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. Eloping was indeed a good thing, but without the approval of the elders, it was destined to be incomplete. Stopping, Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai affectionately and said, Fortunately, Great Elder and Second Elder have no intention of forbidding you from coming to Dragon Island again. If you miss me in the future, come to Dragon Island more often to see me. I will also wait for you here. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but swallowed the persuasion that was at the tip of his tongue. Zhu Qing was not a child. Since she had such considerations, even if he really took her out of Dragon Island, she would not be able to eat or sleep in peace in the future. It was better to let her stay on Dragon Island. At least she wouldn't have to suffer. Smiling freely, he said, Then I will accompany you on Dragon Island this time. Reaching out, he held Zhu Qing's soft hand and flew side by side with her to Half Moon Island. They didn't speak a word along the way. When they returned to Half Moon Island, it was already dark. Fu Xian and Imo Xiaoqi didn't leave. The mother and daughter sat together and talked. It was obvious that they were getting along very well. Fu Xian's face was full of love, while Imo Xiaoqi's face was also full of happiness. When she saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing appear together, Imo Xiaoqi's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. But soon, she smiled and greeted, Big Brother Yang, Big Sister Qing. Fu Xian smiled and said, Xiaoqi insisted on waiting for you to come back and say goodbye to you before she was willing to return to the island with me. Saying so, she patted Imo Xiaoqi's head gently. Now it's time to go back and rest, right? Imo Xiaoqi nodded and looked at Yang Kai. Then I will go with Mother first. Big Brother Yang, remember to let me know when you are leaving. Don't worry. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I will definitely let you know when the time comes. Goodbye, Big Brother Yang and Big Sister Qing. Imo Xiaoqi waved her hand gently and flew out of Half Moon Island together with Fu Xian. After the mother and daughter left, Yang Kai suddenly flashed to Zhu Qing's side and carried her in his arms. Zhu Qing cried out in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at each other, how could she not know what he wanted to do? Her cheeks immediately blushed, and she pouted her lips in the direction of the bedroom. Yang Kai laughed and strode to the bedroom. He kicked open the door and threw Zhu Qing on the bed, pouncing on her. It was a night of spring breeze. The man was making waves while the woman was pleasuring him. Chapter 33-36. Yang Kai had a very comfortable few days. With a blue sea and blue sky, accompanied by beauties, he was so happy that he almost forgot about home. During the day, he would go sightseeing with Zhu Qing, enjoying the scenery of the Dragon Island. At night, he would naturally travel with the clouds and the rain. Zhu Qing also knew that these kind of days would not last long. That's why, if nothing unexpected happened, she would be inseparable from Yang Kai. But these kind of days were destined not to last long. After more than 10 days, this kind of leisure was finally broken. At the edge of the Crescent Moon Island, Yang Kai was lying on the beach with his head resting on his hands. He raised his head and looked at the clouds. Beside him, Xianxia was lying on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this carefree life. One man and one horse seemed to have become an eternal painting. The tide rose and fell, and the water splashed everywhere on the beach. Old Xiong, this young master has decided, I want to go to the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai suddenly said. Xianxia was taking a nap with his eyes half closed. When he heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to confirm if he heard wrong. I probably can't take Qing Air with me, but I definitely have to go to the Dragon Palace. The dragon race's secret technique is very powerful. Since I'm already here, how can I miss it so easily? What do you think of this idea? Xianxia only shook his head like a rattle drum. Not good, not good. Oh, why not? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Xianxia said, This is the Dragon Island. The Dragon Palace is the most sacred and secretive place of the dragon race. You are not allowed to enter without permission. I'm afraid you won't be able to come back alive. Yang Kai sneered and said, It's not like I haven't been to the Dragon Palace before. Didn't Wukong, also barge in without permission last time. He is still free and unfettered in his ancestral territory until now. Wukong is Wukong, you are you. Xianxia still had a disapproving expression. He muttered to himself for a while and said, "If you insist on going, that's fine. Wait until this old man leaves the Dragon Island first." Yang Kai looked at him with squinted eyes. "Old Xiong, you are quite loyal." Xianxia said, "This old man just want to preserve my life and wait until there is an opportunity to avenge young master." "Heh," Kai Yang sneered. "Not bad. It's really hard for you." Xianxia pretended not to understand and said, "Anyway, this old man advises you to give up on this idea. If possible, it's best to ask the Dragon Clan to allow you to enter the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai shouted angrily. If the dragon race had agreed, this young master wouldn't have needed to barge in. That cheap slut Fu Zhen clearly wanted to take advantage of my weakness to threaten me with Qing Er. How hateful. Sooner or later, I'll let her know my prowess. Someone is coming. Xianxi's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. Yang Kai also noticed and looked in that direction. He immediately grinned. A red light was heading straight for Zhu Qing's palace, but after sensing Yang Kai's divine sense, it turned in the air and flew over. In an instant, a figure stood in the air and looked down from above. Yang Kai lay motionless and raised his hand to greet. "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned at his sloppy appearance, thinking that his sister was really blind. How did she fall for such a man? He said lightly, "What are you doing lying here?" "Sunbathing, what else can I do?" Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. He waved his hand and said, "Come down if you have something to say." "Why are you standing so high up?" The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched, but he still flew down obediently. When he landed beside Yang Kai, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and said in astonishment, "You actually took in Xianxia as your mount?" Yang Kai didn't stay on Dragon Island for long, but it wasn't short either. There were only a few dragon race on the island. Once there was a little commotion, it would naturally spread quickly. Now, all the dragon race on Dragon Island knew that he was driven out of Ice Snow Island by the Second Elder. He was even almost killed after infuriating the Second Elder. Moreover, he had Xianxia as his mount. Zhu Lai had been practicing the secret technique for the past few days. When he heard the news, he hurried over to take a look. He looked at Xianxia in astonishment and said, "You are also a member of the sacred spirits. Don't you feel ashamed to be so lowly?" Xianxia blinked his eyes. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai stood up and stared at Zhu Lai. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean? What enmity do you have with me? Why do you want to turn my mount against me?" Zhu Lai frowned and said, "That's not what I mean. I just feel that. So forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions." He shook his head and looked as if he expected better from Xianxia. It was as if Xianxia was willing to be Yang Kai's mount and embarrass all the sacred spirits. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, "Why aren't you accompanying Zhu Qing? What are you doing here alone?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Zhu Qing is entertaining the 3 dragon girls. How would I dare to go over?" There were only 7 dragon girls on Dragon Island. Excluding Zhu Qing, Fu Tin, and Fu Xian, there were 4 left. However, Fu Ling was still guarding the entrance of Dragon Island and couldn't leave without permission. Therefore, there were only 3 dragon girls left. One of them was of the dragon race, and the other 2 were of the dragon race. In the past few days, these 3 dragon girls were very diligent in coming to Zhu Qing's place. They came almost as soon as the sun rose, and only left when the sky was dark. Their intention was self-evident. Yang Kai only saw them once on the first day. After that, he was immediately sent away by Zhu Qing with an excuse. Speaking of which, the 3 dragon girls didn't give Yang Kai a bad impression. They didn't have any obvious seductive actions like Fu Ling. Even when they looked at Yang Kai, they were a little embarrassed and shy. When facing Zhu Qing, they were full of guilt and uneasiness. Yang Kai suspected that it was the Great Elder who asked the 3 of them to come over. If not, even if he was really of great use to them, with the pride of the dragon race, they wouldn't act like this. The main reason why Fu Ling acted like this was because she had interacted with Yang Kai before. They weren't strangers to each other. Hearing his explanation, Zhu Lai naturally understood. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Yang Kai with a bitter and vengeful gaze. Even his own brother-in-law was like this, not to mention the other male dragon race. At this moment, they probably wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. If they didn't know that Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin power suppressed them too much, and they weren't his match at all, they would have already come over to fight him to the death. After a moment of silence, Zhu Lai said, "I heard that the second elder gave you a condition?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "You know about this too?" Zhu Lai said, "The Dragon Island is only so big, and there are only so many people in the dragon race. If something happens, it will spread very quickly. Didn't the second elder ask you to compensate for the losses you caused to the dragon race last time?" Yang Kai nodded. "There is such a thing." Zhu Lai said, "Then why don't you think of a way? It's rare for the second elder to agree. If you can fulfill her request, you can naturally bring Zhu Qing away from the Dragon Island. Don't tell me you want to be separated from Zhu Qing in the future." Yang Kai sneered. "Why should I compensate for the losses of the Dragon Island? It's not my fault." Zhu Lai spat out 3 words one by one. "Dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's face twitched. "Did the Great Elder ask you to come?" He was just saying it casually, but Zhu Lai's expression flickered. "You don't have to care who asked me to come. Anyway, in my opinion, you have the ability to fulfill the second elder's condition." "You think I have the ability?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do you know how many dragon blood flowers I collected back then? 2 of the highest grade, 30 of the highest grade, 200 of the middle grade, and none of the lower grade. Almost 1,000 of them. You know, quite a lot." Yang Kai was a little surprised. These numbers were not much different from what he calculated previously. He nodded and said, "Then do you know how many dragon blood flowers I have left?" Zhu Lai shook his head. Yang Kai said, the highest grade, and middle grade are all gone. Only the lower grade are left. Even if I really return the remaining dragon blood flowers, where do I get the rest? I can't conjure dragon blood flowers, right?" Zhu Lai said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. The cultivation of dragon blood flowers is mainly based on dragon's blood. The purer the dragon's blood, the higher the quality of the dragon blood flowers. The dragon blood flowers on the Dragon Island were basically watered with dragon's blood as the raw material. Not only is the quality not good, but it also takes a long time to grow. But if you really have the heart, you can use your own blood to cultivate dragon blood flowers. Your bloodline may have a miraculous effect on dragon blood flowers." Yang Kai sneered after hearing this. He instinctively wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, it seemed very reasonable. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. "Do you really think I can cultivate those middle and high gray dragon blood flowers?" Zhu Lai said, "How would you know if you don't try? The second elder has already said that if you can really fulfill her request and bring Zhu Qing into the Dragon Palace, she will have nothing to say." As soon as these words came out, an image immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. He had openly walked into the Dragon Temple, while Fu Zhen, that cheap maid, had a helpless look on her face. He couldn't help but feel great. She will keep her word? Zhu Lai sighed. The second elder has always kept her word. Yang Kai was very moved. He paced back and forth on the beach. His expression kept changing. He hesitated and found it hard to make a decision. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, I will do it. I don't believe that I can't cultivate dragon blood flowers." Zhu Lai said, "Then I wish you success." Yang Kai grinned. All right, go back and tell the Great Elder that I will compensate for the loss of dragon blood flowers. Tell him to relax, who asked me to be the son-in-law of the Dragon Island." The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. "I just said it casually. It has nothing to do with the Great Elder." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You came here to tell me this. Isn't it because the Great Elder ordered you behind the scenes?" Zhu Lai still wanted to explain, but in the end, he nodded his head and said, "All right." The dragon blood flowers were all stolen by Yang Kai. Within 1,000 years, The bloodline of the dragon race on the Dragon Island wouldn't be able to improve with the help of the dragon blood flowers. There were only two ways to solve this problem. First, Xianxia could cultivate enough dragon blood flowers. Second, Xianxia could help those few dragonesses quickly improve their bloodline. In the end, Zhu Lai still hoped that Xianxia would make the first choice. That was why he accepted the mission assigned by the Great Elder to persuade Xianxia. Chapter 33-37. The matter of cultivating the dragon blood flower was carried out immediately. Xianxia went back and told Zhu Qing about it. While Zhu Qing was happy, she was also worried. She was happy because if Xianxia could really fulfill the second elder's request, the Dragon Island would no longer have a reason to make things difficult for him. If he wanted to enter the Dragon Palace, the second elder would no longer be in a position to stop him. She was worried about whether Xianxia's body could handle it. Since he wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he would naturally need a large amount of blood. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was not low, the amount of blood needed for the dragon blood flower to grow was not small. After some persuasion, Xianxia mustered up all his energy and insisted on making up for the loss of the dragon blood flower. Since there was no result, Zhu Qing could only let it be. That night, she tried her best to flatter Xianxia and completely put down her pride as a dragon lady. She served Xianxia until he felt comfortable all over. The next day, Xianxia flew alone to the spiritual island where he was cultivating the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing wanted to follow him, but she was stopped by Xianxia. After all, when he was cultivating the dragon blood flower, he would need to constantly bleed himself. Zhu Qing would be watching at the side and would be heartbroken. Xianxia would naturally not bring her along. It would be bad if he couldn't bear to do it when the time came. Xianxia was not unfamiliar with the location of the spiritual island. After all, he went there under Fu Ling's lead previously. Fu Ling was punished for making a mistake. The one guarding the spiritual island now was the rank 6 green dragon, Fu Qi. Previously, he was the one who went to the half-dragon city and brought hundreds of dragon descendants back to the Dragon Island. At that time, Fu Qi was insufferably arrogant and majestic. Today, he was waiting at the side of the island. When he saw Xianxia flying over, he quickly flew up and greeted him. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Yang." Xianxia sized him up and smiled faintly. "Brother Fu Qi, why are you here?" Fu Qi said, "Under the orders of the elders, I am guarding the Dragon Blood Island and waiting for Brother Yang's arrival." He paused for a while and said, "I heard that Brother Yang decided to cultivate the dragon blood flower here. You want to recreate the scale of the Dragon Blood Island?" Xianxia gritted his teeth, and that's true. Suddenly, he felt a little regretful. Brother Yang is righteous. I thank Brother Yang on behalf of the many brothers and sisters in the clan. Fu Qi's expression brightened. His ranking in the dragon race was near the bottom. After all, he only had a rank 6 bloodline. The dragon blood flower was very useful to him. When he heard that the dragon blood flower had been swept clean by Xianxia, he hated Xianxia to death. Without the dragon blood flower, it would be harder for his rank 6 bloodline to improve. Even if the accumulation of time could purify his bloodline, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This kind of flowing time Great Emperor was a long time for the dragon race. Now that he heard that Xianxia wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he was naturally overjoyed. As long as Xianxia could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, the old grudges were not worth mentioning. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "I can't guarantee if it will work, but I will try my best." Fu Qi said, "The Great Elder said that the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city are under Brother Yang's command. If you need them, I can bring them over right now." "Why would I need them?" Xianxia curled his lips. The dragon blood flower on the Dragon Island had always been cultivated with the blood of the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city. The effect was very slow, and it would take a long time. Xianxia was well aware of this. If it really worked, he could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, but he didn't know how many years it would take. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Did the Great Elder say that the dragon race on the Dragon Island will also be under my command?" Fu Qi was shocked. "Brother Yang, Yuan Yangkai said, since the dragon blood flower needs to be cultivated with dragon blood, the effects of pure dragon blood should be better than those of the half-dragon bloodline. I see that Brother Fu Qi is full of energy and your face is ruddy. It shouldn't be a problem for you to bleed a little. Why don't we start with you? As soon as he said that, Fu Qi's expression changed greatly. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. No. Why not? Fu Qi said anxiously. The dragon race consumes the dragon blood flower to improve their bloodline and increase the purity of their bloodline. If we really bleed to cultivate the dragon blood flower, it will cause our bloodline to regress. It's not worth it. There's such a thing? Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't his bloodline regress if he bleed? Now that he used the dragon transformation art, he had a 300 zhong dragon body. If his bloodline regress, wouldn't his half-dragon body become smaller? In an instant, Yang Kai had the thought of backing out. Although he wanted to make up for the losses of the dragon race and make Fu Qi speechless, if it really damaged his own interests and strength, he would definitely not do it. As if he sensed his thoughts, Fu Qi said, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about your own problems. The Great Elder said that if it was you, it would definitely be different from the other dragon race members. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. How can the Great Elder be so sure? Fu Qi smiled and said, the Great Elder said so, but I'm not too sure. Yang Kai immediately became worried. Of course the Great Elder would say that to comfort him. Anyway, he was not a pure dragon race member. Whether or not his bloodline regress had nothing to do with the dragon race. The old man looked good, but he was actually as evil as the old witch. Seeing his gloomy face, Fu Qi knew that something was wrong. If Yang Kai really did not do anything, then it would be over. He immediately said, Brother Yang, if you feel that it's inappropriate, why don't you give it a try? If your bloodline is really damaged, then it's not too late to stop. With your senses, you should be able to clearly feel the situation of your own bloodline. Yang Kai's face became slightly better. He nodded and said, that makes sense. Let's not delay any longer. I'll give it a try now. Brother Yang, please. The two of them walked side by side into the Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai was familiar with the place. The Dragon Blood Island was full of spiritual energy. It could be said that it was one of the spiritual islands with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Dragon Palace. After all, it was a place to cultivate the Dragon Blood Flower. How could the spiritual energy not be rich? The entire spiritual island was also a strange dark red color. It was as though the island was bathed in fresh blood. Furthermore, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Strange formations could be seen everywhere. These formations were set up to extract the blood essence of the descendants of the dragon. When Li Jiao was brought here, he was locked in the formation. Then, when the formation was activated, the blood essence in Li Jiao's body was drawn out uncontrollably and used to nourish the dragon blood flowers growing on the island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived in time. Otherwise, Li Jiao's cultivation would have dropped. Even so, it was only after consuming some dragon blood flowers that he was able to recover and even improve his bloodline. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Fu Qi accompanied by the side. He looked at Yang Kai and said, now, there are less than 100 dragon blood flowers left on the island. Furthermore, most of them are ungraded. Only a few are low-grade dragon blood flowers. If we want to recover them, we will need Brother Yang to put in more effort. He was furious. The culprit who caused this situation was right in front of him. Yet, the Great Elder sent a message to ask him to do his best to cooperate with him. What was the Great Elder thinking? Hearing Fu Qi's words, Yang Kai only nodded gently. He did not feel awkward at all. It was as though he did not know about this. The so-called ungraded dragon blood flowers were still in the growth stage and had not fully matured. Even if they were consumed, it would not be of much use. It would only be a waste of natural resources. Only the graded dragon blood flowers would have an effect on the bloodline of the dragon race. There are 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, the top grade was the rarest. Yang Kai had picked 2 stalks last time. According to Fu Ling, the Great Elder and Second Elder had deliberately reserved them for themselves. They wanted to wait a few more days before consuming them. Who knew that they would benefit Yang Kai? After walking for a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He rubbed his hands together and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." He also wanted to know how effective his blood essence would be on the dragon blood flowers. His divine sense surged. With a flip of his hand, a stalk of dragon blood flower appeared on his palm. It was from the medicinal garden. Yang Kai had stolen so many dragon blood flowers last time. He did not have the time to consume all of them. He only consumed the top grade, high grade, and mid-grade ones. He kept the low-grade ones and transplanted them into his medicinal garden. The flower was red in color, as if it had been rolled in blood. It emitted a faint but pure dragon's aura. Fu Chi's breathing quickened. He said in a low voice, "Mid-grade dragon blood flower." Yang Kai was stunned. Mid-grade? How could it be mid-grade? He clearly remembered that he had consumed all of the mid-grade and above dragon blood flowers last time. Furthermore, he did not use them for alchemy. He had swallowed them whole. At that time was too tight. Although he had used the high-grade and top-grade ones for alchemy, he did not have the time to refine the mid-grade ones. Therefore, he did not have a single mid-grade dragon blood flower left. However, when he took a closer look, the dragon blood flower in his hand was undoubtedly a mid-grade one. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai immediately understood. His medicinal garden could be said to be the most beautiful place in the world. There was a precious treasure like heavy earth, many earth vein pearls, and the immortal tree beside it emitting vitality. Now, the entire world was providing him with an endless supply of spirit chi. A year of growth of the dragon blood flowers here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. It had already been more than 10 years since he left Dragon Island. In other words, these dragon blood flowers had grown for at least 100 years, or even 200 years. It was normal for them to grow from low grade to mid grade. "You're making a fuss over nothing." Yang Kai sneered. "Haven't you eaten a mid-grade dragon blood flower before?" Fu Chi smiled embarrassedly. "I only have a rank 6 bloodline. Normally, low-grade dragon blood flowers are enough. I can only occasionally obtain 1 or 2 mid-grade ones. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yang." Chapter 33-38. The dragon blood flowers collected on the Dragon Island were all distributed according to a fixed amount. The quality of the dragon blood flower could be obtained based on the bloodline. It was not randomly distributed. For example, a rank 6 giant dragon like Fu Chi was only qualified to consume a low-grade dragon blood flower. Only after reaching rank 7 would one be able to consume a middle-grade dragon blood flower, and only after reaching rank 8 would one be able to consume a high-grade dragon blood flower. As for rank 10 bloodlines like the Great Elder and the Second Elder, they could only consume a top-grade dragon blood flower, because any dragon blood flower below the top grade did not have much effect on them. It would be a waste to force them to consume it. It would be better to give it to other dragon race members to increase their bloodline. Fu Chi had also lived for many years, but the number of mid-grade dragon blood flower he had consumed was no more than 10. Currently, there were only some low-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers left on the Dragon Island. This mid-grade dragon blood flower was like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Kai had some understanding of this, so he did not say anything. Instead, he carefully transplanted the middle-grade dragon blood flower to an empty space in front of him. There was a hole left on the empty space. It was obviously left behind by Yang Kai when he stole the dragon blood flower last time. After that, Yang Kai rubbed his finger on his fingertip and made a small cut. He silently operated his secret art, and a drop of golden blood dripped down the root of the dragon blood flower. Fu Chi opened his eyes wide, and his breathing became rapid. He stared at the drop of golden blood without blinking. Yang Kai actually heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. He could not help but turn his head to look at him. "Brother Fu Chi, are you hungry?" No. Fu Chi quickly waved his hand. He could not help but gulp. At first, Yang Kai thought that he was drooling over the middle-grade dragon blood flower. But when he took a closer look, he saw that he was actually staring at the cut on his finger. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine and put his hand behind his back. He thought to himself, what the hell? Could it be that my blood essence is also useful for the male dragon race? However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange that it was useful. Zhu Qing was able to upgrade her dragon bloodline from rank 8 to rank 9 because she had a close relationship with him. In other words, there was something in his body that could rapidly upgrade the dragon race's bloodline. His golden blood might really be effective against all the dragon race. This wasn't good. Xianxia had a grudge. If that was the case, he wouldn't be captured by the dragon race, allowed his blood, and then everyone would share it with him, right? It was fine to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower to compensate for the dragon race's losses. But if he really wanted the dragon race to drink his blood, Xianxia was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand at Fu Qi and said, all right, you can go. I can handle this place by myself. You don't have to accompany me. Based on his performance just now, how could Xianxia dare to let him stay? Fu Qi was startled. But my duty is to guard this place. Xianxia looked at him sideways. What's so good about guarding this broken island? It's just 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Do you think I can pick them all? You're talking as if you haven't picked them before. Fu Qi cursed in his heart, but he said, Great Elder told me to. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'm leaving. You're leaving? Where are you going? Fu Qi was shocked. The world is big. I'll go wherever I want. Fu Qi was shocked. But Brother Yang, aren't you going to cultivate the dragon blood flower? How can you just leave like that? Xianxia sighed. I had this idea, but there are always people who ruin my mood, so I'm not in the mood to do it now. Fu Qi's face turned red. He knew that his performance, just now, had made Xianxia a little unhappy. Thinking about it, he actually showed a look of desire for his blood. It was really an instinctive reaction. He clearly knew that the drop of golden blood would be of great use to him. But since Xianxia said this, Fu Qi could only say, I'll have to ask Great Elder about this. Quickly ask for instructions. Kai Yang urged, his face filled with impatience. Fu Qi immediately used a secret technique to communicate with Great Elder, but after a while, he said with a disappointed expression, Great Elder said that there's no need to guard this place anymore. Xianxia nodded. Great Elder is reasonable. Fu Qi said helplessly, if that's the case, then this Fu will leave first. Go. Xianxia waved his hand. Fu Qi reluctantly looked at the mid-rank dragon blood flower that had just been transplanted, then turned around and flew away. He still felt a little regretful in his heart. If only he had consumed that drop of golden blood just now. Although he didn't know what it would do to him, it would definitely be more effective than consuming a dragon blood flower. After watching Fu Qi leave, Xianxia's body and mind relaxed. He touched his chin and stood in place, quietly staring at the changes of the dragon blood flower. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dragon blood flower seemed to have changed a little in just a short while. A layer of faint golden light flowed on the crimson flower, making it look very enchanting. After looking at it for a while, there seemed to be some changes, but there also seemed to be none. Xianxia was also a little confused. However, since the dragon blood flower required dragon blood to grow, his golden blood should be very effective. After all, his bloodline was enough to suppress most of the dragon race on Dragon Island. Xianxia didn't rush to transplant the other dragon blood flowers. He wanted to see how effective this one was first before making a decision. If it was useless, then there was no need to think about anything else. He could just go straight to the Dragon Palace and avoid suffering here. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep staring here, so Xianxia simply wandered around the island. He had wandered around Dragon Blood Island once before, but at that time, all his attention was on searching for dragon blood flowers, so he didn't have the time to appreciate anything. This time, he took a good look. Apart from the dragon blood flower, there were also some other plants on Dragon Blood Island, but they weren't precious herbs. They were all ordinary plants. Moreover, it seemed that because the island was shrouded in dragon blood mist all year round, everything on the island had a crimson color, looking very strange. Xianxia also saw many of the remaining 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Indeed, Most of them couldn't be compared to the one he transplanted, whether it was in size or color. After half a day, Xianxia walked back. Taking a closer look, he was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood flower really had undergone a great change. Staring at it before, Xianxia hadn't been able to see anything special about it, but now that he was looking at it again, the disc of the dragon blood flower was obviously larger, and its color was much richer. The faint golden light that shrouded the petals had not disappeared and instead was exuding a brighter hue than before. This obviously meant that his drop of golden blood was still playing a role and was continuing to do so. Xianxia didn't know how long this effect would last. This discovery shook Xianxia's spirit. Since it was effective, it meant that he could fulfill the second elder's request. When the time came, if she dared to fart in the dragon palace, he would beat the shit out of her. Xianxia suddenly felt infinite motivation and immediately prepared to transplant more dragon blood flowers. In any case, there were still about 600 to 700 low-ranked dragon blood flowers left in his medicine garden, so he could just release another 600 to 700 drops of golden blood. He believed that as long as his golden blood fully worked, even if he couldn't reproduce the scale of that day, the quality would definitely be fine. With a thought, another dragon blood flower appeared in his hand. Xianxia was startled because this dragon blood flower was mid-rank. He took out another one, and it was also mid-rank. The third one was also mid-rank. Xianxia's expression suddenly became strange, as if he had thought of something. His expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed into the sealed world bead. He suddenly realized that he was a bit stupid. He had actually forgotten about those two existences. Muzhu and Muna, nurturing dragon blood flowers. These two were Palace Hall level figures. For the Wood Spirit clan, there was nothing more delightful than nurturing spirit herbs. Moreover, ever since the two of them took care of the medicine garden, Xianxia had rarely paid attention to it. Now, the medicine garden had been expanded by more than 10 times, and they had planted many strange things. It wasn't until the dragon blood flowers he took out this time were all mid-rank that Xianxia suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that the low-rank dragon blood flowers he remembered had all been upgraded in quality? Not to mention the uniqueness of his medicine garden, with the two wood spirits, Muzhu and Muna, taking care of it. It was enough to make this impossible possible. In the medicine garden, Xianxia leisurely appeared, and he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. As far as the eye could see, the entire medicine garden stretched as far as the eye could see. Spirit flowers and strange herbs competed with each other, and there were even rows of trees in the garden, arranged in picturesque disorder. Some of these trees were currently blooming, and the entire medicine garden was exuding a peculiar fragrance. Some of them had already borne fruit, and the bright red and yellow fruits looked very appetizing. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were located in the center, and not far away was the rare body-growing fruit tree. Countless fluorescent lights flowed through the entire medicine garden like fireflies. The medicine garden was simply like a fairyland. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Was this still his fucking medicine garden? He had never seen a better place than this. When he reached the peak of martial arts, he would bring his women here to live in seclusion. It was a pretty good place. Muzhu Muna, Xianxia softly called out, his voice as soft as a thief coming to steal medicine. Two small figures suddenly shot over from the left and right, floating in front of him. After looking at each other, Muzhu asked, "Master, is there something you need? I've encountered a bit of a problem here." Xianxia still spoke softly. "I'm afraid I'll need your help." Muzhu was a little nervous, so she couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "If Master has something to tell us, we'll do it. There's no need to be polite." Although Muna didn't say anything, she also nodded her little head to the side. "That's good, but this matter shouldn't be difficult for you. The main thing is to cultivate a kind of spirit medicine." Muzhu smiled and said, "This is our strong point, but..." She turned her little head and looked around. "Why is Master saying this? Is there someone eavesdropping here?" Xianxia blinked, clenched his fists, and coughed, finally returning to his normal voice. No. The main thing is that I'm afraid of disturbing the peace here." The two wood spirits were stunned by his words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 33-39. After a moment of silence, Mu Zhu asked, "What kind of spirit medicine does Master want us to cultivate?" "Dragon blood flower. You should have seen it in the herb garden." As Xianxia spoke, he walked towards the area where the dragon blood flowers were located. The two its spirits followed closely behind him. After a while, they arrived. Xianxia took a look, and his eyes lit up with surprise. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" A few hundred dragon blood flowers were arranged in picturesque disorder in the medicinal garden. They grew in the middle of an expanse of purple and lustrous grass, and they emitted a dark red glow. Just as he'd expected, every single dragon blood flower here wasn't a low-grade dragon blood flower as he'd expected, but a mid-grade one. 600 to 700 mid-grade dragon blood flowers. What kind of concept was this? Back when Xianxia stole dragon blood flowers, he only obtained a little over 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 2 supreme grade, 30 high grade, 200 mid grade, and the rest were all low grade. Because time was short, he refined supreme grade and high grade dragon blood flowers into dragon blood pills and swallowed the mid grade ones. As for the low grade ones, he didn't have the time to consume them and left them in the herb garden. Now, these low grade dragon blood flowers had all become mid grade. That wasn't all. In addition to these 600 to 700 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, Xianxia also found many low-grade dragon blood flowers in another garden. There were at least 1,000 of them, and some of them showed signs of becoming low-grade dragon blood flowers. This. Xianxia pointed at the mid-grade dragon blood flowers. "These were all made by you?" Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, the conditions here are not bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be growing so well." "What about these over here?" Xianxia pointed at another herb garden and asked with a puzzled expression, "Where did you get these dragon blood flower seeds?" Mu Na said softly, "We don't need seeds. We don't need seeds." Xianxia was stunned. Mu Zhu explained, "Mu Na and I cut off some dragon blood flower roots and transplanted them here. Master seems to have the bloodline of the dragon race, so these dragon blood flowers should be of great use to you, right?" "It's not just useful, it's..." Xianxia didn't know what to say. He wanted to hug the two wood spirits and give them a big kiss. However, the wood spirits were too small. If he really did that, he might scare them. After calming himself down, Xianxia returned to the topic at hand and said, "It's like this. These dragon blood flowers of mine came from a somewhat improper source." The two wood spirits looked at him, silently waiting for him to continue. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. They were all picked from the Dragon Island. Xianxia stole a glance at them. Seeing that they didn't have any strange reactions, he continued, "Now that Dragon Island wants me to compensate for their losses, I have to transplant these dragon blood flowers out. You want to return them?" Mu Zhu was a little unhappy when she heard this. The wood spirit race had a special fondness for precious treasures. Xianxia had been letting them take care of everything in the medicine garden. In the hearts of the two wood spirits, everything in a medicine garden was their private property. Of course, if their master, Xianxia, wanted to take something, there was no problem. However, if he wanted to take something out and give it to someone else, the two of them would be very reluctant. Dragon blood flowers were extremely rare. They had always been produced only on Dragon Island. They were much rarer than ordinary Emperor artifacts. When Xianxia suddenly said that he wanted to transplant these dragon blood flowers, the two of them felt as if they were going to part with their beloved things. Naturally, they felt very distressed. Xianxia said, "I was still considering whether to leave some behind. Now that you have the ability, I don't need to think too much." Even if all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted, there were still thousands of ungraded ones in his medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Na could still increase this number through the wood spirit race's secret technique. It could be said that the supply of dragon blood flowers in the future would be endless. "Do we have to transplant them?" Mu Na asked, pursing her lips. Xianxia sighed. "This matter is very important. I don't want to do it, but there is nothing I can do." Mu Zhu nodded and said, "In that case, we will listen to Master's orders." After the discussion, the two wood spirits were immediately released from the small sealed world by Xianxia. After arriving at Dragon Blood Island, Mu Zhu said, "Master, please wait for a moment. Muna and I will investigate the situation here first before making any plans." Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. He waited in place while observing the changes of the dragon blood flower that he had dripped his golden blood on. Mu Zhu and Mu Na flew to 2 different places to investigate Dragon Blood Island. About a few hours later, the 2 women returned one after the other. They got together and whispered to each other for a while before suddenly shaking their heads and sighing in unison. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's heart jumped when he saw this. He hoped that nothing unexpected happened at this time. Mu Zhu said, "It's nothing. We just discovered that the dragon race has lost a lot of knowledge on how to cultivate dragon blood flowers. If we use their method to cultivate them, it will take twice the effort for half the result." In ancient times, the wood spirit race had also helped the dragon race cultivate dragon blood flowers, accumulating a lot of useful experience. But with the passage of time, these things have been lost. Many special methods could only be used by the wood spirit race. Even if other races knew about them, they could not use them. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are experts in this aspect. I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you. The key is that since we have taken over, we have to do a good job and make the dragon race speechless." Mu Zhu nodded and said, "But before that, I have to ask Master, what is our goal?" "Our goal?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Back then, I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers from here. Among them, there were 2 supreme-grade flowers, 30 high-grade flowers, 200 mid-grade flowers, and the rest were all low-grade flowers. If I say that this is our goal, how long will it take to complete it?" Hearing this, Mu Zhu nodded and said, "Not too much." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. These words gave him a lot of confidence. Mu Zhu continued, "Only the 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers are a little troublesome. As for the others, I'm afraid it will only take half a year to cultivate them." Half a year? Yang Kai was shocked. It could be done in such a short time. He was not doubting the ability of the 2 wood spirits, but wasn't this time a little too short? The dragon blood flower's growth cycle was unusually long. Mu Zhu said, "In the early stages, all kinds of conditions can be met. Master, you also know what dragon blood flowers need the most." "Dragon blood," Yang Kai said solemnly. Mu Zhu nodded and said, "That's right. The purer the dragon blood, the more obvious its effect on the dragon blood flower's growth. So, we need some dragon blood. It seems like my blood can also be used," Yang Kai said with uncertainty. "Master, you want to take your own blood?" Mu Zhu frowned. She did not know why Yang Kai was so concerned about this matter. He was even willing to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the dragon blood flower that had been transplanted. "Look at this. I just dripped a drop of my blood on it. It seems to have grown a little." Hearing this, the 2 wood spirits flew over and stood on the left and right of the dragon blood flower. They closed their eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, spots of green light flowed out from the 2 wood spirits' bodies. They flew onto the dragon blood flower like fireflies and enveloped the entire flower. After a short while, the 2 girls shook and opened their eyes. Mu Zhu turned to look at Yang Kai in disbelief and said, "Master, are you a member of the dragon race?" "Me?" Yang Kai pointed at his nose and grinned. "I'm not a member of the dragon race. I just obtained the dragon race's essence and cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. But this dragon blood..." Mu Zhu frowned and hesitated before shaking her head in the end. "It can't be used." Yang Kai's heart sank. "That's impossible. It has clearly grown a little." Mu Na smiled and said, "It's not that it can't be used, it's that the effect is very good. If it can absorb all of your blood and supplement it with our secret technique, it will definitely grow into a high-grade dragon blood flower within half a year. However, if it wants to grow into a top-grade dragon blood flower, it won't be done in a short time. Even if we personally cultivate it, it will take at least a decade or 2. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Let's not think about top-grade for now. At worst, we can just get some high-grade dragon blood flowers to supplement it. I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers in the past. When the time comes, we could just return some to them." Muzhu nodded. That's all we can do. Now that the most important source of materials was in place, there was no need to worry about cultivating dragonblood flowers. Muzhu and Muna gathered together and whispered for a while before Muzhu said, Master, please take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden. What purple soul grass? Yonkai looked at them blankly. Muna pursed her lips and smiled. It's the grass in the dragonblood flower herb garden. Yonkai slapped his head hearing this. When he entered the herb garden just now, he noticed that not only were there dragonblood flowers growing in the herb garden, but there were also many purple grass. The purple grass and red dragonblood flowers complemented each other. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he heard them mention it, he realized what purple soul grass was. Yonkai cast a technique to take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden while asking, What is the use of these purple soul grass? Why haven't I seen it before? He was a pill refinement master and a pill emperor at that. There was no reason that he didn't know about all the spiritual plants in the world. Muzhu replied, The purple soul grass has already gone extinct. Only my wood spirit clan has kept some seeds because it needs to grow together with dragonblood flowers. Otherwise, it won't be able to survive, and its existence is also very useful to dragonblood flowers. It can promote the growth of dragonblood flowers. Specifically speaking, the two of them basically complement each other and grow together. With the purple soul grass, the growth cycle of dragonblood flowers can be shortened by a lot. Yonkai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So there's such a saying. Muzhu nodded. There should be purple soul grass on Dragon Island, but for some reason, it doesn't exist anymore. The flowing time Great Emperor had passed by. There were too many things that had gone extinct, and it wasn't just the purple soul grass. Chapter 3340. The purple soul grass was very beneficial to the growth of the dragonblood flower. Therefore, the two wood spirits planned to cultivate the purple soul grass first, so as to provide a hotbed for the growth of the dragonblood flower. The cultivation of the purple soul grass was not too troublesome. Although the seeds were already gone, there were already ready-made purple soul grass in the herb garden. With Muzhu and Muna's secret technique, the entire Dragonblood Island would be filled with purple soul grass in no time. Muzhu gave a time limit of 1 month. While the two wood spirits were busy, Yonkai seemed to have nothing to do. Fortunately, Zhu Qing came over to accompany him for a few days, so he was not that bored. After meeting the wood spirits, Zhu Qing was also rather surprised. She never thought that Yonkai would actually have such a peculiar race following him. She also knew the special ability of the wood spirits, so she was very confident that Yonkai would be able to complete the second elder's request. These days, Zhu Qing was not the only one who came over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai also came over a few times. Clearly, they wanted to check on the progress. They were probably instructed by the Great Elder, but without exception, they were all stopped outside the island by Yonkai. The two wood spirits were busy. He did not want to expose the situation inside the Dragonblood Island. If the dragon race got greedy for the two wood spirits and asked him to leave Muzhu and Muna behind, then it would be over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai were also helpless. Although they came over here every 2 to 3 days, they were completely unaware of the situation inside the Dragonblood Island. After more than half a month, Yonkai was also annoyed. He looked for an opportunity to beat up Fu Qi and Zhu Lai. As a result, Fu Qi and Zhu Lai did not appear again. The Great Elder was helpless. He could only ask Zhu Qing indirectly. Currently, in the entire Dragon Island, the only one who could make Yonkai tell the truth was Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing had no choice but to answer the Great Elder's question. Fortunately, Yonkai had already instructed him to tell the Great Elder that the results would be revealed in half a year's time. He would definitely not disappoint the dragon race. Half a year, that wasn't too long, especially for the long lifespan of the dragon race. It was nothing more than a snap of a finger, so he could afford to wait. Dragonblood Island changed every day. As Muzhu said, after a month, the violet soul grass was finished growing. More than half of Dragonblood Island was covered in sparkling purple grass. It was beautiful from afar. The places where these grass grew were the places where the dragon blood flowers would be transplanted. After the preliminary work was done, Yangkai followed the instructions of the two wood spirits and took the dragon blood flower out of the herb garden. With each stalk, Mu Zhu and Mu Na would carefully transplant it to Dragon Blood Island. While doing this, the two wood spirits were extremely meticulous, as if they were on a pilgrimage. 2 days later, all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted. A few days later, some low-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted as well. Yangkai had already prepared his own golden blood. Following Mu Zhu's instructions, he placed a large jar for them to use. His bloodline didn't show any signs of regression, which made Yangkai feel a lot more relieved. All that was left was to wait. With the two wood spirits taking care of things, Yangkai didn't need to interfere too much. He found a place and built a wooden hut for himself. He meditated and cultivated in the hut all day long. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll to see how the dragon blood flowers were growing. Occasionally, either Mu Zhu or Mu Na would come to Yangkai to ask for some golden blood. The days passed peacefully. On the other hand, Zhu Qing spent a lot of time here. Basically, she would come to accompany him as long as she had nothing to do. Half a year later, on the edge of Dragon Blood Island, Yangkai stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression, as if he was invincible in this world and lonely as snow. Suddenly, streams of light appeared on the horizon. Red, white, green, and blue, all kinds of colors, all of them, rushed towards him. Waves of dragon pressure as vast as the sea spread out. Blue waves rippled like 1,000 ripples on the table. After the light flashed, 5 figures appeared in front of Yangkai, including Zhu Qing, Great Elder Zhu Yin, Second Elder Fu Shun, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong. The 5 great elders of the dragon race had all arrived. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Yin said anxiously, "Young boy, Qing has said that you've finished your business here? Is that true?" Previously, when Zhu Qing went to inform him, he did not dare to believe it. Although Yangkai had already conveyed the half-a-year period through Zhu Qing, when it came to it, he was still a little worried, fearing that Yangkai was playing with him. After all, the amount of dragon blood flowers that Yangkai had stolen back then was not a small amount. Also, he himself said that he had eaten all the dragon blood flowers above mid-grade. In such a short time, how could he make up for it? Yangkai smiled slightly. Whether it's true or false, I'll have to ask Great Elder to wait and see. As he spoke, Yangkai nodded lightly at Fu Xian and Zhu Kong, which could be considered as a greeting. As for Fu Shun, Yangkai could not be bothered with her. Fu Shun's expression was cold, but she did not have much of a reaction. It would be strange if Yangkai showed any goodwill to her. His current attitude was normal. Zhu Yin said solemnly, "Brat, you can't just say empty words. You also know the importance of dragon blood flowers to my dragon island. If you dare to lie about this matter, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Yangkai sneered. "Isn't it just some dragon blood flowers? You make it sound like it's a treasure. Just some dragon blood flowers." Zhu Yan's face darkened when he heard this. That was one of the foundations of the dragon race. How could it be just some? Zhu Qing said, "Great Elder, words are not proof. Seeing is believing. You should go and see for yourself." Zhu Yin nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right." Fu Shun's figure flashed and shot towards Dragon Blood Island. Her cold voice came from afar. "This palace wants to see what you are doing." Yangkai sneered. "Slow down, no one is fighting with you. What's the rush?" Fu Shun's figure paused. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at Yangkai before continuing to fly forward. Zhu Yin could not be bothered to waste words with Yangkai and impatiently followed, wanting to see the situation inside. Fu Xian and Zhu Kong also excused themselves and followed. Zhu Qing looked at their backs and said, "I hope they won't be too shocked." In the past half a year, Zhu Qing had personally witnessed the changes on Dragon Blood Island every day. She had personally witnessed the wondrous methods of the wood spirits. If it weren't for that, she probably wouldn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Dragon Blood Island. Shock, shock, Joy? Excitement? Most likely, any Dragon Race member would not be able to suppress their emotions when they saw the current Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her and said, "Let's go and see what they are like." Zhu Qing faintly smiled and let go of his hand. The two flew together. A moment later, they arrived at the edge of Dragon Blood Island. Looking up, the 4 elders of the dragon race were all stopped in midair in a row. Then, there was no then. The 4 of them seemed to have been immobilized by someone. All of them stood there motionlessly, looking forward. Fu Xian even reached out to cover her red lips, a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Yan's expression was also one of shock. Fu Shun's expression was also one of bewilderment. Zhu Kong blinked and said, "Are you dreaming?" If they were not dreaming, how could such a scene appear in front of them? Among the purple grass that covered the mountains and plains, there were countless dark red dragon blood flowers. Each of them was full of vitality and were arranged in neat rows. Ungraded, low-graded, mid-graded, and even high-graded, there were all kinds of them. Just the high-graded dragon blood flowers alone, Zhu Kong could see no less than 5 of them at a glance. There were even 30 to 40 mid-graded ones, and the number of low-graded and ungraded ones was even more incalculable. This was just this patch, which only occupied a corner of the entire Dragon Blood Island. If one were to estimate from this, just how many dragon blood flowers were there on Dragon Blood Island? Fu Shun clearly did not dare to believe that this was real. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed and shot forward. Clearly, he wanted to see the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Perhaps only this patch of land had dragon blood flowers. Other places did not have them at all. She was not the only one with this idea. Zhu Yin, Zhu Kong, and Fu Xian had clearly thought of this as well. They all spread out and carefully inspected the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai sneered, then turned to Zhu Qing and said, "They still don't believe me." Zhu Qing said, "It's not that they don't believe you. It's that they find it hard to believe. Letting them see it with their own eyes is better than letting you say 1,000 words." Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." The two of them then waited in place. After a short while, Fu Shun was the first to return. For the first time, he looked at Yang Kai with an extremely strange gaze. His gaze was deep, as if he wanted to look into the depths of his heart and understand how he had accomplished such a thing in half a year. His lips moved, clearly wanting to ask something, but in the end he was too embarrassed to ask. Yang Kai held his head high and his chest out, his figure straight like a sharp sword. With a flash of light, the others also returned one after another, all of them staring at Yang Kai with an incredulous look in their eyes. Yang Kai's figure became even straighter. "Little Yang." Zhu Yin was the first to speak, pointing down and saying, "Those are purple soul grasses?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Great Elder is indeed experienced and knowledgeable to actually recognize purple soul grasses. Amazing, amazing." Zhu Yin could not help but roll his eyes. It was clearly a compliment, so why did it sound so awkward? However, he did not have the time to bicker with him and said to himself, "Where did you find purple soul grasses?" Purple soul grasses were extinct. If not for this, the dragon race would definitely have collected them to cultivate dragon blood flowers. After all, with this kind of spirit grass, dragon blood flowers would grow even faster. Who would have thought that something that should have been extinct would actually reappear in the world, and on such a large scale, almost covering the entire Dragon Blood Island? Not mentioning anything else, just these purple soul grasses were a huge fortune for the dragon race. This was a good thing that could not be exchanged for anything else. Great Elder doesn't even know where I found them. Since they were planted here, I'll give them to the dragon race. Zhu Yin thought to himself, "You have no choice but to give them away. Could it be that you want to take them back? It would be strange if this old man did not risk his life with you." This was a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yin said happily, "Good, good, good. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart. Then my dragon race will kindly accept it." Yang Kai said sarcastically, "Who asked me to be the son-in-law of the dragon race? So naturally I won't hide any good things." While saying this, he stared at Fu Qianni. Fu Qianni turned his gaze to the side, pretending not to see. "Lowly servant, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Chapter 33:41. Zhu Kong could not help but shake her head, saying in shock, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. How could there be so many dragon blood flowers on the island? And they're all of high quality." Basically, when Yang Kai had boasted half a year ago that he would make up for the losses of stealing dragon blood flowers, no one in the dragon race felt that he could do it. There was even a very low request: return the remaining dragon blood flowers in his possession. After all, could it be that he would spit out what he had eaten? Thus, before coming here, the elders of the dragon race had made some mental preparations. They had roughly guessed the current situation of Dragon Blood Island. There were at most a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. However, what they saw before them was far more than a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. Just the mid-grade dragon blood flowers alone were more than that. Not only had Yang Kai returned all of the dragon blood flowers that he had stolen back then, he had returned them several times over. Where did he get so many dragon blood flowers? Fu Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Exactly how many dragon blood flowers are there on the island?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and faintly said, 200 high-grade ones, 500 mid-grade ones, 1,000 low-grade ones, and about 2,000 low-grade ones. Even though everyone had a vague estimate in their hearts when they browsed through Dragon Blood Island, they still couldn't help but jump in fright when they heard Yang Kai report this string of numbers. 200 high-grade ones? 500 mid-grade ones? Did they hear wrongly? If Yang Kai had said this when they had just arrived on Dragon Blood Island, the elders of the dragon race would definitely not have believed it. After all, there were less than 30 high-grade dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island back then, which was not too far from 200. There were also less than 200 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, but now there were more than 500. There were also 1,000 low-grade ones and 2,000 low-grade ones. Just this terrifying number alone was more than 4 times what it had been in the past. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, everyone felt that these numbers should be about the same. Yang Kai would not exaggerate on such a matter. After all, the dragon race could have done a careful count. If the actual numbers differed from what he had reported, he would lose face. In other words, the existence of so many high-quality dragon blood flowers was real. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing abnormal in front of him, Zhu Yin would have suspected that Yang Kai had used the past 6 months to set up a shocking illusion array here to make him hallucinate. But just half a year, how could such a thing happen? For pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only Zhu Qing had an indifferent expression. She had long known this result. In the past 6 months, she had also observed the various changes on the island day by day. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai sighed again. It's a pity that I wasn't able to cultivate the best quality dragon blood flower. What a pity. Mu Zhu and Mu Na had the ability to nurture them, but that would take 10 to 20 years. How could Yang Kai have that much time? Even those high-quality ones had been cultivated by the two with spirits, regardless of cost and effort, using the already existing mid-quality dragon blood flowers. For this reason, Yang Kai had released at least a large vat of golden blood. Fortunately, his recovery ability was not bad, and he had maintained it for half a year. Otherwise, the situation of his bloodline really would have appeared. Best quality dragon blood flowers are too hard to come by. Not being able to cultivate them is normal. Zhu Kong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. If Yang Kai really managed to cultivate a best quality dragon blood flower, that would truly be inconceivable. I was waiting for you to say this. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart and did not look at the others. He only stared at Fu Dun, saying, "What does Second Elder think? Is all that I have done enough to make up for the losses of Dragon Island back then?" His expression was arrogant and proud, and his eyes were fierce. It was as if he would fight with him if he dared to say anything against his will. Fu Dun did not speak, mainly because he really could not say anything against his will. It's enough to make up for the losses of dragon blood flowers back then. Zhu Yin gently nodded. Although they have lost 2 best quality dragon blood flowers, The current high-quality, mid-quality, low-quality, and even unranked dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island were far from what they had been back then. If this was not enough to make up for the losses, then it would be too unreasonable. It could even be said that not only had they made up for it, they had also made a huge profit for Dragon Island. Ha ha ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. His half a year of hard work had finally paid off. With the head elder saying this, the matter had already been settled. There was no point for Fu Dan to say anything. In his excitement, he even kissed Zhu Qing on the cheek, causing Zhu Qing to blush all the way to her neck. Zhu Yan was also dumbfounded by this scene. Letting out a dry cough, he said, "Kid, how exactly did you do it? You already have so many dragon blood flowers in your hands?" Xianxia looked at him vigilantly. "You don't need to know how I did it. These words might not be respectful to the elders, but I advise the head elder to dispel the thought in your heart. In order to cultivate these dragon blood flowers, I have also paid a huge price. This kind of result cannot be replicated. In the future, you can deal with the matter of dragon blood flowers by yourselves. I will not cultivate these things for Dragon Island anymore." I'm just asking. Zhu Yan had an awkward expression. Originally, he wanted to make things clear. After all, if Dragon Island could master such a miraculous method, they would not have to worry about the dragon blood flowers in the future. Their clansmen would also have a large amount of dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. Who would have thought that Xianxia would see through his thoughts and stop him in advance? Xianxia said indifferently, "Now that Dragon Blood Island has purple soul grass, the growth of dragon blood flowers will only be better in the future. The dragon race has been cultivating dragon blood flowers for many years. I don't need to tell them what to do. All right, this matter ends here." After saying that, he raised his head slightly and pointed his chin at Fu Ti. He said word by word, "I want to enter the Dragon Palace." Fu Ti sneered, "Wishful thinking." Xianxia flew into a rage. "Are you going back on your words?" Fu Ti said indifferently, "I have always been a man of my words. When have I ever gone back on my words?" Xianxia pointed his halberd at her and said angrily, "Half a year ago, you said that as long as I can make up for the losses I caused to Dragon Island back then, you will agree to all my requests. Now that I have done it, you're going back on your words. Do you dare to say that you're not going back on your words?" "Did I say that?" Fu Ti turned her head and looked to the side. Xianxia was stunned. He was speechless for a moment, but soon he sneered, "Qing was there at the time. Is there any meaning in denying it?" Zhu Qing nodded and said, "Second Elder, you did say that." Her voice was low, clearly a little annoyed. She had been accompanying Xianxia for the past half a year, watching him work on Dragon Blood Island with her own eyes. For this, he had contributed a large vat of golden blood. Now that he was here, the second elder actually said such untrue words. Zhu Qing found it hard to accept. She never thought that Fu Ti was this kind of person. Yes, this king did say that. Fu Ti turned to look at him. "So what?" Xianxia turned to Zhu Yan and said in a cold voice, "Great elder, can the dragon race go back on their words?" Zhu Yan sighed. "Of course the dragon race will keep their words." What a joke. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile, but there was no smile on his face. Fu Ti's attitude really made him angry to the extreme. Zhu Yan continued, "But did you really fulfill the second elder's request?" Xianxia pointed to the side and said, "Does this not count?" Zhu Yan nodded and said, "Of course this counts. You have made up for the loss of stealing the dragon blood flower, but what about the other losses? Think about it carefully. What did the second elder say at the time?" Xianxia naturally remembered what Fu Ti said and immediately sneered. "Is there any point in playing this kind of word game?" Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. "It's not a word game, but there was a dragon race in the past who died because of you. Logically speaking, with this kind of grudge, my dragon race will not rest until you're dead, but you have some connection with my dragon race, so it's not good to have a falling out, but no matter what, you have to give my dragon race an explanation." Xianxia sneered. "Fu Qi died at the hands of Wukong. If you want revenge, just go find him. What does it have to do with me?" Zhu Yan said, "But with Wukong's situation at the time, if you didn't severely injure Fu Qi, he wouldn't have succeeded. You have to take at least half of the responsibility for Fu Qi's death. You should be glad that he died at the hands of Wukong. At least he got a quick death. If I did it, you wouldn't have died so easily." Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Qing clenched her fists and looked at Zhu Yin. "Great Elder, Fu Qi is already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Don't tell me you want my husband to pay with his life?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, hating himself for being blind. If he knew this would happen, why would he help the dragon race cultivate the dragon blood flower? He would have directly charged into the dragon palace and used the power of the dragon soul to kill Zhu Yin and Fu Ti. Zhu Yin said, "There's no need for that. Fu Qi was not killed by him. Why would we want him to pay with his life?" "Please enlighten us, great elder." Zhu Yin lightly coughed, looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, saying, "The dragon race lost a clansman because of you. As long as you can add another clansman to the dragon race, you can come and go as you please on Dragon Island in the future. No one will stop you." Yang Kai could not help but snort. "Add another clansman to the dragon race? That's interesting. Where would I find a clansman to the dragon race?" Zhu Yin said, "There's no need to find one. You have the ability to do so." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" The old thing's words were unclear, making it very confusing. Zhu Qing, however, thought of something and could not help but blush. Fu Xian also understood at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a look of realization. Zhu Kong faintly smiled and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed, turning to look at Zhu Qing, then pointing at himself. "Do you think that if I have a child with Qing, it will definitely be a dragon race child?" After going around in circles, this was the old thing's plan. Yang Kai even suspected that they had this idea from the very beginning, setting a trap for him to jump in step by step. The matter of the dragon blood flower was just a prelude, as expected of a sly old fox. Chapter 3342. But after thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Although he was born in the human race, Yang Kai wasn't sure whether his current body belonged to the dragon race or the human race. Zhu Qing was a pure-blooded dragon race. If the two of them really gave birth to a child, it was very likely that they would be part of the dragon race. The reason why Xiaoqi didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race was mainly because of the martial beast Huang. Xiaoqi should have inherited most of her bloodline from her father. After figuring out Dragon Island's plan, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "Is Great Elder joking with me?" Zhu Yin clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "My dragon race has been declining for generations, and our clansmen have always been few and far between. The loss of any one of our clansmen is a great loss, so this old master won't joke about this kind of thing with you." "Is this old man for real?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded and frowned. "If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Great Elder. Not to mention that even if Qing and I want to, who knows how long it will take for us to give birth to a child. Even if we do, we won't hand it over to the dragon race. My children will grow up by my side, and I will personally teach them." He was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Zhu Qing's cultivation was higher than his. If the two of them married, it would indeed be difficult for them to give birth to a child because the stronger one was the lower the chances of them giving birth to a child. If he really agreed to this request, there would be no hope for him in the next 10 or 100 years. Would he have to stay on Dragon Island for such a long time? "As long as you work hard, there will always be hope," Zhu Yin persuaded earnestly. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and said, "Great Elder doesn't need to say more. Since the dragon race doesn't want to admit it, then I have nothing to say. If you really want to add members to the dragon race, Great Elder should work hard himself. There's no need to ask me for help." As soon as these words came out, Fu Tan immediately shouted angrily, "Impudence! If Great Elder wanted to work hard, then he could only work together with her." Yang Kai, a junior, saying such words naturally made her lose face. Yang Kai looked at her coldly and said nothing, then turned to Zhu Yin and said, "These dragon blood flowers on the island will be my gift to the dragon race. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the dragon race. Goodbye. Then he turned Yangkai left. Zhu Qing sighed, and her tender body flickered as she chased after Yangkai. Originally, he thought that after Yangkai cultivated so many dragon blood flowers for Dragon Island this time, the relationship between the two sides would definitely be eased greatly, and Dragon Island might even accept Yangkai, who knew that things would turn out like this. So he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Fu Ti. This kid's temper isn't very good. Zhu Yin looked at Yangkai's departing figure and slowly shook his head, then laughed. Possessing the ancestral dragon source, he actually said that he would have nothing to do with the dragon race. Is that possible? Zhu Kong said. He probably doesn't know that he's already a member of the dragon race. It's just that the ancestral dragon source is very important, and it's not easy to tell him. Huh, Zhu Yin said. It's because of this that this old man hopes that he can have a child with Qing Er. If that's the case, he will have something to do with the dragon race in the future, and he won't act so recklessly. Unfortunately, it seems that it's a little counterproductive. Fu Xian frowned slightly and said, "Can't we just tell him directly? Must we do this?" Zhu Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. How noble is the ancestral dragon's source. If we really tell him about this, the entire Dragon Island will be under his control in the future. Now that his cultivation has not reached the required level, rashly standing at such a height is not a good thing for him or the dragon race. Fu Xian opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. High up in the sky, Yangkai and Zhu Qing were flying side by side. After being angry for a while, Yangkai's mood calmed down quite a bit. Although he had been played around by Fu Tianyi, this trip was not completely fruitless. At the very least, he had confirmed that Zhu Qing had not been blamed by the dragon race. As for the dragon blood flowers that he had spent half a year to cultivate, Zhu Qing should be able to get quite a bit. Thinking of this, Yangkai pulled out a space ring and handed it to her. Zhu Qing received it and scanned it with her divine sense, exclaiming, "Why are there so many dragon blood pills?" There were 300 dragon blood pills in the space ring, and they were of very high quality. Quite a few of them had formed pill patterns. During this half a year, Zhu Qing was not always by his side, so Yangkai naturally refined a lot of dragon blood pills in his spare time. In any case, it was not difficult for two wood spirits to cultivate dragon blood flowers. These dragon blood pills were all refined from high-ranked dragon blood flowers, so their quality was naturally not low. Yangkai smiled and said, "I'll leave them for you to use. When I'm not by your side, you can take these to improve your bloodline. When I come to see you next time, I'll give you some more." "Are you leaving now?" Zhu Qing's little hand holding the space ring tightened as she looked at him with some reluctance. She had been very happy during this half a year. Although she knew that Yangkai could not stay on Dragon Island for long, she did not expect that they would have to part so suddenly. Yangkai reached out and grabbed her waist, tilting his head to look at her. "Are you coming with me?" Zhu Qing rested her head on his shoulder and pursed her lips. "I'm scared." Yangkai was dumbfounded. "What are you scared of?" As soon as his voice fell, he felt Zhu Qing pinch his waist. "Your 4 wives." Yangkai grimaced for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you scared of them? You are a member of the dragon race. They should be the ones scared of you." Zhu Qing bashfully pinched him. "In any case, I'm just scared. There had never been a dragon lady who shared a husband with another. After all, dragon ladies were of noble status. Being able to gain the favor of dragon lady was simply a blessing. However, Zhu Qing felt a sense of guilt as if she had stolen another woman's treasure. Moreover, the second elder's attitude towards Yangkai was very bad. If she really left with Yangkai, she did not know how Dragon Island would react. It would not be good if she caused trouble for Yangkai. After telling Yangkai about her worries, Yangkai did not force her and just nodded. "I will come and see you when I have time. I have arranged a space array on a small island outside the entrance. It will be very convenient for you to come and go in the future. If you have a chance to leave Dragon Island, you can also go to the High Heaven Palace through that space array." Zhu Qing nodded. "I will remember." After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and said, "If you leave now, what will happen to Xiaoqi? You brought her here. Don't you need to take her back?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered Mo Xiaoqi. Before coming here, Li Wu Yi had told him to send Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Xiaoqi is with her mother. There is nothing to worry about, so I won't tell her." He had other plans in mind, so it was better not to disturb Mo Xiaoqi for the time being. It would be bad if Mo Xiaoqi wanted to leave with him. Zhu Qing nodded. "All right, I will ask Third Elder when I go back and see what she has to say." Yang Kai nodded, and the two were silent for a while before they hugged each other and flew forward. In front of the entrance of Dragon Island, Fu Ling was idling on a slope. When she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing coming together. She immediately greeted them with a smile. "Elder Sister Qing, brother-in-law." Zhu Qing nodded at her and turned to Yang Kai. "Be careful. You can go back." Yang Kai waved at her and glanced at Fu Ling again. Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, are you leaving?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "If I don't leave, can I stay here for the rest of my life?" Saying so, he patted Zhu Qing's soft shoulder and gave her one last look before disappearing into the void corridor. Zhu Qing stood and watched for a long time before letting out a sigh. Looking at Fu Ling, she flipped her hand and a jade bottle appeared in her palm, which she tossed toward her. Fu Ling reacted quickly and caught it, asking curiously, "What did Elder Sister Qing give me?" Zhu Qing smiled and said, "You will know when you see it." Fu Ling said, "It's so mysterious. Could it be something good?" As she said that, she quickly opened the jade bottle and poured out a few pills from her palm. When the fragrance of the pills entered her nose, Fu Ling opened her mouth in surprise. She looked up at Zhu Qing and said, "This is..." Zhu Qing said, "These are the dragon blood pills refined by your brother-in-law. He let you down last time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been punished here for 100 years. These are his compensation to you." Fu Ling's eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law said that this is my compensation?" Zhu Qing frowned. "Don't think too much, he just feels bad." "I didn't think too much. I didn't think too much." Fu Ling quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law is really a good person. You can even refine the dragon blood pellet. I've already told the elders that I'm going to catch an emperor pill refiner outside to refine the dragon blood pellet, but they didn't do anything. Wow, there are actually 10 dragon blood pellets in this bottle. These are pill marks?" After obtaining a bottle of dragon blood pills, she was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She kept shouting and screaming. Her bloodline wasn't high. Just like Fu Qi, they were both rank 6 dragon veins. This bottle of dragon blood pills was very useful to her. Although it wasn't enough to push her bloodline to rank 7, it was worth hundreds of years of accumulation. Now, the resentment towards Yang Kai in her heart disappeared completely. As long as she had such compensation, what was a little implicated? She excitedly played with the dragon blood pills, and when she came back to her senses, Zhu Qing had already left. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in her ear. "You are very happy. What good things did you get?" Fu Ling was shocked. She turned her head and stared. "Brother-in-law, why are you back?" The person who spoke was actually Yang Kai, who just left. Yang Kai didn't answer, but looked around sneakily and whispered, "Zhu Qing left, right?" Hearing this, Fu Ling revealed a meaningful smile. "Brother-in-law, you left and came back, and you are so sneaky." She took 2 steps back, pursed her red lips, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe and sneered. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Fu Ling said angrily. "Am I ugly?" Yang Kai said, "It has nothing to do with whether you are ugly or not. Stop talking nonsense, otherwise return the bottle of dragon blood pills in your hand to me." Fu Ling quickly put her hands behind her back and shook her head. No. Yang Kai couldn't eat it, but how could she miss out on the dragon blood pills? No matter what, she couldn't give it to him. Chapter 33:43. Behave yourself if you don't want to return it to me. Yankai pointed at her. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, then asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, why did you come back?" She saw that Yankai was calm and composed. It was obvious that he had planned to come back, but why did he do this? He even left Zhu Qing behind. If she hadn't been guarding the entrance, she probably wouldn't have seen this scene. Suddenly, she felt a sense of joy as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought that if she used this to threaten Yankai, she wouldn't know. "I have my own plans. Why are you asking so much?" Yankai waved his hand impatiently and said solemnly, "Remember, you didn't see me today." Fu Ling blinked her big bright eyes. "But when you left, Sister Qing was also beside you." Yankai said, "You didn't see me coming back. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fu Ling nodded. Yankai grinned. "Be obedient, and you will have your own benefits. If you dare to leak the secret." He snorted softly and made a hand sign with one hand. Fu Ling's face immediately changed, and she waved her hands. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will never betray you." Yankai nodded and flew up into the air, returning to the Dragon Palace along the same path. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. His half a year of hard work can't be wasted. Fu Zhen, that lowly servant, went back on her words, "So don't blame me for being the same. As long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, even if Fu Tin knows, she can't do anything to me. There are many dragon souls in the Dragon Palace Hall, so as long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, I will be invincible." However, it wasn't convenient for Zhu Qing to know about this, so Yankai pretended to leave and returned. Thinking about Fu Si, Yankai was furious. He sneered his heart. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? Along the way, Yankai used his divine sense to sense his surroundings. At all times, he was careful to hide his aura and figure to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, there weren't many dragon race members. Every dragon race member had their own spiritual island. Usually, they would live in seclusion and cultivate. Therefore, the journey was peaceful and they didn't meet anyone. Yankai knew the direction of the Dragon Hall. After all, he had been there before. Although he had to go around some spiritual islands this time around, he was familiar with the route. For hours later, Yankai, who was flying forward, suddenly paused. Then, he turned around and flew to a nearby spiritual island. The moment he landed, he burrowed into a bush. At the same time, he activated the Nihility secret skill and banished himself into the void, concealing all his aura and vitality. Just as he finished doing this, Yankai, who was hiding in the void, saw a figure flying over his head. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was all because the person who flew over was none other than Fu Dun. Why didn't this lowly servant stay on the ice snow island? Why did she come out? Yankai cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Fu Si. When Fu Si asked, how should he answer? That situation would be too awkward. Fu Si was a 10th order giant dragon, an existence comparable to the great emperors. Yankai wasn't sure if his concealment could hide from her, but since it had come to this, he could only try as a Hail Mary horse. His luck was really bad. He sneaked back, and the first person he met was actually Fu Si. Even if he met other giant dragons, Yankai wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be her? Furthermore, since he had sensed her presence, could she have already discovered him? Soon, Yankai found that he was worrying too much. Fu Si didn't discover him and directly flew over his head. But before he could rejoice, Fu Ti's figure suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and landed on the small island. Was I discovered? Yankai was a little worried for a while, thinking about how he should answer when Fu Si came over and asked him why he was hiding here secretly. I forgot about Mo Xiaoqi, so I came back to find her. And this is a good excuse. But even so, why did I have to hide my aura and vitality like a thief? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? The sound of rustling footsteps could be heard approaching him. Yankai sighed his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Anyway, I don't like her. At worst, I'll have a big fight and see who will win. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed because he found that Fu Xi's expression was very strange at the moment. Although the coldness on her face didn't decrease by much, it was shrouded in a thick sadness, as if she was sad about something. This cheap slut can be sad. Yang Kai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Taking a closer look, he found that she was indeed very sad and seemed to be a little absent-minded. She walked forward step by step, as if there was no soul left in her body, and she was just a walking corpse. No wonder she didn't discover me. Yang Kai's mind was clear. Logically speaking, even if he had banished himself into the void to hide, with Fu Xi's cultivation and strength, she should have been able to detect him. It was just that her current state was a little strange. She was obviously sad about something, causing her to be distracted, allowing him to escape by a fluke. Then the question was, what in the world could make the dragon race's second elder, a character comparable to the great emperors, so sad? Although Fu Xi's expression wasn't obvious, that kind of sadness was so dense that it was about to flow out. Just now, when she returned, it was obvious that she had flown over her head because she was absent-minded, so she turned around and landed on this small island. Could it be that the Great Elder is having an affair outside? Yang Kai maliciously guessed in his heart, and he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Cheap slut, you also have such a day. Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe loudly, and even closed his eyes. Fu Xi was getting closer and closer to the place where he was hiding, and if he continued to stare at her, he might be exposed. The rustling footsteps gradually faded away, and in Yang Kai's perception, Fu Xi had entered a cave beside the mountain wall, and he didn't know what she was doing. Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly in case his whereabouts were exposed, so he could only wait quietly. This wait actually lasted for a full 3 days. Yang Kai almost cursed 18 generations of Fu Xi's ancestors. This wasn't the Ice Snow Island, and he also didn't know why Fu Xi wanted to stay here for such a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he heard the sound of footsteps again. His expression shook, and he quietly looked up. Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him almost made Yang Kai think that he was dreaming. Fu Xi, who walked out of the cave, had red and swollen eyes, obviously crying, and the time she cried was definitely not short. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she wouldn't cry until her eyes were swollen, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. She no longer had the cold appearance from before, and instead looked weak and pitiful. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. A 10th level giant dragon of the dragon race actually cried, and it was the second elder who was known for being cold and heartless. This is not Fu Xi. This is definitely not Fu Xi. What kind of monster are you? Yang Kai shouted in his heart, but the expression on his face was very interesting, as if he had seen through Fu Xi's secret and was secretly delighted. Yang Kai reckoned that if he jumped out now, he would definitely make Fu Xi lose all face, but she would probably not rest until he was dead. If he found a chance in the future to use this matter to mock her, he would let her go for now. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he saw Fu Xi turn around, and then said gently, "I will come and see you next time." Yang Kai was shocked. There was still someone in this cave? An extremely vicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it no matter what. It can't be. It can't be. The second elder of the dragon race should, probably, not be cuckolding the great elder, right? But if it wasn't so, what did Fu Xi mean? An image couldn't help but appear in his mind. In this cave on this island, Fu Xi was raising a man, and then Fu Xi would occasionally run over to meet him in private. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that Zhu Yan's head was covered in green. He couldn't help but mourn for the great elder for 10 breaths of time. But this lowly servant was too rampant. Putting aside the fact that she raised a wild man on Dragon Island, she actually ran over to meet him in private for 3 whole days. And when she finally left, she was reluctant to part with him, with tears streaming down her face. But how could the great elder not know about this at all? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. he could be considered to have truly seen the other side of Fu Si. On the other side, Fu Si turned back to take a few more glances at the cave. Then she steeled her heart and flew away. Only after she left for 2 hours did Xianxia let out a light breath, dispelling the nihility secret technique. He looked at the direction she left, then looked at the cave on the other side, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He had a toothache at this moment. He ran back just to barge in a dragon palace hall, who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing by coincidence, and was almost caught red-handed by Fu Si. If it was related to others, Xianxia wouldn't be bothered. Other people could live however they wanted, whether they were a slut or not. It had nothing to do with him. But since Fu Si had raised a wild man outside, Xianxia felt that he might be able to make use of him. At the very least, he had to see who the person in the cave was. If he could capture him in his hands, would he be afraid that Fu Si wouldn't obediently submit? Thinking like this in his heart, Xianxia immediately took action, quietly creeping towards the cave. Since Fu Si had taken a fancy to that person's cultivation shouldn't be too low, at least should be in the Emperor realm. As for how high, Xianxia couldn't be sure, but it was best to be careful, so he tried to restrain his aura as much as possible, quietly sensing the situation over there while moving forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense any aura of life from the cave, which made him feel strange. There were undoubtedly only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that there was no living thing in the cave at all. The second was that the person's cultivation was too high. With Xianxia's ability, he couldn't detect it at all. To be continued. Chapter 3344. The latter possibility was basically impossible. Xianxia was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so unless the great emperors came in person, it was impossible for him to not notice. Could it be that his guess was wrong and there was no one in this cave? But if there was no one, what did Fu Tin mean before he left? Things were a little strange, but Xianxia did not lower his guard. He was constantly perceiving his surroundings and soon arrived in front of the cave. It was dark inside the cave, with a corridor leading to the inside. It was unknown how far it went, but there was not the slightest bit of light inside. Xianxia quietly stepped into it and explored it bit by bit. The corridor had many twists and turns, but the general direction was always downward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xianxia estimated that he was at least a few thousand meters underground before he suddenly noticed a ray of light in front of him. This made Xianxia's expression brighten, and he carefully concealed his aura. Whether Fu Tin was keeping a wild man outside or not, he would be able to find out soon enough. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at the source of the light. It was an underground cave, and it did not seem to be man-made, but natural. It was huge, about 1 or 2 acres in size. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Xianxia quickly glanced inside, but did not see anyone. Instead, there were many night pearls inlaid on the walls of the cave, each the size of a fist. They emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was the end of the tunnel, and there was no other way to go forward. Xianxia stood at the entrance of the cave, blinked, and shouted, "Is anyone here?" His voice reverberated, causing his eardrums to buzz. However, there was no response at all. "If there's no one, I'm coming in," Xianxia said as he stepped into the cave. He looked around and suddenly had a strange expression, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "No one? What the hell?" The situation in the cave was clear at a glance. Except for the night pearls inlaid on the walls emitting soft light, there was nothing else noteworthy. Not to mention a living person, there was not even a corpse. But since there was no one here, then who did Fu Tin say those words to? Is there something wrong with the old witch's mind? Although the possibility wasn't high, it couldn't be ruled out. After all, he didn't know much about Fu Ti. He only knew that this lowly servant's cultivation was peerless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be her opponent unless he could borrow the power of the Dragon Vein and the Dragon Palace Hall. Since there was no one in the cave, Xianxia didn't need to hide anymore. He simply put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the cave. There was still a faint fragrance left in the cave. It was Fu Tianyi's body fragrance, proving that she had indeed come here before and stayed here for 3 days before leaving. Otherwise, this fragrance wouldn't have lasted until now. As he walked, Yang Kai suddenly looked to the side. There were a few crystal clear things that looked like solidified water droplets on the ground. Dragon Tear Pearl. This thing was formed from the tears of a giant dragon. It could be used to refine a special kind of spirit pill. Thinking back to Fu Tin's red and swollen eyes before she left, Yang Kai immediately understood that these dragon tear pearls should be left behind by Fu Tin. She definitely cried for a long time in that situation and shed a lot of tears. However, she probably kept most of the dragon tear pearls herself. The remaining few might have been left behind. There weren't many left behind. There were only a dozen or so of them scattered around a black stone. He rubbed his chin, and a scene immediately appeared in his mind. Fu Tian should be standing beside this black rock, feeling sad, quietly crying, and even wailing. Especially since Fu Sui was a dragon race. It was too difficult for a dragon race to give birth to a child. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, it turned into a kind of despair. She placed her dragon egg here. Every few days, she would come over to take a look. After taking a look, she would cry bitterly. This time, Yang Kai happened to see her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. No matter how unreasonable Fu Sui appeared in front of outsiders, no matter how cold and resolute she was still a woman in the end. The dragon tears and red and swollen eyes left here all indicated the regret and desire for a child in her heart. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the other side of Fu Sui. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the dragon egg in front of him, because in that instant he seemed to have felt a weak vibration coming from the dragon egg. But his mood was fluctuating just now, and he didn't feel it clearly. He didn't know if it was his imagination. It should be his imagination. After all, this bad egg was placed here, which meant that Zhu Yin and Fu Sui had already lost confidence in it. Otherwise, they would definitely take care of it carefully. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, another weak vibration came. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. This dragon egg still have vitality? Because when the vibration came, he did sense an extremely weak life force rippling out. But if it had vitality, why would it be abandoned by Zhu Yin and Fu Sui? After carefully feeling it for a long time, Yang Kai finally determined that it did still have some faint vitality. But that was it. Withdrawing his hand, Yang Kai looked at the dragon egg in front of him and sighed. Zhu Yin and Fu Sui must have also known this, but they were powerless to reverse the situation. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned it. With a long sigh, Yang Kai said, "Your father and mother can't control you, so I can't do anything." Reaching out and patting the dragon egg, he turned and walked out. Since there was no wild man here, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Although he had discovered one of Fu Sui's secrets by chance, it wasn't good to use it to threaten him. A mother's care, and regret for her child was nothing to threaten. Going straight out of the cave, Yang Kai flew up and flew towards the dragon temple. After a while, his figure suddenly paused as he touched his chin and rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and returned to the cave, put away the dragon egg directly, and stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Leaving the cave again, Yang Kai did not fly towards the dragon temple, but instead flew towards the entrance. Fu Ling was not at the entrance, so Yang Kai wandered around for a long time before finding her in a clear lake less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance. Fu Ling was bathing. Her purple robes were placed on the shore, and she looked like a fish swimming in the lake. Yang Kai's sudden arrival startled her, and she looked up resentfully. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The lake water was clear, and Fu Ling was completely naked. Although it was unintentional, at a glance, it was clear that she had a full chest, a graceful waist, and a round buttocks. Although the rippling water caused her figure to be slightly distorted, it still couldn't conceal her peerless charm. "I have something to ask you." Yangkai did not avoid arousing suspicion and looked down at her condescendingly. Fu Ling used her hands and feet to swim to a rock in the middle of the lake and climbed up with both hands, revealing most of her smooth back, swinging in a breathtaking arc as she looked up and smiled. "What does brother-in-law want to ask?" Yangkai landed on the rock, squatted down, and touched his chin. "Did the second elder give birth to a child?" Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "How do you know this?" "She really did." To be continued. Chapter 3345. You don't need to know how I know. Just answer my question first. Yangkai looked down at her. Fu Ling thought for a while and said, "It happened many years ago, but the second elder did give birth to a child." "And the result?" Fu Ling said sadly. "The result seems to be that the source was insufficient, so the child failed to hatch and died in the womb." Insufficient source? Yangkai frowned. What kind of explanation was this? Fu Ling said, "Although our dragon race is blessed by the heavens and has powerful cultivation and strength from birth, since we are divine spirits, we rely on our source to survive. Every dragon race has its own source of dragon race, and it is the same for new members. If the source is insufficient, they will not be able to be born. Speaking of which, this matter is quite strange. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are both 10th Order dragons. So logically speaking, it is impossible for their children to have insufficient source. But this matter happened just like that. There is such a thing." Yangkai showed a thoughtful expression, then suddenly sneered and said, "It must be that slut who did too many bad things, so the heavens punished her. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate. Who will the heavens spare?" "Slut, slut?" Fu Ling looked at him in surprise. "Brother-in-law, you can't be talking about the second elder, right? Who else could it be besides that slut?" Yangkai's nose was not his nose, and his eyes were not his eyes. Fu Ling slowly withdrew her body back into the water, only revealing half of her head as she looked at Yangkai timidly. For the first time, she found that Yangkai's courage was not ordinary. If the second elder heard what he said just now, it would be terrible. What she didn't know was that Yangkai had already cursed her in front of Fu Si, so what was a few words behind her back? After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "In fact, before this matter, although the second elder's personality was a bit cold, her temper was not so bad. After this matter, she changed a lot." "HM?" Yangkai raised his eyebrows. "So this matter was a big blow to her." "Very, very big." Fu Ling nodded. She and the Great Elder finally had a child, but because of insufficient origin, the child died in the womb. You can imagine the impact it had on her. Since then, she seemed to have especially hoped that there would be new members of the dragon race. That's why she decided to betroth Sister Qing to Fu Qi. You can't do it yourself, so you're counting on others? What a pervert. Yangkai curled his lips. "I also heard that if the child of Martial Beast and Third Elder was a pure-blooded dragon race descendant, Second Elder wouldn't have pursued the matter, but that Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of dragon race bloodline, which angered Second Elder and banished Third Elder to the Dragon Tomb." Yangkai didn't want to listen to this. He just asked, "What happened next? What later?" Fu Ling looked at him strangely. "Second Elder gave birth to a bad egg." "What happened after that?" Fu Ling smiled bitterly. "What later? After many years of hard work, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. So naturally, there was no hope. Because of this, Great Elder also felt very guilty towards Second Elder. So he had been tolerating her all these years." "Brother-in-law, why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking casually, nothing serious." Yangkai waved his hand. "You can continue, just pretend I never came." Saying so, his body flickered, and he flew out again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Ling stared in the direction he left in annoyance, stretched out his hand, and slapped the water surface, causing countless splashes, and gritted his teeth. Stinky man. He turned around and swam in the lake again. That thing was really Fu Tian and Zhu Yan's dragon egg. Kai galloped all the way, his mood fluctuating. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. On a messy island, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and a glorious palace had already been reduced to ruins. This island was the spiritual island of the 8th rank Thunder Dragon, Wuxia. Back then, Xianxia had also come here. Countless cultivators were escorted to this place to build a palace for Wuxia after a great battle. This place was completely destroyed, and the glorious palace had also turned into a cloud of smoke. Xianxia flew down, casually found a palace that was still intact, and walked in. After cleaning up the surroundings, he waved his hand, and that black bad egg appeared in front of him. Rubbing his chin, Xianxia circled around this bad egg a few times, and a resolute expression flashed past his eyes. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar and directly landed beside Xianxia. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master." Xianxia didn't mind and only nodded lightly. On the way here, he had already sent a message to Xianxia, asking him to come over. Previously, Xianxia had been wandering around the Dragon Island, and Xianxia didn't inform him when he pretended to leave. In any case, he still had to come back. Only now did he call him over. 2 heads were better than 1. This old man had lived for quite a long time, and there were many times when he could ask for advice. "Young master called me over. I wonder why." Hiss. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at that black bad egg with his eyes wide open. He cried out in surprise, This. What is this? Straighten your tongue before you speak." Xianxia gave him a sidelong glance. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "Young master, this is a dragon egg?" The last 2 words were said in an extremely soft voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear it. Old Xiong's eyesight is not bad. You can tell at a glance that this is a dragon egg. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and gave him a thumbs up. Previously, he had checked carefully before he was able to confirm it, but Xianxia could tell at a glance. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xianxia's expression became brilliant and varied. "Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. You have a ferocious look on your face, yet you are pretending to be refined. Aren't you tired?" Xianxia's face turned black, but he still said seriously, "Although I don't know where young master stole this dragon egg from, it's better to quickly put it back. If by any chance the dragon race discovers it, then it will be over." "How can you be sure that I stole it?" Xianxia gave him a sidelong glance. "If you didn't steal it, could it be that you gave birth to it?" Xianxia cursed in his heart. "Although I am old, my mind is not muddled." "Then may I ask, young master, what is the origin of this dragon egg?" "I picked it up," Xianxia said in all seriousness. "It would be strange if I believed you. This is Dragon Island, and a dragon egg appeared in front of me, and you actually told me that you picked it up? Enough nonsense. I didn't call you over to talk to me about this." Xianxia raised his hand to stop him from speaking. "This young master has something to ask you, and I hope you can tell me everything you know." Xianxia was full of worries. "Is it related to this dragon egg?" "That's right." Xianxia let out a long sigh, feeling as if he was dragged into a fire pit by Xianxia, and he regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have returned to Spirit Beast Island with Jiu Feng and Li Wui. Although his freedom would be somewhat restricted if he went to Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have encountered this kind of situation. Now that he had acknowledged this guy as his young master, there wasn't a day that he didn't have to worry about. Not only did he come to Dragon Island to flaunt his prowess, he even stole a dragon egg. If this matter was known by the dragon race, he and his servant would probably be torn into pieces. "I won't hide it from you. This is the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and a second elder." As soon as Xianxia said this, Xianxia's expression suddenly twitched. Just one dragon egg was already a big deal, and this was actually the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to die, you don't have to use this method. Moreover, since it was the dragon egg of the 2 elders, why was it stolen? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. "They said that this dragon egg is dead, but I don't believe it." Xianxia shook his head. "This is a dead egg?" Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia shrugged and said, "That's what they all said. Who? Xianxia asked. Don't worry about it. They are wrong anyway. Although this dragon egg's vitality is a bit weak, there is still a glimmer of hope. As Yangkai said this, he pressed his hand on the dragon egg and tilted his head at Xianxia. Come over here and feel it. Xianxi's curiosity was piqued, and he really did come over and put his hand on the dragon egg, carefully feeling it. Since the dragon race has already determined that this is a dead egg, why do you say that it still has vitality? How is it? Do you feel it? There's a faint trace of vitality pulsing from time to time. Yangkai looked at Xianxia with a smile of exultation. Xianxia looked back at him with a strange expression, and then slowly shook his head. He didn't feel anything. Yangkai said in disappointment, examine it carefully. Xianxia had no choice but to use his heart to feel it. Look, it's here again, Yangkai suddenly said. Xianxi's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He really wanted to ask if he was playing with him. How could there be any signs of life? He could sense that the inside of the dragon egg was completely withered. It couldn't be any more dead. But looking at Yangkai's confident expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, so there was no need for that. He was embarrassed to admit that he didn't feel anything. Wouldn't that mean that he was inferior to him? He quickly nodded and said, not bad, not bad. There is indeed a little fluctuation. Yangkai withdrew his hand and laughed. You also felt it, right? But since it still has a glimmer of vitality, why did the dragon race say that it is a dead egg? Xianxia rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Maybe the vitality is too weak. Yangkai nodded and said, that is a reasonable explanation. Since it was the dragon race, its vitality must be extremely strong. Such a weak vitality was almost equivalent to nothing. What plans does young master have? Xianxia asked. Yangkai showing such interest in a dead egg was really not a good sign. Xianxia couldn't help but feel worried. Yangkai took a deep breath and said seriously, I want to hatch it. What? Xianxia looked at him dumbfoundedly. I want to hatch it. Yangkai reiterated. Xianxi's mouth twitched. He wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it, he still said, then what is young master's goal? Naturally, it is to use this to threaten and restrain that bitch Fu Si. Yangkai sneered, his face shrouded in a scheming light. This is her and Zhu Yan's child. If it is hatched in my hands, do you think she won't be obedient in the future? At that time, if I want her to kneel, she will kneel. If I want her to stand, she will stand. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly, and Xianxi's heart sank. To be continued. Chapter 3346. On the broken spiritual island, Xianxia tried his best to persuade Yangkai to put the dragon egg back to where it came from. Who knew that not only did Yangkai not listen, he even scolded him harshly. Xianxia was helpless and could only accept his fate. Old Xiong, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you how to hatch it. Yangkai looked at Xianxia solemnly. Xianxia thought to himself, you ask me, but who should I ask? Although I'm a holy spirit and have lived for countless years, I'm not a dragon race after all. Who knows how to hatch a dragon egg? But if he said this, he might be scolded again. He could only say, maybe, hatch it like other species? Like this? Yangkai rushed over and hugged the dragon egg with both hands. He looked back at Xianxia and said with a black face without waiting for his answer, don't you think this is very stupid? This dragon egg was as tall as a person. Yangkai couldn't wrap his arms around it. It looked really stupid. He thought about it and leaped again, flying to the top of the dragon egg and sitting down. He twisted his body and looked down at Xianxia. How about this? Xianxi's mouth twitched. Yangkai raised his hand and said, no need to say more, I know. He must be stupid too. Sliding down from the dragon egg, Yangkai said, hatching it is definitely not a simple matter. If it's really like this, Zhu Yan and Fu Shan would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would they give it up? Old Xiong, think about it carefully. You're the flowing time, great emperor. You're not just a decoration, right? Xianxia sighed and said, I'm really powerless in this matter. It's mainly up to you, young master. Yangkai pulled a long face and said, if I have this ability, why would I call you over? Xianxia said, actually, this old man feels that young master should know. Should know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Why should I know? Xianxia smiled. Young master, you possess the dragon race's origin after all. As long as it concerns the dragon race, everything is instinctive, including how to hatch dragon eggs. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he heard this. He felt that these words made a lot of sense. The reason why holy spirits were born with powerful cultivation and strength, and why they could inherit the cultivation experience and memories of their ancestors, was because everything was sealed in the source. As long as the opportunity was right and the strength was sufficient, the precious wealth contained in the source would be unsealed in an endless stream. The reason why Yang Kai was able to help Li Jiao obtain the Dragon Clan's secret technique that was not suppressed by his bloodline was because his dragon transformation art had improved and he had comprehended it from the Dragon Clan source. Since he could comprehend the secret technique, there was no reason why he couldn't understand how to hatch a dragon egg. Not bad. Not bad. What you said is very good. Yang Kai suddenly felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. He began to think seriously. After a long while, he raised his head and said, Old Xiong, guard the surroundings. If anyone approaches this place, inform me immediately. Speaking of which, if he hid in the sealed world bead to hatch the dragon egg, it would be absolutely safe. He only needed to hide the sealed world bead somewhere, and it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. But this was Dragon Island, the habitat of the dragon race. So Yang Kai instinctively felt that hatching the dragon egg on Dragon Island was the best way. If he hid in the sealed world bead, he should be missing something. This instinct made Kai Yang deeply believe in it. Yes, Xianxia received the order and immediately flew out to guard the surroundings. Yang Kai circled the dragon egg a few times and reached out to pat it. For you, I've put in a lot of effort. You have to work hard. If you can really hatch it, then it's your good fortune and your life isn't destined to end. If you can't hatch it, then it's fate. Don't blame the heavens and others. Saying so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged next to the dragon egg, emptied his body and mind, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge, silently sensing the golden divine dragon source in his body. He needed to pry into the hatching method from this source. For a while, it was quiet. Only Yang Kai's deep breath could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia, who was standing guard outside the Spirit Island, suddenly heard a high-pitched dragon roar. Attracted by this sound, he quickly turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had transformed into a 3.5-meter-long dragon body with 2 ferocious horns on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, and his whole body was shining with a dazzling golden light. A dragon tail could be seen, moving back and forth behind him, stirring up clouds of dust. Huh? Xianxia's expression was a little strange because he found that Yang Kai's state was obviously very strange at the moment. The dragon transformation art he was using seemed to be unconsciously, and his whole person had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. Puff, 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 visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai lay down on his side, curled up his body, and rolled up his dragon tail, protecting the dragon egg in his arms. Was he really going to hatch it like this? Xianxia was dumbfounded, but the dragon egg was clearly lifeless. Even if that was the case, what was the point? He shook his head and sighed. He didn't understand why Yang Kai was so concerned about this. After all, so what if it really hatched? That was the son of Zhu Yin and Fu Tin. What did it have to do with you? Yang Kai himself didn't know why, but when he left the cave, a voice kept echoing in his heart, forcing him to try to hatch the egg. The so-called use of this to threaten and restrain Fu Ti was just a secondary matter. It was a kind of instinctive reaction, a kind of call from the golden divine dragon source. Time passed bit by bit, and Xianxia guarded outside the Spirit Island, not leaving it at all. Fortunately, the dragon race was rare, and not many people would pass by here, so it had been peaceful for the past few days. Occasionally, he would look at the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, and Xianxia even wondered if he could wake him up even if he called him. He maintained that posture, wrapping the dragon egg with his body. From a distance, it was like a real dragon was sleeping, and the dragon pressure he exuded was something even Fu Tin and Zhu Yin couldn't compare to. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Xianxia was looking at the setting sun when he suddenly sensed something behind him. When he turned his head, he was startled. Yang Kai stood up, and his eyes had opened at some unknown time. His eyes were blooming with a terrifying golden light, like two small burning suns, making it impossible to look straight at them. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of golden blood. The golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled over the black dragon egg, dyeing it golden yellow. Xianxi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What was he doing? After 2 months of observation, he was certain that Yang Kai had discovered the method of incubation from the dragon race's source, but he had never heard that the dragon race's incubation method needed to be done in such a manner. Wasn't this self-mutilating? However, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of surprise, because the dragon egg was actually absorbing Yang Kai's golden blood. The golden blood that was sprayed on the eggshell merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a cup of tea's time, it became black again. Yang Kai lowered his body and went back to sleep. Xianxia revealed a look of amazement, thinking, could the dragon egg really be saved? If the dragon egg was dead, there was no reason for it to absorb Yang Kai's golden blood. However, he had clearly checked before, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Puzzled, Xianxia began to observe more and more carefully. From that day onwards, Yang Kai would wake up every 35 days. Although it was not accurate to say that he woke up, because at that time, although Yang Kai's eyes were open, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the dragon egg, nothing else. After spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he would fall asleep again. Every time he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, it would be absorbed by the dragon egg in a very short time. And then, there was no then. This situation lasted for 3 months until one day, Xianxia felt a faint life aura from the dragon egg, like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any time. But it was a real-life aura. There really was hope. Xianxia was shocked. So, what Yang Kai said before about the dragon egg, still having life aura, was true, but why didn't he feel it that time? Was it because Yang Kai possessed the dragon race's origin? In the following month, the life aura coming from the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, giving off the feeling that the dragon race inside could break out of its shell at any time. But this was not the only change. On the surface of the black dragon egg, strange lines began to appear. At first glance, they looked like patterns, but at the same time, they were inexplicably mysterious. These lines glowed brightly and flickered, each time exuding an extremely powerful aura. Xianxia had no doubt that if the little one inside this dragon egg was really born, it would definitely shock the entire dragon race. Thinking about it, this was the child of Zhu Yin and Fu Tin, the descendant of 2 10th-order dragons. So how could its starting point be any worse? But could it really be born? Although this had nothing to do with him, with how things had developed, Xianxia could not help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Every day, he stared at Yang Kai and the dragon egg without blinking. Greenwood Island, Zhu Yan's resting place. A white light flashed, and Fu Tin flew over and landed in front of Zhu Yan, looking at him quietly. Zhu Yan was just like when Yang Kai first saw him, standing under the huge tree and concentrating on cultivating. Sensing Fu Tin's aura, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Tin pursing her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're here?" Although they were an old couple, the two of them usually stayed on their own spiritual islands. In the early years, Fu Tin would occasionally come here, but ever since that incident, Fu Tin had never come here again. "What's the matter?" Zhu Yin stopped cultivating and walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. Fu Tin's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to the side. "There's something." Zhu Yin couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw Fu Tin like this. So why did she look like she had a guilty conscience? He chuckled. "Just say it. You and I are not outsiders. Chapter 33:47. Even though the matter was a little hard to talk about, Fu Tan was not an indecisive person. So after a slight hesitation, he said, I want to talk to you about Lin Er. Hearing this name, Zhu Yin frowned and sighed. It's been so many years, you still haven't let it go. Fu Tan stared at him. You've let it go? Zhu Yin said. So what if I can't let it go? Things are already like this. We have to look forward. We can't always stare at the holes under our feet. Fu Tan shook his head. I just can't accept it. You and I are both rank 10 bloodline. Why did Lin Er not inherit enough origin energy? Whose problem is it? Zhu Yin smiled bitterly. So what if he's rank 10? The continuation of the dragon race's bloodline is difficult to begin with. Are there few examples like this in the past? After a moment of thought, he said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Fu Tan still shook his head. Zhu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then what do you want? Fu Tan lowered his head and said, I always felt that Lin Er is not dead. There will be a day when he sees the light of day again. He's already in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yin put his hand on Fu Tan's shoulder and said earnestly, don't think about this in the future. Fu Tan lowered his head even more and said in a low voice, Lin Er is not in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yin was stunned. He looked at him with a strange expression. What do you mean? Lin is not in the dragon tomb. Fu Tan repeated, then raised his head and looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes. He's on Dragon Island. Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He said in surprise, you're saying that you didn't put Lin Er in the dragon tomb back then? In the past, it wasn't the first time that the dragon eggs had necrotized. Every time this happened, the necrotized dragon eggs would be placed in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yin didn't expect Fu Tan to break this rule. It was impossible. Anyone on Dragon Island would break the rules, but not Fu Tan. Yes. Fu Tan nodded. Zhu Yan's face sank, and he shouted in a low voice, Fool! If the other clansmen find out about this, where will your face go? Using the clan's rules to restrict the other clansmen, and then breaking it himself, this was absolutely intolerable. Fu Si didn't say anything. Clearly, he knew that he was in the wrong, but that was a mother's remembrance for her son. So what if he was in the wrong? Where did you put him? Zhu Yin was both angry and amused. He actually didn't know about this matter. No wonder she didn't let him go to the dragon's tomb back then. It turned out that she had already planned to make a false move. It was funny that he had been kept in the dark by her. Fu Shi looked at him warily and asked, What are you trying to do? Zhu Yin opened his mouth. What do you think I can do? You are not allowed to put Lin Er into the dragon tomb. Fu Ti gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Yin said angrily, now that things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error? Lin Er, there's already no hope. Why do you still want to put him somewhere else? The dragon's tomb is the resting place of our dragon race. Fu Ti's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew I shouldn't have told you this. She turned and left after saying that. Zhu Yin grabbed her arm. Let go. Fu Ti turned back and stared at him coldly. Zhu Yan's heart shuddered. He realized that this woman was truly angry. If he forcefully stopped her, he might anger her. He could only let go of her hand and said, Calm down first. I am very calm. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you have hidden this from me for so many years, why did you suddenly come to tell me today? This was exactly what Zhu Yin found strange. This woman and he knew each other very well, so she should know what the outcome would be if she told him about this matter. Yet, she took the initiative to come over and confess to him. Clearly, it was a little unreasonable. Fu Ti pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. You don't know? Zhu Yin was dumbfounded. Fu Ti took a deep breath and said, I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy these days. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Something to do with Lin, Zhu Yin frowned. That's right. Fu Ti nodded gently. So, I want you to come with me to see Lin, Sure. Zhu Yin readily agreed. Fu Ti said, But seeing your attitude just now, I changed my mind. Zhu Yin smiled bitterly. Don't worry. You could decide for Lin. If you don't want to, This old master will not force you to put him in the dragon's tomb. This was the only thing he could say. If he did not express this attitude, this woman would definitely not take him to see Lin Er. The current plan was to determine where Lin Er was first and then deal with the rest later. Really? Fu Ti's eyes flashed with surprise. The coldness melted away, revealing a rare touch of gentleness. Really? Zhu Yan nodded seriously. Fu Ti smiled faintly and gestured with her hand. Then, come with me. While speaking, she had already taken the lead to fly out. Zhu Yan did not immediately follow, but stayed in a daze for a while. The main reason was that they hadn't seen Fu Tin smile for many, many years. That instant smile almost made the entire world dim. Thinking back to those days, even though Fu Tin didn't like to smile, she would still smile occasionally. However, ever since Lin Er's incident, the smile completely disappeared from this woman's face. No matter who it was, no matter what, she would always have an expression of an iceberg that would never melt. All the dragons on the Dragon Island were afraid of her. Why bother? Zhu Yan sighed in his heart and followed after her. On a nameless island, the two great elders of the dragon race arrived together. Zhu Yan was shocked. You placed Lin Er here? Fu Ti pointed to the front and said, That's right. There's a natural cave there. It's very well hidden. If you don't look for it intentionally, you won't find it. Lin has been staying there all these years. Zhu Yan couldn't help admiring this woman's courage. This was not a place that no one had passed by. There were even 2 spiritual islands nearby. As expected, the most dangerous place was the safest place. For no one to discover the secret inside all these years, it was really fortunate. Following behind Fu Tin, the 2 of them entered the cave with ease, winding their way downwards. Zhu Yan could feel that Fu Ti's mood seemed to have become a little perturbed. Because she had become more talkative, he could also understand. Wasn't he the same? Although Lin Er no longer had any hope, it was also good to be able to take another look. In anticipation and nervousness, the 2 of them arrived at the innermost karst cave. The gentle light of the night pearl illuminated the entire karst cave. Fu Ti suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Her gaze was fixed at a certain place, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Zhu Yan looked around the karst cave and frowned. Where's Lin Er? There was nothing in the karst cave, so where was Lin Er? Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized that Fu Ti's expression was not right. He suddenly realized something, and his heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, Fu Ti took a few steps forward and came to the place where the dragon egg was placed. She looked around blankly for a moment before raising her head to look at Zhu Yan. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Lin Er is gone. Zhu Yan asked solemnly, Are you sure you placed Lin Er here? Fu Ti replied with lifeless eyes. He has always been here. I even came to see him half a year ago. He has always been here. She was shocked, and her eyes became incomparably cold. Killing intent lingered as she gritted her teeth. Who stole him? Zhu Yan frowned. If that's the case, it must be done by one of the clansmen. There are only so many clansmen. It won't be hard to find out. Fu Ti said coldly, If I find out who did it, I won't let him off. Zhu Yan jumped in shock and hurriedly said, Maybe it was just an accident. Don't say such things first. When we find out, we'll ask him to return it. It's not good to spread this matter around. That's right, that's right. Fu Ti nodded when she heard that. She looked at Zhu Yan and said, Go and investigate, quickly investigate, and ask him to quickly send Lin Er back. Looking at her, Zhu Yan was speechless. It was also the first time he had seen such a weak and helpless Fu Ti. He finally realized the position of Lin Er in her heart. No wonder she said that she had been feeling uneasy before. So something had really happened. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, there were many things that could be sensed by the unseen world. It was extremely mysterious. What are you still in a daze for? Quickly investigate. Fu Ti stomped her feet and urged. Zhu Yan let out a long sigh. How should he investigate this matter? There weren't many clansmen, and it was easy to investigate. If a clansman really came here and took Lin Er away, he reckoned that he would be able to find out the truth in less than a day. The key was, how should he investigate? He couldn't possibly ask every clansman if they had taken a dragon egg from somewhere, right? If he really did that, the clansmen would definitely find it strange. At that time, the matter of Fu Ti secretly hiding a dragon egg would be exposed. He had to investigate Lin Er's whereabouts and also take care of Fu Ti's face. Zhu Yin felt that this matter was really difficult. He was actually a little annoyed. Which clansman did it? After all, that dragon egg also had his bloodline. At the same time, on another spiritual island, Xianxia's half-dragon body was coiled up. He used his body to protect that dragon egg. He was immersed in an extremely strange state. The surroundings were dark without any light. He was in a daze, floating up and down. His consciousness was also blurry. Everything he did was based on his instincts. He extended his limbs, but it felt like something was imprisoning him. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Am I in an egg? But how did he end up in an egg? After thinking hard, he finally remembered that he was incubating a dragon egg. But since he was incubating a dragon egg, why did he run into an egg? Just as he was in doubt, a clear consciousness came from the side and tried to stick close to him. Xianxia was impatient and rejected this consciousness. But he didn't expect that the consciousness wouldn't give up and stuck close to him again. It even transmitted a desire, as though there was something on him that it needed. Xianxia was a little frustrated. Just as he was about to reject it again, he suddenly understood what this consciousness was. This was the aura of the life in that dragon egg, and his current state wasn't that of an egg. Instead, his consciousness was immersed in that dragon egg and had a slight resonance with the life in the dragon egg. In the entire Dragon Island, other than Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the entrance, the other dragon race members were all alarmed and flew towards the spiritual island where Xianxia was at. On the spirit island, Xianxia opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Only then did he sit up straight with a blank look on his face. He placed one hand on his knee and supported his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He had been living in a muddled state for the past few days. When he woke up, he still didn't understand the situation. He only felt that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth around him was especially active, and there were dragon roars in his ears. So noisy, Xianxia rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw Xianxia, who was standing not far away, and looking at him in surprise. His vision slowly focused, and Xianxia grinned. "Old Xiong, why do you look like you have seen a ghost?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, young lord, you have achieved great things." "What great things?" Xianxia leaned forward slightly and looked at him curiously. Xianxia's expression was weird. "Young lord, have you forgotten what you were doing before?" Xianxia blinked and asked, "Before me?" He slapped his head and revealed a look of realization. "I remember. I was incubating the dragon egg." "Where's the dragon egg?" He lowered his head and searched for a while. His gaze was attracted by the broken eggshells on the ground. He said in surprise, "What's going on?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Young lord, you have successfully incubated the dragon egg." Xianxia was shocked. "I succeeded?" Xianxia raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Xianxia then raised his head and looked. His gaze was deep and could see through the scene in the void. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I really successfully incubated the dragon egg. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes." Xianxia clapped his hands and said excitedly, "I knew it. I will definitely succeed." He then raised his head and looked carefully at the situation in the sky. He couldn't help but nod. Yes, this little guy is quite energetic. He has such a body since birth. His future is promising. He has a promising future. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, no matter how promising he is, it has nothing to do with you. That is the son of Zhu Yin and Fu Tan. What does it have to do with you? The dragon's roar reverberated, and the thousands of dragon shadows in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormality of the entire heaven and earth also slowly disappeared. A ray of white light shot down from the nine heavens and landed on the spiritual island. At this moment, Xianxia finally saw what exactly was hatched by Yang Kai. It was actually a flawless white jade, sparkling and round little white dragon. Its body length was about 20 to 30 feet. It was as thick as an arm. At first glance, it looked like a giant python. However, that sparkling and translucent dragon horn explained its identity. Such a body wasn't considered much in the entire Dragon Island. Strictly speaking, it was probably only ranked 2 or 3 bloodline. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the other giant dragons. However, if the fact that it was just born was considered, then it was incredible. Normal dragon race wouldn't have such a body when they were just born. White dragon. Could it be a water dragon? Xianxia shook his head. From what he knew, the third elder of the Dragon Island, Fu Xian, was a water dragon. However, when she transformed into her true form, she should be blue in color. Maybe it was an ice dragon. After all, its mother, Fu Shun, was an ice dragon. The possibility of it being inherited was very high. However, the white color of Fu Shun's true form was slightly different from the white color in front of him. Xianxia couldn't determine what type of giant dragon this little white dragon was. Zhu Yan's lips trembled as he looked at Yang Xiao absent-mindedly. You are Lin? Yang Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, Let the two of you know my name is Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao. Zhu Yan's expression suddenly became strange. His gaze swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. Lin appeared here with Yang Kai and actually changed his appearance to Yang Xiao. This matter definitely had something to do with Yang Kai. Great Elder's gaze was sharp and resentful. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and whistled. This had nothing to do with him. It was the little guy who insisted that he give him a name when he was born. He casually came up with one, and then the little guy decided on this name. What could he do? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light came from all directions. It was the members of the dragon race who sensed the commotion running over one after another. They were a little surprised when they saw the situation here. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a stunned expression and said, Didn't you leave? Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. I'm back. Originally, he wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall and cause a commotion. Zhu Qing would definitely know his intentions and would definitely understand. Now that he hadn't even gone to the Dragon Palace Hall and had already created a dragon child, there was no way to explain this. Zhu Qing glared at him. She knew that he must have been planning something before, so he even fooled her. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on this matter. She looked at Yang Xiao curiously and asked, Who is this? Yang Kai laughed and was about to explain when Yang Xiao cupped his fists and said, I am Daddy's son. My name is Yang Xiao. Son? Yang Xiao? Zhu Qing's expression immediately darkened. Yang Kai raised his hand and hit him. He angrily shouted, Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much? Daddy, why did you hit me again? Yang Xiao covered his head and scurried away. He felt extremely wronged. Zhu Qing said indifferently, a man hitting a child. How ambitious. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and said seriously, Qinger, listen to my explanation. Zhu Qing turned her head and said, There's nothing to explain. This child is covered in dragon chi. He must be the newly born clansman of our clan. I really have to congratulate you. You've bloomed and bore fruit so quickly. All right, where's the child's mother? I wonder which sister she is. As she spoke, her gaze wandered around the few dragon girls, as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai said sadly, It's not what you think. Yang Xiao ran to Zhu Qing's side and pointed at Fu Dan. My mother is over there. Zhu Qing turned her head with a stunned expression. She looked at Fu Dan and then looked at Yang Kai. Her expression became more and more strange and gradually became incredulous. Zhu Lai, who was watching not far away, also had a twitching expression. Yang Kai and the second elder. This is impossible, right? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Yang Kai observed the situation. How could he not know what Zhu Qing was thinking? He wanted to beat Yang Zhao's, but this kid was very clever. He seemed to see that Yang Kai was a little afraid of Zhu Qing. He kept hiding behind Zhu Qing, not giving him a chance to make a move. Hearing this, he felt wronged and said, "You said it was my mother." After that, he looked up at Zhu Qing and said, "I didn't lie to you." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I know." Yang Kai sighed and said, "He is the child of the first elder and second elder. I hatched him, so he recognizes me as his father." As soon as this was said, all the members of the dragon race were stunned. The dragon child of the first elder and second elder? When did the first elder and second elder have a dragon child? Many years ago, the second elder gave birth to a dragon egg, but wasn't that dragon egg already hopeless and then placed in the dragon tomb? Why did a dragon child suddenly appear? Chapter 3350. All of a sudden, all the gazes of the dragon race turned towards Zhu Yin and Fu Tin, wanting to know what was going on. Fu Tin's body and mind were completely focused on Yang Xiao. There was nothing else in his eyes. How could he feel those gazes? Although his face was pale and his expression was dispirited, his eyes were filled with happiness, because Yang Xiao had just explained to Zhu Qing that she was his mother. For the first time, his cold gaze became so gentle. The expression on his face was also filled with longing. It was hard to believe that this was actually the second elder of the dragon race. Zhu Yin sighed softly. "That's right. This is indeed Lin Er. Back then, this old man did not place Lin Er's dragon egg in the dragon tomb. I placed him somewhere else. This was originally done by Fu Tin, but the great elder took it all on himself. After all, if this matter was really investigated, it would be breaking the rules of the race. Even the elders would be punished." Fu Xian's expression changed. "If that's the case, this child is really your son?" Zhu Yin nodded lightly. The dragons were shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. This little fatty was actually the son of the great elder and second elder. The dragon race had not given birth to a new clansman for many years. This was already a joyous matter. Not to mention that this newborn was the descendant of 2/10th rank giant dragons. Fu Xian asked curiously, "But Yang Kai, how did you hatch him?" Back then, she had also checked the dragon egg and was sure that it was hopeless. She didn't expect it to hatch successfully after so many years. Yang Kai shrugged. "I don't know." He really didn't know. He didn't even know when Yang Xiao was born. He only understood everything after that. "Lin Er, come here. Let mother take a look at you." Fu Tin's voice was extremely gentle, making all the dragon race members feel uncomfortable. Yang Xiao hid behind Zhu Qing, twisting and turning. He looked like he had hemorrhoids on his, but it was extremely uncomfortable. Fu Tin was still gentle. A smile appeared on her face as she waved her hand. "Come here." Yang Xiao suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. "Brat, get over here." Yang Kai waved at him. Yang Xiao shrunk his neck and said timidly, "Let me say this first. If I go over, don't hit me." How dare you talk to me about conditions?" Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if he had accepted his fate. He obediently walked in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fu Xi's body swayed again, his expression sorrowful. As his mother, he didn't react when she called him, but when an outsider called him, he actually ran over. In comparison, she was simply a failure. Zhu Yan's expression didn't look too good. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately slapping Fu Dun's face. "What advice does father have for me?" Yang Xiao lowered his little head, as if he had made a grave mistake, his voice sounding a little weak. Yang Kai grinned and said warmly, "There's nothing to advise, but it's not good for you to be naked. Put on some clothes first. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do." Saying so, Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation secret art and returned to his normal size, then took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put it on him. The clothes were a little big, but they barely fit. Yang Xiao twisted his arms and legs, immediately becoming unhappy. "Why are they girls' clothes? If you have something to wear, just wear it. Why are you being so picky? Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to knock his head, but halfway through, he felt two pairs of sharp eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw the great elder and second elder looking at him with bitter and hateful eyes. Embarrassed, he put down his hand and carefully tidied up Yang Zhao's clothes. Originally, he still had some opinions about Lin being called Yang Xiao, but now that he thought about it, Yang Xiao was just Yang Xiao. Soaring to the sky ambition was also not bad. It was just a name. It wasn't a big deal. After a long time, Fu Tianyi finally let go of Yang Xiao, but used both of his hands to grab his arm. His red eyes kept sizing him up. No matter how he looked, it was not enough. Although his eyes were red and swollen, his face was full of smiles. Chapter 3351. A group of Dragon Race members surrounded him and observed this newly born clansman at close range. It had to be said that Yang Zhao's appearance was very good. White and tender skin, baby fat figure, small arms and legs with rings of flesh, bright big eyes, long eyelashes, very lovable. 7 or 8 hands reached out to touch him. Feeling the aura of this new life, Yang Xiao showed a clean smile to every clansman, making them have a good impression of him. Even Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, wishing that she could also give birth to such a posture. All right. Zhu Yan was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Seeing Yang Xiao being harassed by so many clansmen, he felt a little distressed and could not help but stand up to stop them. My dragon race has a new clansman. This is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. How many years has it been since our Dragon Island had this kind of thing? Everyone, go back and prepare. We will gather again another day and celebrate. Zhu Kong nodded and said, Great Elder is right. This matter should indeed be celebrated. With the Great Elder's words, the group of Dragon Race members retreated from Yang Zhao's side, allowing the little guy to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tianyi gently looked at him and asked with a smile, Let's go. Follow Mother home. Yang Xiao showed a hesitant expression and turned to look at Yang Kai, showing a look of inquiry. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not agree, he could not go. Zhu Yan saw this scene and could not help but feel a little sad. Why did it seem that the position of his parents in Yang Zhao's heart was not as high as Yang Kai? Although it was Yang Kai who hatched him, they were still connected by blood. Could it be that it was related to the source of the ancestral dragon? Fu Tianyi also looked at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes no longer showing her usual strength and coldness. Instead, there was a trace of pleading. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand, saying, Go, be obedient. Yang Xiao said respectfully, Yes, I will be very obedient. When Zhu Yan and Fu Zhen heard this, they were both sad and gratified. They were sad because Yang Xiao seemed to listen to Yang Kai, and gratified because the child was very sensible. Holding Yang Zhao's small hand, Fu Sui gently nodded to Yang Kai, turned around, and headed towards the Ice Snow Island. The Great Elder also nodded to Yang Kai, showing a grateful face, and hurriedly chased after them. The rest of the dragon race gradually dispersed, but every one of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. After all, it was unbelievable that he could hatch a dragon race egg that had already lost its vitality. Not long after, only Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Xianxia were left on the island. Can't bear to... Zhu Qing suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and sneered. It's not my child. What's there to be reluctant about? Zhu Qing curled her lips and took the initiative to hold his hand, saying, Let's go back. We should think about what to give to the little guy. What do you want to give? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing smiled and said, Didn't you hear the Great Elder say that we should celebrate? The little guy will be the main character at that time. We as his elders should give him some greeting gifts. Yang Kai suddenly understood. We should give him something. What do you want to give? Zhu Qing said, I haven't thought about it yet, but I think the dragon blood pills you refined are good. The little guy has just been born. It's time to improve his bloodline." After a pause, she said, "But you gave them to me. Up to you. After you give them to me, I'll refine more for you. After all, those things won't be valuable in the future." Not valuable. Zhu Qing was speechless. On Dragon Island, even the dragon blood flower was extremely precious, let alone the dragon blood pills. However, thinking about Yang Kai's alchemy skills and the existence of the two wood spirits, the dragon blood pills were probably not valuable to Yang Kai. The two of them did not speak along the way as they rushed to Half Moon Island with Xianxia. Although Yang Kai was muddle-headed when it came to hatching the dragon eggs, he actually paid a price. It was just that his body did not feel much of it. He did not notice it before, but after returning to Half Moon Island and fooling around with Zhu Qing for a night, fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he actually slept for a few days. In a daze, he suddenly felt his nose itch as if something was tickling him. Half asleep, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a soft object. Then, he pulled it into his arms and muttered, "Stop fooling around." A delicate body was lying on his chest, motionless. Her heavy breaths could be heard on his chest. Yang Kai closed his eyes and changed his position. He half-hugged the person in his arms, and one of his big hands was already restlessly moving along her graceful waist and covering her perky butt. After gently pinching it, Yang Kai could not help but frown. This feeling seemed a little off. Although it was equally shockingly bouncy and smooth, this did not seem to be Zhu Qing's body. Moreover, the fragrance coming from her hair was also different from Zhu Qing's. Yang Kai suddenly woke up with a start. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A frightening thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that something embarrassing happened? Before he could figure it out, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Then, Zhu Qing said, "Your father is sleeping. He has been sleeping for several days." "Ah, you guys at the door of the room." Zhu Qing looked at the scene on the bed in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. On the big bed, Yang Kai was lying on his side. Xiaoqi was half lying in his arms. Yang Kai's big hand was covering her round breast, and he was even making a kneading gesture. Beside Zhu Qing, the little fatty Xianxia was blinking his big eyes. He looked straight ahead and grinned. His eyes were rolling around as he watched with great interest. Zhu Qing's eyes were sharp. She quickly covered Yang Zhao's eyes and pulled him out. Yang Xiao shouted, I can't see. I can't see. Why are you covering my eyes?" Zhu Qing ignored him and dragged him out of the palace. Only then did she stomp her feet angrily and gnash her teeth. What a disgrace! She had guarded against all her sisters in the dragon race, but she didn't expect that she couldn't guard against Xiaoqi. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yang Xiao, only to see him standing on his tiptoes and looking into the palace with a curious look on his face. She suddenly became angry and asked with a sullen face, "What are you looking at?" Nothing, nothing. I can't see anything." Yang Xiao put his two small hands behind his back and lowered his head to whistle. In the future, if I don't see eye to eye, I will reach out and crush their heads. "Father, this is what you meant, right?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He nodded and said, "Your ambition is praiseworthy." Zhu Qing said angrily, "Is this how you teach your child?" Yang Kai shrunk his neck. "I have never had a child. How would I know how to teach him?" Chapter 33:52. Zhu Qing snorted and said, "If I really have a child in the future, I will never let you teach him." Yang Kai stared at her and said, "How can that be? I will teach my child." Zhu Qing said in disdain, "Look at what you did just now. What good can you teach?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The world is dangerous. How can a flower in a greenhouse withstand the wind and rain? Haven't you heard of the saying, a kind mother makes a bad son?" Zhu Qing looked at him and said, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said, "Nothing." Yang Xiao looked at one person and then another. His eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. Yangkai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. "Stop grinning. What are you laughing at?" Yang Xiao looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Mom, Dad hit me again." Zhu Qing was filled with motherly love when she heard him. She pulled Yang Xiao in front of her and stared at Yang Kai. She said, "Just talk. Why do you always hit a child?" Yang Xiao nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Kai pointed at Zhu Qing and said, Look, what did I say just now? A kind mother makes a bad son. That's what it means. You women always protect and spoil each other. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble." Zhu Qing said angrily, "It's better than you hitting him." The two of them stared at each other for a while. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even have a child yet, and they were already arguing over such a thing. If they had a child, what would the situation be like? Zhu Qing also thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, why is Xiaoqi here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Zhu Qing looked at him strangely and said, "Did you have fun just now?" Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. "Why did I have to bring up such a cheap mouth?" Zhu Qing said, "You were cultivating the dragon blood flower and then left without a word." Sister Xiaoqi was very angry when she found out. This time, she knew that you were still on Dragon Island, so she came to settle the score with you. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a big loss? Yang Kai coughed and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." Yang Xiao said, "Aunt Xian's daughter?" "Yes." Zhu Qing nodded and said she was surprised. She said, "You know her? Did your parents tell you?" "No." Yang Xiao shook his head and showed a thoughtful expression. Then he smiled brightly and said, "I know a little, but I don't know why I know." This sentence was a little awkward, but the meaning was clear. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other and understood. Yang Xiao must have inherited something from Yang Kai when he was hatching. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this. Also, his personality wouldn't be so similar to Yang Kai. "All right, why did you come here? Where are your parents?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "My parents are on their own spiritual island. I was bored, so I came to take a look." Yang Xiao said and suddenly shivered. He said fearfully, "Mother is too passionate. She is so passionate that I can't stand it." Yang Kai's face darkened. "Don't say this in front of your mother. Otherwise, she will be sad to death." Yang Xiao said, "I understand. It's just that I'm not used to it. Also, I don't know why, but I am repulsed by her." When Yang Kai heard this, his heart couldn't help but jump. How could a son be repulsed by his mother? Thinking about it, it was probably because of him. When he was hatching, Yang Xiao inherited many things from him. Even their personalities were so similar. His likes and dislikes must have been influenced. At that time, Yang Kai hated Fu Ti to death. This emotion was inevitably transmitted to Yang Xiao, who was still in the dragon egg, causing him to feel repulsed by Fu Ti. "But I like her a lot." Yang Xiao's little face showed a blank expression. They clearly knew about the recent happy events on Dragon Island and heard about Yang Kai's actions. Therefore, when they served the fine wine and delicacies, they curiously sized up Yang Kai. They wanted to see what kind of person he was to make the dragon race treat him as a guest of honor. Chapter 3353. The purpose of today's banquet was to celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race. When everyone was present, the great elder didn't say much and only said a few simple words. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. The wine was dragon saliva wine. It was also a specialty of Dragon Island. It was personally brewed by the great elder and stored for 3,000 years. The fragrance of the wine was mellow and rich. Even the great elder himself couldn't bear to drink too much. But today there were dozens of jars. It was as if he wanted everyone to drink until they were drunk. It was enough to show the joy in his heart. The food and spirit fruits on the table were also not ordinary things. Which one of the things on Dragon Island wasn't an existence that made the world jealous? Even the people of the Emperor realm were greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If an unrelated outsider saw this scene, they would definitely feel distressed. These things were all rare treasures of heaven and earth, but today they were gobbled up by a group of dragons. Anyone who saw this would scold them for being a wastrel. The atmosphere was lively. Fu Tun had a smile on her face all the time. She also drank a few more cups of wine. Her pure white face was flushed red. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He never thought that Fu Tun, this woman, would have such a side. The few dragon ladies went down together and danced lightly, causing a series of cheers. The entire Greenwood Island was filled with dragon roars. Xianxia sat on top and seemed a little bored. Children were naturally lively. Although the atmosphere in front of him was lively, it wasn't something he could participate in. Naturally, he felt a little bored. He secretly poured a cup of wine from Zhu Yin and wanted to taste it, but it was snatched away by Fu Tun. She sternly scolded Yang Xiao, making him feel a little dejected. Fu Tun felt distressed when she saw this. She hugged him and whispered to him. It wasn't easy for him to recover. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the meat show began. Just like what Zhu Qing said before, since it was Yang Zhao's birthday banquet, as the elders, they naturally had to give some gifts. Yang Xiao was obviously looking forward to it. After getting the great elder's permission, he immediately jumped down and cupped his hands in front of Yang Kai. He said with a smile, "This child greets foster father. I wonder what kind of gift foster father has prepared for this child today." As soon as these words came out, the group of dragons laughed. Zhu Yin even scolded with a smile. "Brat, you're shameless. How can you ask someone for something like this?" Yang Xiao, however, said with conviction, "It's natural for a son to ask for something for his father. What does this matter? If foster father has something good, how can I be left out?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped him lightly, smiling. "I don't have a generous gift, but I do have a few bottles of pills. Do you want them?" "What kind of pills?" "Take a look," Yang Kai said and threw out a space ring. Although he had a lot of good things on hand, the most useful thing for Yang Xiao at this stage was undoubtedly the dragon blood pill. He had just been born and needed to improve his bloodline and grow quickly. So he and Zhu Qing had each prepared a few bottles of dragon blood pills, enough for Yang Xiao to consume for a long time. Yang Xiao took the space ring and took out a jade bottle from it. Without any hesitation, he opened the jade bottle in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Looking inside, he smiled happily. "Thank you, foster father." He wanted to put the space ring on his hand, but his fingers were too small and couldn't fit, so he could only stuff it into his bosom. Turning around, he bowed to Zhu Qing and said, "Greetings, foster mother." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many of the dragon race became strange. Yang Xiao calling Yang Kai foster father wasn't a big deal. After all, Yang Kai wasn't a member of the dragon race. However, Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race. In terms of seniority, she was a generation younger than the Great Elder and Second Elder, but the same generation as Yang Xiao. Now, this title of foster mother actually gave her a generation's worth of seniority, allowing her to sit on equal footing with the Great Elder and Second Elder. This relationship was really messy. These were some minor details, but no one cared too much. After a while, Yang Xiao also received some dragon blood pills from Zhu Qing and happily accepted them. Next, the little fatty went to greet each of the dragon race's elders and brothers and sisters. Every member of the dragon race had prepared valuable gifts in advance. The little fatty's hands went limp from receiving so many gifts that he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder. So how could the gift from the dragon race be too poor? They were all treasures of their respective families. If the gifts were too light, they wouldn't be good enough. Even Xianxia didn't miss out. Old Xiong was drinking dragon saliva wine when Yang Xiao suddenly jumped in front of him. He could only reluctantly take out a bead and give it to Yang Xiao. It was an Emperor Authority bead, and judging from the aura emitted from the Emperor Authority bead, It should be an emperor authority bead that old Xiong had condensed himself. In other words, Xiangqi's full power attack was sealed inside. To Yang Xiao, who was still weak, this was tantamount to a life-saving talisman. Yang Kai wasn't sure how strong Xiangqi was, but it shouldn't be much weaker than a rank 9 giant dragon. This gift could be considered a valuable gift, and it was probably given to Yang Kai's face. Yang Xiao walked around the stage, and in an instant, he had a harvest that would make 90% of the people in the world green with envy. It had to be said that one's background was really a good thing. After receiving the gifts, it was time for the main event. Today, not only would they celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race, but they would also test the attributes of this new member of the dragon race. The attributes of the dragon race were strange, but it was undeniable that no matter what attribute a dragon race member reached their limit, they would have a huge amount of energy. Most dragons belonged to one of the 5 elements, such as Zhu Qing's red dragon, but there were also some that did not, such as the thunder dragon and the green dragon. The stage was quickly cleared, and Zhu Yan took out an object from a space ring and placed it on the ground. Yang Kai stared at it and found that it was actually a small altar, but there were many dragon patterns around it. These patterns were multicolored and looked extremely strange. After quietly asking Zhu Qing, Yang Kai learned that this was a divine object used to test the attributes of a new dragon race member. It was also a treasure passed down through the generations of the dragon race. It was so old that even the great elder couldn't describe its origins, but every new dragon race member had to experience it. Only by determining their attributes would they be able to develop in that direction in the future. A group of dragon race members gathered around to prepare for the testing ceremony, so Yang Kai and Xiangqi, the 2 outsiders, were naturally excluded. Today, Imo Xiaoqi did not come, perhaps because she was too embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Xiao ascended the tiny altar step by step under Zhu Yan's instructions. After that, he sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and his eyes closed tightly. He seemed somewhat solemn and dignified. Dragon race voices rang out, each of the dragon race members wearing solemn expressions as they urged their dragon race origins to perform their secret techniques. Dragon breaths filled the air and poured into the altar. The altar soon flashed with light, and the dragon patterns around it seemed to come to life, each one blooming with a different color. The sound of dragon breaths suddenly rose and fell, rising and falling, causing the world around Greenwood Island to shake. The light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, creating a colorful spectacle. At a certain moment, these lights suddenly separated, turning into balls of light of different colors that revolved around Yang Xiao. Many dragon race members stared at Yang Xiao with wide eyes. Yang Kai was also watching, feeling that the ceremony had reached a critical juncture. With a whoosh, a red ball of light collapsed. Yang Kai raised his brow, secretly thinking that this meant that Yang Xiao did not have a fire dragon origin in his body. This little guy was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so although it was possible for him to be born with an origin of other attributes, the possibility of it being inherited was still high. Moreover, he was a little white dragon when he was born, so logically speaking, he should be an ice dragon. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a blue ball of light also collapsed. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk one ball of light after another shattered, and not long after, there were only 2 balls of light hovering around Yang Xiao. One was blue and the other was white. Among the 2 balls of light, one was emitting the aura of wood attribute, while the other was emitting the aura of ice attribute. This was in line with his own inheritance. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the blue ball of light shattered. Zhu Yan grimaced, obviously feeling that it was a pity that Yang Xiao could not inherit his origin, but Fu Tin looked happy and a smile bloomed on his face. But this smile quickly turned into astonishment, because the white ball of light actually shattered along with the blue ball of light. The altar dimmed, and there was no more light ball around Yang Xiao. The voices of the dragon race members came to an abrupt halt as they stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Zhu Yan's body swayed, and Fu Tin's face instantly turned pale, not daring to believe his eyes. What's going on? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide with a blank expression. Although he did not quite understand, he could tell that something was wrong with the situation. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "This doesn't make sense. What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Xianxia said, "All the balls of light have disappeared, which means that the dragon race's origin in his body does not match all the attributes contained in the altar, or rather, he does not have the dragon race's origin in his body." Yang Kai stared and said, "Without the dragon race's origin, how is this possible?" This was obviously impossible. If he did not have the dragon race's origin, how could Yang Xiao have such pure dragon aura? How could he have taken on the form of a little white dragon when he was just born? Only with the dragon race's origin could he transform into the true form of a giant dragon. Xianxia shrugged and said, "That's why this old man said it doesn't make sense." He had also seen the little white dragon with his own eyes, but how could he explain the scene in front of him? The abnormal silence in the surroundings clearly made Yang Xiao feel it. He opened his eyes and looked at Fu Tin, asking with an expectant expression, "Mother, what attribute does this child have?" Fu Tin opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, tears actually flowed down first. Why was her child's life so hard? He almost died when he was still in the egg, and now that he was finally hatched, he actually failed to pass the dragon race's ritual test. He still couldn't show his dragon race true form. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yin and Fu Qiongqi, but when he saw the disappointment in his parents' eyes, his heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly shouted and jumped down from the altar and ran away. "Liner!" Fu Qiongqi was shocked and quickly chased after him. Yang Kai gave a look to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing also hurriedly followed behind, afraid that the little guy would get into an accident. The whole place was silent. Yang Kai looked up at Zhu Yin and said, "Great Elder, is there a problem with this altar?" Zhu Yin frowned and said, "There can't be a problem with the altar, and the ceremony can't be wrong. Lin couldn't show his true form just now. You also saw it." After a pause, he looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. "Little Yang, this old man wants to ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly." Yang Kai immediately said, "If what I saw that day is wrong, I will gouge out my eyes and give them to you." While speaking, he used 2 fingers to point at his eyes. Zhu Yin was confused and said, "Impossible, since he could show his true form that day. Why can't he do it now?" Yang Kai hesitated and frowned. "Could the problem be with me? You?" Zhu Yin looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "This little guy is the son of you and second elder. There is no reason that he can't be a dragon race, but I was the one who hatched him. I think that if there is a problem, it will definitely be because of me. Could it be that when I was hatching him, my human bloodline affected him, causing his essence to become impure?" Hearing what he said, Zhu Yin also felt that it made sense and nodded. "It is possible." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a toothache. "If that is the case, then it is me who harmed him." Zhu Yin comforted him. "You don't have to think like that. If it weren't for you, Lin wouldn't have been born. No matter what, you gave him life. Even if it caused his essence to become impure, it is not your fault." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Smelly brat won't hold a grudge against me, right?" Zhu Yin said. "He wouldn't dare. If that was the case, then he would be ungrateful. Yang Xiao has been performing well these days. His character is very likable. He shouldn't have such thoughts." After pondering for a moment, he said, "What's more, there's a problem with Lin Er's dragon egg. That is why it hasn't hatched. It is very likely that it is congenitally deficient. It is not your fault." Yang Kai said, "No matter what the reason is, if his essence is really impure, how will Dragon Island deal with him?" Dragon race is a race that places great importance on the purity of blood. Only the true dragon race is qualified to live in Dragon Palace. All impure bloodlines are placed in Half-Dragon City. Even if Yang Xiao is the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, there is no exception. Therefore, Yang Kai's problem is very difficult for Zhu Yan. Chapter 3355. Who says I don't want to talk to her? Yang Xiao loudly retorted. His voice suddenly became low as he said shyly, "It's just that I don't know how to face her." Yang Kai snorted. "She's your mother. What is there that you don't know how to face?" Yang Xiao lowered his little head and said in a low voice, "She seems very disappointed." "Of course she's disappointed. Your ritual failed. Do you expect her to be happy? How could she be happy?" Yang Xiao blinked and said, "But I don't want to disappoint her." Yang Kai grinned and patted his head. "She didn't dote on you for nothing. It's good that she thinks this way." Yang Xiao dejectedly said, "But my essence isn't pure." Yang Kai interrupted him. "It's too early to say that. Who knows if there was a problem with the ritual? When you were born, you had the dragon race's true body. How could your essence be impure? Little brat, you should know that only the most orthodox dragon race essence can manifest the dragon race's true body. For example, although I also have the dragon race's essence, and it's extremely high level because I still have some human bloodline, I can only manifest half a dragon. When my human bloodline fades away one day, I will be able to manifest a true dragon." Yang Xiao said with a blank expression, "But why couldn't I manifest it just now?" You'll have to ask yourself. Maybe you were too nervous? Or maybe you weren't familiar with it. Yang Kai shrugged. "I can't explain this to you. You'll have to find the answer yourself." Yang Xiao nodded with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Besides, even if you don't have the dragon race's essence, or if your essence isn't pure, so what? This world doesn't belong to the dragon race. Which of the 10 great emperors were born in the dragon race? Without the dragon race's protection, you can't grow. If your origin source is not pure, you can't reach the peak." Yang Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Father, isn't it too early to tell me this? I'm still a child." "What little?" Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. He glared at him and said, "How can there be a child like you? You hit me again." Yang Xiao covered his head with both hands, looking aggrieved. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, "Don't be so unhappy. You have to know that your emotions can affect others, especially your mother. You are her favorite now. If you are unhappy, she will be even more unhappy." Yang Xiao sternly said, "This child will remember. Then this child will go and apologize to her now, so that she won't be unhappy." Saying this, he stood up. "There's no rush." Yang Kai pulled him down and sat beside him. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Let me ask you something. Do you want to leave the Dragon Island with me?" As soon as he said this, Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "I can leave the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai said, "You can at first, but now you can." After thinking about it carefully, Yang Xiao also understood the meaning of this sentence. If his origin source was pure, then he was the orthodox dragon race. He naturally had to stay here to grow and cultivate. But now that his origin source was not pure, he couldn't stay at the Dragon Palace anymore. No matter how much Fu Shun loved him, he couldn't break this rule. He would have to send him away sooner or later. Compared to the half-dragon city, leaving with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a better choice. After thinking it through, Yang Xiao immediately clapped his hands with a smile. So there is such a good thing when one's origin is not pure. If I had known earlier, I would have rejoiced. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. "Why do I feel that you are not very willing to stay on the Dragon Island?" Yang Xiao snorted and scratched his face. "It's not that I am not willing to stay on the Dragon Island. It's just that I feel that my mother is too clingy. I feel uncomfortable doing anything." Chapter 3356. Passing through the cloud-like vortex, Yang Kai pulled Yang Zhao's small hand and stepped into the Dragon Temple. In a trance, Yang Kai felt his hand lighten, and when he turned his head to look, he was immediately taken aback. Yang Xiao, who was being held by his hand, had disappeared without a trace, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to Zhu Yin and Fu Tin that he would take good care of Yang Xiao, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost him. So how was he supposed to take care of him? Shower! Shower! Yang Kai shouted loudly, his vigorous voice echoing in the empty and lonely hall, but there was no response. Releasing his divine sense, he found that it was suppressed to a range of 10 meters, making it impossible for him to detect anything further. This was not the first time he had entered the Dragon Temple. Last time, when Wukong borrowed the power of the Dragon Temple to break through the void and infiltrate the territory of the Lower Star, Yang Kai had entered to investigate the situation. At that time, he had also used the corridor opened by Wukong to follow them. The last time he came here, this strange thing did not happen. So how could it happen this time? He vaguely felt that this matter was related to the dragon souls of the previous generations in the Dragon Temple. These dragon souls were enshrined here, and although they had been dead for many years, they still contained great power. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Get out here, all of you!" Under the stimulation of the golden divine dragon source, a resounding dragon roar sounded. The next moment, the deep and vast hall responded with a series of dragon roars. Rays of light flashed, 1, 2, 3, on the sky, reaching pillars in all directions. Huge dragon shadows appeared and circled around Yang Kai. Every dragon shadow was vivid and lifelike, retaining the majesty they had when they were alive to the greatest extent. As the dragon pressure fluctuated, the space around Yang Kai began to ripple, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his eyes sweeping over the dragon shadows as he asked in a deep voice, "Where's the boy who came in with me? Where did you put him?" The many dragon souls were silent and did not respond at all. They just quietly stared at him. "Are you deaf?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know if these dragon souls still had any intelligence, or if they were only left with some primitive instincts after being eroded by the endless flowing time Great Emperor, but he definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yang Xiao. "Answer me," Yang Kai roared. His voice was like a real dragon's roar, piercing through the 9 heavens. This time, there was finally a response, and the dragon soul with the largest body suddenly raised its head slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, and he saw the scene on the other side. He saw Yang Xiao sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His expression was calm, and there was nothing wrong with his body. His breathing was steady, and colorful lights lingered around him, constantly entering and leaving his body. It looked extremely strange. Yang Kai stared for a while before frowning at the first-generation elder's dragon soul and asked, "Do you know why I brought him in?" Although he didn't know how he could be sure, seeing the situation on Yang Zhao's side, he knew that the dragon souls in the Dragon Temple were inspecting Yang Zhao's source. So from the very beginning, Yang Xiao had been taken away and was also in the Dragon Temple. However, without the help of these dragon souls, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to see his existence at all. He wouldn't even have been able to determine where he was. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "His source is a little strange, so I need your help to take a look." Only a member of the dragon race could understand the sorrow of having an impure origin. It was impossible to integrate into the race. Even though he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, he was still an outsider to the dragon race. However, if that was the case, Yang Xiao would probably have to leave with him. He couldn't stay on Dragon Island, as forcing him to stay would only break the rules of the dragon race. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out the reason for this. Was it Yang Zhao's congenitally deficient origin, or was it his own fault? Zhu Qing obviously noticed his uneasiness, so she served him very closely and gently for the next few days. Finally, his gloomy mood eased a little. If anyone dares to bully you outside, just mention father and mother's names and father and mother will stand up for you. Yes, yes. Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yin couldn't help but cover his old face. He thought to himself, isn't this asking him to commit a crime? He suddenly felt that letting Yang Xiao leave with Yang Kai wasn't a bad thing. If he really let the little guy stay on Dragon Island, with Fu Xiu's pampering attitude, he would definitely spoil the little guy. What kind of bullshit dragon race was this? Why did the second elder become like this after having a child? Yang Kai and the others finally left. They didn't let anyone send them off. On Half Moon Island, the three women looked at the departing figures in a daze. Their eyes were filled with concern. They sped all the way and arrived at the entrance after half a day. Fu Ling sensed the commotion and came to investigate. She was shocked when she saw Yang Xiao following beside Yang Kai. She only knew the whole story after asking. She didn't make things difficult for him. Yang Kai's position on Dragon Island was extraordinary. Every dragon race member would be polite to him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage to go against Yang Kai. She let him go without hesitation. They left Dragon Island through the entrance and rushed up from the bottom of the sea. After a short while, the four of them arrived above the sea. Yang Xiao looked around in surprise and clicked his tongue. This is the outside world? Why does it feel like it's no different from Dragon Island? Yang Kai smiled. What you see is just a drop in the ocean. This is the territory of the Eastern Sea. Dragon Island also has the sea, so there isn't much difference. You will see the difference between the outside world and Dragon Island in the future. Yang Xiao understood, so that's how it is. Let's go. We'll go to Spirit Beast Island first and send Xiao Qi home, Yang Kai said. Mo Xiao Qi immediately pouted. Since the blunder last time, Mo Xiao Qi was a little embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Today, when she left Dragon Island with him, she was quiet and not as lively as before. But at this moment, when she heard that he wanted to send her back to Spirit Beast Island first, she was a little unhappy. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He urged the space principles and formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use his space secret technique. Now that he was out of Dragon Island and in the star boundary, he exchanged their respective space beacons with Li Wu Yi last time. So it was very convenient for him to go to Spirit Beast Island. He only needed to communicate with the space spirit bead he gave to Li Wu Yi, and he would be teleported to Li Wu Yi's side in an instant. Li Wu, you should be on Spirit Beast Island now. At this moment, Mo Xiao Qi suddenly said, Big brother Yang, let's fly to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai paused and looked at her suspiciously. Why? Yang Kai said, Did your parents tell you how to cultivate in the future? Yang Xiao replied, Mother put the dragon transformation art in the ring she gave me. Yang Kai nodded and said, And even if your bloodline is not pure or you are congenitally deficient, you are still the descendant of two 10th Order dragons. You more or less have the bloodline of the dragon race. The dragon transformation art is very suitable for your secret art. Cultivate it diligently, and you may have a chance to transform into a true dragon in the future. But now, it seemed like there was no problem with his origin at all. Being able to transform into a true dragon was the best proof. While shouting loudly, he stretched out his hand to grab Yang Xiao and said while gnashing his teeth, If I don't beat your ass to a pulp today, I'll take your surname. This brat was simply too bad. When he came out from the Dragon Palace, Zhu Yin clearly asked him about this matter, but he actually hid it from him. As a result, not only did he make Zhu Yin and Fu Tian sad, he also felt very conflicted. If he knew there was no problem with his origin, would he have brought him out of the Dragon Island? He was completely qualified to continue staying on the Dragon Island. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Yang Xiao was shocked. Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word. He wanted to escape, but how long had he been born? What kind of cultivation did Yang Kai have? How could he escape from Yang Kai's palm? In a daze, he felt his arm tighten and was lifted up by Yang Kai, immediately shouting in horror, "Elder sister Xiaoqi, save me, adoptive father's going to hit me." And Mo Xiaoqi pouted, "Serves you right." She also felt that this little brat Yang Xiao was a bit too mischievous. Why didn't he say such an important thing at the first moment? Instead, he kept his secret until now. Fortunately, he didn't hold back from Yang Kai. Otherwise, Yang Kai would probably be in the dark and suffer the torment of self-blame. Children should be taught a lesson for making such a ruckus. While yelling, Yang Kai had already lifted Yang Xiao onto his lap, laid him flat, raised his hand, and slapped him hard on the buttocks. He really wasn't joking when he said he was going to hit him. Yang Kai was also angered by him and made up his mind to make him eat a loss today. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of outrageous things he would do in the future. As the slap came down, Kai Yang suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. When the slap landed, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Yang Xiao, who was on his lap, had actually disappeared. Xianxia, who had been flying forward as if this matter had nothing to do with him, also let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. Then, together with Yang Kai, he looked up and saw that Yang Xiao had already flown 1,000 meters away and had turned into a small black dot. His voice came from afar. "Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word. I hate you. Smelly brat, come back here." Yang Kai roared, his face full of shock. With his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he actually let Yang Xiao escape from his hands. It was really unbelievable, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "If you don't hit me, I'll go back, or else I'll run away from home." Yang Xiao stood in the distance and shouted loudly. Yang Kai sneered. "You still dare to threaten me? Fine, let me see you leave." "I'm leaving," Yang Xiao shouted. "Leave," Yang Kai said with a black face. In other words, this little fatty might be a member of the dragon race. Was there such a member of the dragon race? The old man thought about it carefully, but couldn't come up with an answer. As far as he knew, the members of the dragon race were all adults. So how could there be such a young child? However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a new member of the dragon race. Moreover, this place wasn't too far from Dragon Island, so it wasn't strange for a member of the dragon race to come here. It would be easy to kill this little fatty, but it would be troublesome if he provoked a master from the dragon race. However, with Yao Lin's bad character, Mo Xiaoqi didn't have much of a deep friendship with her, just a mutual acquaintance. But at this moment, she absolutely couldn't point it out, at least not before confirming Yang Zhao's safety. Otherwise, the black-robed old man might really be forced to silence them. After all, attacking the daughters of great emperors was too sensational, and no one wanted this news to spread. That was why Yang Kai stopped Mo Xiaoqi from speaking. The situation suddenly became very strange, and everyone had different thoughts. Only Yang Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His life was hanging by a thread, yet he was still rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long silence, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke. "Xianxia, what do you mean by this?" His voice was hoarse, like metal rubbing against metal, which was very uncomfortable to listen to. The reason why he asked this was because Xianxia had been staring at him since he appeared, as if he wanted to be his enemy. This made him a little confused. Was Xianxia in cahoots with these people? Otherwise, why would they all come here one after another? If that was the case, then it was really a bad year. "What do you mean by this?" Xianxi's voice shook like thunder. He didn't need to worry too much about fake emperors. After all, he had followed the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in the past. He had seen many fake emperors, so he didn't need to be polite with his words. The black-robed old man frowned and suggested, "How about we stay out of this?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Sure, let go of the boy in your hands." Him? The black-robed old man shook Xianxia, and Xianxia immediately shouted, "Gently, gently, I'm dizzy." "Yes. Is he a dragon race?" the black-robed old man asked. "You don't need to know." Xianxia spat out 2 white streams of air from his nostrils, his eyes fierce. "You only need to know one thing. If anything happens to this boy, you will die today." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "Anyone can talk big, but since it was you, Xianxia, who said it, this old master will have to consider it carefully." After pondering for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and threw Yang Xiao towards Xianxia, shouting, "I'll give him back to you." In the next moment, the black-robed old man suddenly lifted his black robe, and the whole sky darkened, as if his black robe had turned into a black curtain that covered the entire sky. Taking advantage of this momentary change, he grabbed Yao Lin with one hand and retreated quickly. Yang Kai had already shot out and hugged Yang Xiao in his arms. Sweeping him with his divine sense, his face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Old Xiong, kill him for me." Xianxia didn't respond and had already turned into a small black dot, chasing after the black-robed old man as soon as he threw Yang Xiao out. Imo Xiao Qi fell from the sky. Xianxia had thrown her out while chasing after her. Fighting with a fake emperor, Xianxia wasn't confident that he could protect Imo Xiao Qi's safety, so naturally, he had to throw her away first. "Shower, are you okay?" Imo Xiao Qi landed beside Yang Kai and asked, then glanced at the little fatty in Yang Kai's arms, and her face couldn't help but change. What happened to Xiao? At this moment, the little brat's eyes were wide open with a look of horror on his face. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his body was alternating between red and white. Obviously, he had been poisoned. Presumably, the black-robed old man had done something when he threw Yang Xiao out. Yang Kai tore apart Yang Xiao's clothes and straightened his body. He fixed his eyes on his back and saw a clear 5-finger mark on his smooth, jade-like back. Traces of evil energy were spreading out from that 5-finger mark, causing Yang Xiao's entire body to fluctuate between hot and cold. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't allow any explanation and grabbed Imo Xiao Qi's arm. With a thought, he brought her into the sealed world bead and went straight to the medicine garden, shouting, "Muju Muna." The 2 wood spirits heard the news and came over. At first glance, they saw Yang Kai holding a little fatty with an anxious look on his face. They were startled and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai put Yang Xiao on the ground and said hurriedly, "He was injured. I have to force out the evil energy in his body. Help him heal and stabilize his vitality." The 2 wood spirits nodded quickly. Yang Xiao was fine not because the black-robed old man had shown mercy, but because he was a member of the dragon race, so he had an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. If it were anyone else, even if Yang Kai and the 2 wood spirits treated them, they would have died long ago. That old dog's last palm strike was not only to take Yang Xiao's life, but also to distract Yang Kai so that he could escape. Such a method was simply insane, but he actually dared to attack the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who is he? After waiting for a while, Xianxia returned. Yang Kai looked at him, but old Xiong shook his head. He ran away. If they really fought, Xianxia was confident that he could defeat the other party, but that person was a fake emperor after all. If he really wanted to escape, Xianxia really couldn't do anything. He wasn't proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so he had a unique advantage when it came to escaping and tracking. So, after chasing for a while, he could only return. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still a little unwilling to accept Xianxia's words. He's lucky. If that old man hadn't run away, Yi Shiwen, Xianxia, and the embodiment would have had a chance to kill him forever if they joined forces. However, since he had run away, there was nothing they could do about it. It was too late to chase after him. Who knew which direction he would escape in? After pondering for a while, he asked. Do you know who that person is? Xianxia shook his head. This old master has been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm for countless years and only came out recently. This old master really doesn't know what kind of masters there are in this world. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Li and the others may know something. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, Xiaoqi, let's go back to Spirit Beast Island. Originally, he planned to go directly to Spirit Beast Island through the space beacon. But in order to satisfy Yang Zhao's wish and Mo Xiaoqi's suggestion, he decided to fly. Now that something like this had happened, Yang Kai was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble. So he decided to send Mo Xiaoqi back first. Yang Xiao had an accident right under his nose, so he couldn't let anything happen to Mo Xiaoqi. So it was better to send her back as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Mo Xiaoqi didn't insist and stood obediently. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped Mo Xiaoqi in Xianxia, and took out the space spirit bead that Li Wu Yi had given him before. Forming a seal with his hands, the space principles fluctuated and formed a resonance with somewhere in the distance. After a flash of light, they felt like they had crossed through the void, and the three appeared by a lake. The world energy here was extremely rich, and the lake water was clear. Many fish could be seen swimming in it. Li Wu Yi was sitting on a chair by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. There's actually someone in this world who dared to make a move on the daughter of the great emperors? Which old man drank arsenic and was tired of living. However, if this matter was true, then it would be a big deal. How could the daughter of the great emperors be touched so casually? Who could bear the anger of the great emperors? After pondering for a moment, Li Wu Yi said, Come with me to see the great emperors now. We must immediately inform the Serene Soul Palace about this matter. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 3361. The reason why Yang Kai brought up this matter as soon as they met was that he wanted to inform the Serene Soul Palace through the Spirit Beast Island. Since he had encountered this matter, and even if he couldn't save them, he had to at least send out the news. What's more, that old guy almost killed Yang Xiao, so Yang Kai wanted to know who he was. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Li Wui pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I don't have any impression of what you described, but if I really see that person with my own eyes, I might be able to recognize him. Although there are many fake emperors in this world, there aren't many of them. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He thought that Li Wui would know the identity of that old guy, but he didn't expect that he couldn't say anything. But it was no wonder. After all, who knew if that old guy changed his appearance without seeing it with his own eyes? Along the way, they soon came to a pavilion. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the scenery was unique. A tall and sturdy man stood at the head of the bridge, throwing fish food into the water below, causing red carps to fight over it, splashing water everywhere. Just from this person's appearance, there was nothing unusual about him at all. He didn't even have the bearing of a superior. He was just naturally burly and strong. But those who knew him knew that this was one of the 10 famous great emperors in the Star Boundary, the martial beast Mo Huang. You're back. Mo Huang looked up at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and continued to throw the fish food in his hands. Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai greets master. Mo Huang nodded gently and asked faintly, Is Xiaoqi back too? Yang Kai said, She's back and is talking to Senior Jiufeng. Mo Huang nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Wui stepped forward and said with a serious expression, Master, something happened. Mo Huang looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. He threw the fish food in his hands clean, then clapped his hands and said, What happened? For Li Wui to say such a thing, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, Li Wui's expression would not be so serious. He instinctively thought that something had happened on Dragon Island, and perhaps it was related to Fuxian. Li Wui said, Yao Lin was captured by an unknown old man, and all her guards were slaughtered. Mo Huang frowned. Yao Lin? Yao Jun's daughter? Not bad. Mo Huang asked curiously. How did you know? Li Wui said. Yang Kai saw it on his way back. The first miss was also there. The one who did it was a fake emperor. Mo Huang was even more surprised. A fake emperor. Although a fake emperor was not ordinary. Which fake emperor would have the guts to touch the daughter of the great emperors? Since he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor, there was no reason for him not to know the descendants of the great emperors. Even if he had offended them, he would have only given them a light punishment. However, he had slaughtered their guards and taken them away. He had offended Yao Jun. Are you sure about this? Mo Huang asked with a frown. Li Wui turned his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, there is no doubt about it. I can recognize Yao Lin, and Xiao Qi can recognize Yao Lin as well. Hearing Yang Kai call his baby daughter Xiao Qi so intimately, the corner of Mo Huang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He stared deeply at Li Wui with a meaningful expression. Li Wui said, shouldn't we inform the Serene Soul Palace about this? Mo Huang nodded. Yes, we should. It would be best if it was a misunderstanding, but if that is the case, we should inform them. Saying so, Mo Huang suddenly reached out and took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured some information into it. Helplessly, Li Wui could only let Yang Kai do it while he observed carefully from the side. He had observed it once in the Heavenly Wolf Valley last time, and this was the second time. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and space arrays and space beacons had many similarities. Therefore, when Yang Kai finished arranging the array, Li Wui had already mastered it. In the future, he could also arrange arrays all over the star boundary like Yang Kai and travel back and forth. However, it was hard to say which was more convenient between space arrays and space beacons. Space arrays could teleport more people at once, but it was a bit troublesome to arrange them. Space beacons were convenient, but they had a lot of limitations. On the 5th day after Yang Kai came to Spirit Beast Island, people from the Serene Soul Palace came. Chapter 3362. In the main hall, Yang Kai, accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi, hurried over after receiving the news. Before he entered, he saw 2 guards from the Emperor Realm standing guard outside the hall. They were exuding a very strange aura that Yang Kai felt was somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, this aura was somewhat similar to the aura of the Netherworld sex cultivator. Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 guards from the Emperor Realm should be from Serene Soul Palace. However, the guards from the Emperor Realm were only gatekeepers, so the status of these people in Serene Soul Palace was definitely not low. Could it be that the great emperors of Serene Soul have come in person? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace. To be honest, if the great emperors of Serene Soul were really here, Yang Kai didn't know how to face them. After all, he had almost killed Yao Lin back then, provoking Yao Jun's soul to surrender one of Yao Lin's guards. Only then did Yang Kai stop, so he had offended these great emperors. However, after thinking about it carefully, although he wanted to kill Yao Lin back then, he didn't really do it. Moreover, it was Yao Lin's fault in the end. As long as the great emperors of Serene Soul were reasonable, they would have no reason to blame him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. After making up his mind, Yang Kai strode into the hall under the gaze of the 2 guards from the Emperor Realm. In the hall, Li Wui was talking to a woman in palace attire. The woman had a cold appearance. Her hair was tied up high, and a light green dress set off her enchanting figure. Her breasts were high, and a silk belt was tied around her waist, making her slender waist look like it could be held with one hand. She was about 30 years old and had boundless charm that could cause one's imagination to run wild. Behind the woman stood an old woman with white hair and turbid eyes, looking like she had 1 foot in the grave. But whether it was the woman or the old woman, they were both from the Emperor realm, especially the cold woman whose cultivation had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although the old woman was not in the Third Order, she was still in the Second Order. When Xianxia arrived, the woman's cold face was filled with anxiety and annoyance. Obviously, she was a little impatient from waiting. When she spoke to Li Wu Yi, she only said a few perfunctory words, obviously absent-minded. Seeing Xianxia come in, the woman and the old woman turned to look at him at the same time. Xianxia suddenly felt like he was being pointed at by two sharp swords. Xianxia frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know this woman and the old woman, but he could clearly feel hostility from them, and this hostility was directed at him. "What are you doing? I don't have any grudges with you, do I?" Xianxia cursed silently. "Xianxia is here." Li Wui stood up. Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted, "Senior." Li Wui nodded and said with a solemn expression, "This is Madame Rong from Serene Soul Palace. Madame Rong wants to ask you about what you saw that day. You must answer truthfully. Madame Rong is also Yao Lin's biological mother." Xianxia was surprised and looked at Madame Rong carefully. No wonder he felt that this woman was somewhat similar to Yao Lin. It turned out that they were mother and daughter. No wonder. But if she is Yao Lin's mother, then isn't she the wife or concubine of the Serene Soul Great Emperors? No wonder Li Wui wanted to accompany her in person. With such a powerful background as the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Spirit Beast Island obviously couldn't be neglected. Thinking so, Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Madame Rong." Li Wui pointed to Xianxia and said, "Madame Rong, this is the Xianxia I told you about. When your daughter was kidnapped, he was nearby and could be considered an eyewitness." Madame Rong felt as if several mountains were pressing down on her, and even her breathing was a little difficult. Her pretty face was gloomy as she turned her head to the side and gritted her teeth. "Li Wu Yi, what are you doing?" Even if Li Wu Yi didn't really attack, just slightly circulating his space principles was enough to prevent her from retaliating. Li Wu Yi stared at her with a sullen expression and said lightly, "This king just doesn't want to embarrass Madame too much. I hope Madame can behave herself. This short-sighted woman, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a minor realm higher than Xianxia? If I don't stop you, you might even be beaten up." Chapter 3364. Right now, the management of the High Heaven Palace had not yet matured. The strength of the 6 monster kings was enough, but they were monster kings after all. It was impossible to let them manage the High Heaven Palace. If they really did that, it would definitely be a mess. Right now, in the entire High Heaven Palace, the only one who could help her was the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. Therefore, Hua Qingxi would probably have to maintain her current state for a long time. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt guilty. Hua Qingxi was also a cultivator. Naturally, she would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Right now, she was distracted by so many trivial matters. It was really his fault. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, a crisp voice came from the side. "This beautiful big sister. What's your name?" Hua Qingxi turned her head to look, only to discover that there was another person in the hall. It was a white and tender little fatty with an innocent face. His eyelashes were long, and his face was pink and tender, as if he was carved from gold. She immediately exclaimed and reached out a hand to pinch Yang Zhao's face. She giggled and said, "Where did this little guy come from?" Yang Zhao allowed her to pinch his face and smiled even more happily. "Big sister, you're so beautiful." "Sister Hua, Don't be fooled by this stinking brat's innocence, Xianxia shouted in his heart. Unfortunately, all women like to hear this kind of praise. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed wildly. She pointed at Yang Xiao and said, "This little guy's mouth is really sweet." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Who is he? Palace Master, where did you kidnap him from?" Yang Xiao giggled and said, "I'm father's son." Hua Qingxi's laughter suddenly stopped. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see if there was anything in common between the two. However, no matter how she looked, there was nothing in common between the two. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "Foster father, foster son." Hua Qingxi exhaled and nodded. "I was wondering why he had such a big child in just a year. It turns out that he's an adopted son. If this was really his biological child, then the matter would be blown up. The palace master had 4 wives, and he hadn't had any children with the 4 wives yet. If he went out and had a child with someone else, how could that be? Foster father is also father. Father will always be this child's father," Yang Xiao said solemnly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Hua Qingxi also said, "This little guy really knows how to talk. What's his name?" "Yang Xiao." Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. She wondered if this boy was really Yang Kai's biological son. Otherwise, how could they even have the same surname? If he was an adopted son, his surname shouldn't be Yang Kai. However, she didn't care about this matter. The one with a headache would only be Yang Kai. She pinched Yang Zhao's little face and said, "Good name. They all say that a tiger father won't have a dog son. Your foster father is a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements won't be too bad." Yang Xiao laughed and said, "If foster father is a dragon among men, then I will become a real dragon." Hua Qingxi praised, "Good ambition." However, she didn't know that Yang Xiao was really a dragon race. If she knew, she wouldn't know how she would feel. Changing the topic, Hua Qingxi said, "By the way, Palace Master, an old man has come to the palace. He has a ferocious look on his face and has been wandering around the various peaks. The disciples have asked him who he is. It is said that he came back with you." "Him, Xianxia," Yang Kai casually replied. "Xianxia?" Hua Qingxi frowned. "Such a strange name. Wait, Xianxia?" Hua Qingxi suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, "Palace Master, the Xianxia you mentioned, is it a name or what?" Yang Kai smiled. "It's what you think." "Oh no." Hua Qingxi's face changed. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Hua Qingxi's expression twitched. The disciples reported that the old man didn't look like a good person. "I sent a message to Monster King Xia to take a look. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Yang Kai smiled. "The Monster King lives in the savage, desolate ancient lands all year round. They should be able to recognize Xianxi's aura when facing several saint venerables, right?" As he spoke, he was a bit uncertain. "Let's send a message to the Monster King." Hua Qingxi nodded and quickly took out a communication compass to contact Xie Wei. After a while, Hua Qingxi wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. "Monster King Xie is fine." "Fine?" Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Monster King Xie seemed to have said a few rude words, and then he was taught a lesson by Uncle Xianxia. Now, Lu Yin and the other 2 Monster Kings have heard the news and are rushing over. That old man really knows how to cause trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. On a lush mountain peak, Xie Wei stood awkwardly beside Xianxia. Xianxia had his hands behind his back and looked forward with interest. Before coming here, although he knew that the High Heaven Palace had a good foundation and that there were many experts, he didn't expect it to be this strong. There were 3 Monster King-level existences, and there were many others in the Emperor realm. However, these people were nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was standing in front of him at this moment. There was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a fiery red dress. The aura of the Holy Spirit. This little girl actually had the aura of the Holy Spirit flowing on her body, and it was the aura of the Phoenix clan. There was actually a phoenix in the High Heaven Palace. Although Xianxia was sure that if they really fought, this little girl in front of him definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Both of their ages were obvious. He had been living in the era of the flowing time, great emperors until now. And this girl was full of youthful vigor. Obviously, she hadn't reached her limit yet. A Phoenix clan, her future achievements would definitely be greater than his. Who are you? After looking at each other for a long time, Lu Yin opened her mouth and asked crisply. She also felt a strong pressure from this old guy in front of her. This was definitely one of the few strong enemies she had faced in her life. The last time she felt this kind of pressure was on Dragon Island. Xianxia smiled slightly. Who is this little girl? Lu Yan's face darkened. I asked you first. Xianxia laughed. You have to ask first? Xiao Wei said, Miss Lu Yan, this is Xianxia. I heard that he came back with the palace master. Xianxia proudly clasped his hands behind his back. He originally wanted to see Lu Yan's reaction after hearing his name, but in the next instant, he saw Lu Yan's face blossom with a light of surprise. Master is back? Xiao Wei nodded and said, the disciple guarding the spatial formation said that he saw the palace master. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yin turned into a flame and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He stared at Lu Yan's back and asked, the master that little girl mentioned, is the palace master here, Yangkai? Xiao Wei nodded and said, that's right. Is there a problem? Xianxia's expression was very interesting. He thought to himself, what problem can there be? That guy is also my young master. He originally thought that it was really embarrassing for a dignified Holy Spirit to be forced to serve him as master. But now it seemed that the Phoenix clan called him master. So what was the point of him calling him young master? Moreover, many of the dragons on the Dragon Island were also very fond of him. He even had the dragon lady and adopted a dragon as his son. Compared to the dragons and phoenixes, a Xianxia like him was really nothing. Lu Yin entered the palace and looked at Yangkai with a smile. Master. Yangkai nodded at her. Lu Yin is here. I heard that you came back, so I came over. Lu Yin smiled sweetly and walked to Yangkai's side and looked up at him. Yangkai patted her head and asked, did you see Xianxia? Lu Yin nodded and said, I saw him. Did anything happen over there? No, it was just a small conflict. Since he was brought back by Master, then there's no problem. As she spoke, she suddenly sensed something and turned around, only to see Yang Xiao looking at her with wide eyes. They looked at each other, and Yang Xiao grinned at her. She couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Me? My name is Yang Xiao, Soaring Heavens. Yang Xiao quickly explained. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is my adopted son. He will live in High Heaven Palace from now on. Xiao, this is Lu Yin. You can call her. Before she could finish, Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Xiao, greets big sister Lu Yin. He really has a sweet mouth. He calls everyone big sister and is humble and polite. He has a good upbringing. The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she nodded lightly, ignoring Yang Xiao as she snuggled up to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai didn't leave for long, there were so many people in the High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi naturally had a lot to report. In the hall, Hua Qingxi continued to talk, and Yang Kai asked a few questions from time to time. Gradually, he figured out the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, Lu Yin, take Xiao out for a walk. He will live here in the future. Let him familiarize himself with the environment first. The main reason was that Yang Xiao seemed to be very interested in Lu Yin. He kept walking around Lu Yin, looking for things to talk about, which distracted him a little. Yang Kai guessed that the little guy hadn't seen a child of his age since he was born, so he was very interested in Lu Yin. Okay. Lu Yin nodded and waved to Yang Xiao. Come with me. Yang Xiao immediately followed, smiling from ear to ear. Outside the hall, Yang Xiao followed Lu Yin like a tail and asked sweetly, Big sister Lu Yin, where are we going now? Lu Yin tilted her head and looked at him, revealing a faint smile. I'll take you around. Okay, okay. Xianxia kept nodding. Obviously, he didn't have any objections. Just as Yang Kai thought, he really hadn't met a child of his age since he was born. Now that he suddenly met one, he naturally wanted to get close to the other party. Yang Xiao followed Lu Yin to tour the mountains and rivers all the way. He felt that this place was much more fun than the Dragon Island. Not to mention the excitement, he also had a playmate to accompany him. He thought that it was a wise choice to follow his adoptive father. Chapter 3365. The only thing that made Yang Xiao a little dissatisfied was that this big sister Lu Yin seemed to be relatively taciturn. Even if he asked her 10 questions, he would only occasionally hear an answer. The rest of the time, he was basically ignored. In a valley full of blooming flowers, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. Yang Xiao also hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look at her. His eyes gradually bloomed with surprise. The valley scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. In a place full of blooming flowers, Lu Yin stood charmingly, like the most beautiful flower, making the whole world lose its brilliance. As the wind blew, thousands of white butterflies fluttered and turned into colorful light waves, making Lu Yin look more and more like a fairy in the world. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, he really understood the meaning of the word beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Yin tilted her head and looked at him, saying lightly, "Now you should run away." Yang Xiao was looking at her in a daze. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Why should I run away?" Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and stretched out her index finger. With a whoosh, a flame bloomed on her fingertip. She said softly, "Because I will burn you with this thing." Yang Xiao was a little dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Sister Lu Yin, why do you want to burn me? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yin didn't answer and just smiled at him. Then, under Yang Xiao's incredulous gaze, she gently pointed forward with her index finger. The flame on her fingertips suddenly turned into a fire snake, as if it had a life of its own, and wrapped around Yang Xiao. It happened so suddenly. Although Lu Yin had warned him, Yang Xiao didn't dare to believe that she would really burn him with fire. It wasn't until the fire snake came to his face that he woke up from a dream. He moved his body and rushed back more than 100 feet, shouting, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you, did I? Why did you burn me with fire for no reason?" Yang Xiao even suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Yin's sister's brain. Lu Yin remained silent, still standing there elegantly. But with a single thought, the fire snake flew out and chased after Yang Xiao like it was an extension of her body. Yang Xiao's face changed as the heat wave hit him in the face. Although he felt that the fire snake did not have the power to kill him, if he was really burned, it would definitely not feel good. Although he hadn't been born for long and hadn't cultivated seriously, he was still a dragon after all, so he was able to dodge with great agility and agility. For a time, the fire snake couldn't do anything to him. Although the fire serpents were ferocious under Lu Yin's control, they didn't hurt the plants at all. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yin had precise control over the flames. Yang Xiao shouted as he dodged, "Sister Lu Yin, what are you doing? Quickly stop." Lu Yin did not pay attention to him. With a devilish smile on her face, she controlled the fire snake to chase after Yang Xiao. After a few times, Yang Xiao was infuriated. He cursed, "Crazy woman, are you crazy? We don't have any enmity between us." To a large extent, he inherited Yang Kai's character. Being teased by Lu Yin like this, he naturally became angry and became bold, so he spoke without thinking. "What did you call me?" Lu Yin narrowed her eyes, a pair of big eyes filled with cold air. Even her voice seemed to suddenly become the north wind blowing in the cold winter, which made Yang Xiao's hair stand on end when he heard it. "Crazy woman?" Lu Yin asked and answered herself. Suddenly, she nervously chuckled twice. Yang Xiao shouted in his heart. How could he dare to stay here? He saw an opportunity and flew to the side. Although he was a true dragon, he was born too recently. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He actually missed his parents a little. The main reason was that he was scared of being tortured by Lu Yan. If he stayed on the Dragon Island, he would definitely be doted on by everyone. How could he be chased to the heavens and have no door to enter the earth? Dong Suju misunderstood and quickly stopped this topic. She changed the topic and asked, "What is your name?" Yang Xiao sniffed and replied miserably, "My name is Yang Xiao, the sky of the 9 heavens." Could it be? Where's the little brat? Dong Suju asked with a straight face. Lu Yin said, "He's talking to the head chief." Dong Suju scoffed. "Tell him to come see me immediately." If Gao Shueting came to look for him, Yankai might not be too surprised. After all, he was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. What was Xiao Yang doing here? Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded slightly with a complicated look on her face. Speaking of which, she was originally a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her master was one of the elders of Star Soul Palace. However, her master, Tan Junhao, was not very reliable. For his own interests, he could even sacrifice his disciple. In the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. Since then, Hua Qingxi left Star Soul Palace and joined the High Heaven Palace. Now that she saw Xiao Yang as the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Did he say anything? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. He didn't say anything, but it seems that the situation is not good. Invite them to the main hall. I will come later, Yang Kai ordered. Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai sat on the ground and rubbed his chin for a while. He couldn't figure out the purpose of these two people's visit, so he simply got up and went to meet them directly. Inside the main hall, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yang were sitting and standing. Gao Shueting's expression was cold and indifferent, but Xiao Yang's expression was a little anxious, looking up from time to time to see if Yang Kai had come. It was difficult to see such a situation on someone of his cultivation. After all, Xiao Yang was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was one of the elders of the Southern Territories Overlord sect. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, he would not bat an eyelid. Seeing him so anxious showed that the situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not make them wait long and came to the main hall after a little tidying up. Seeing him appear, Gao Shueting just nodded lightly, but Xiao Yang hurriedly greeted him, "Yang Kai." "Elder Xiao." Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded to Gao Shueting as a greeting before asking, "What is the matter with the two of you coming to my High Heaven Palace?" Xiao Yang got straight to the point and said, "Please save someone." "Who?" Kai Yang furrowed his brow, thinking that it couldn't have been that little brat Xiao Chun who had met with an accident. If that smelly brat really had met with an accident, then Kai Yang wouldn't necessarily be in a mood to save him. That little brat had always disliked him, so of course Kai Yang also disliked him. However, since Xiao Yang had personally come forward, shouldn't he give him some face? Just as he was thinking this, he heard Xiao Yang say, "Princess Lan's son." Yang Kai was startled. "What happened to Princess Lan's son?" Xiao Yang said with a gloomy expression, "Princess Lan's son has been captured." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and looked at Xiao Yang with a strange expression, as if he had not heard wrong. He then turned to look at Gao Shueting and saw her nod at him. Only then did he know that Xiao Yang was telling the truth. Lan's son had been captured? Who would be so bold as to capture Lan's son? She was the pearl of the great Emperor's Mingyu, and Lan's son's cultivation was not low either. She had broken through to the Emperor realm a long time ago, and although she was only a First Order, she seemed to have inherited the special physique of the great Emperor's Mingyu. Her true combat power was not something a First-Order Emperor realm cultivator could compare to. She definitely had a life-saving artifact given to her by the great Emperor's Mingyu. If someone wanted to capture her, there would need to be at least a Third-Order Emperor realm cultivator. Which guy ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Thinking about it, Yankai's heart suddenly jumped as he remembered something from 2 years ago. This sounds familiar. On the deck, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back and carefully asked Xiao Yang about the ins and outs of this matter, but he did not get more information. He only knew that they followed the information sent back by the great emperors and found a place where a sealed world existed, but there was no way to open it, so they went to find Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip from his space ring, and poured information into it. Immediately after, with a flick of his finger, the jade slip shook slightly and disappeared. Xiao Yang raised his brow. Space beacon? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Elder Xiao actually knows this little trick. Xiao Yang said, the great emperors used this method to communicate. I heard that this method was created by Spirit Beast Island's Li Wu Yi. Back then, the great emperors went to Spirit Beast Island and asked for something from Li Wu Yi. I didn't expect you to know it too. Yang Kai smiled. I also learned it from Senior Li. Xiao Yang was surprised. You met Li Wu Yi? Yang Kai nodded. 2 years ago, I went to the Eastern Territory and had the honor of discussing the Tao of space with him. Xiao Yang suddenly understood. Yes, you can arrange a space array that can cross territory, so it's convenient for you to travel between different territories. In that case, you can freely travel between the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories of the star boundaries, 4 territories. What about the Western Territory? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I could have, but the space array I arranged was destroyed. Xiao Yang was amused. Who would be so bored as to destroy your space array? Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. However, this time, he happened to be going to the Western Territory, so he could arrange a space array there. In the future, he could really travel between the 4 territories at will. Who did you send a message to just now? Xiao Yang asked curiously. Li Wu Yi, Senior Li. Yang Kai did not hide it from him. There is one thing that Elder Xiao may not know. 2 years ago, on the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, Yao Lin, the daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, was also captured. What? Xiao Yang was shocked when he heard this. The daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors was also captured. Lan Sun's incident happened about 3 years ago, while Yao Lin's incident happened 2 years ago. Although there was a difference of 1 year between them, it was not that long. Moreover, one was in the Eastern Territory, while the other was in the Southern Territory. If the difference in territory was taken into account, could it be the same person? Xiao Yang suddenly thought of a possibility. I'm not sure about that, but the person who captured Yao Lin at that time was a fake emperor. A fake emperor. Xiao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was now a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still no match for a fake emperor, so he calmly asked, how do you know so much? HM, you said that I went to the Eastern Territory 2 years ago, and Yao Lin was also captured 2 years ago. Could it be? Yes, I was also there when Yao Lin was captured. Yang Kai nodded, confirming his guess. Now that 2 years have passed, I want to ask Senior Li if there is any new information. Xiao Yang nodded. I should ask. If it was the same person who did it, then this person is too bold. What does he want to do? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. You'll have to ask that old man himself. As he spoke, the space spirit bead on his wrist released a spatial fluctuation, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, his divine sense surging as he immersed himself in it to investigate. After a while, his face became solemn. How is it? Xiao Yang asked anxiously. Chapter 3369. Who would have thought that this message would reveal a piece of horrifying news? Many of the descendants and disciples of the great emperors had gone missing, and all of them had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. This matter involved 4 or 5 great emperors. In addition to the serene soul and bright moon that Xianxia already knew, there were also the great emperors of heaven's revelations, the great emperors of Flower Shadow, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yaner was also missing. Whether the other great emperors had descendants or disciples that had gone missing, Spirit Beast Island did not know for the time being. After all, not every great emperors had space beacons to communicate with each other. However, judging from the current situation, it was likely that these 5 great emperors were not the only ones whose disciples or descendants had gone missing. There might be even more. The others were fine, but what worried Xianxia the most was Lin Yaner. He had not seen her since they parted ways in the Western Territory, but he did not expect to hear news of her again because of this. Exchanging a glance with Xiaoyang, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know who did it, both of them had a vague feeling that an invisible black hand was covering the entire astral boundary. These missing descendants or disciples of the great emperors were scattered across the various territory of the star boundary. So anyone with such courage and ability was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that this person was from some huge hidden organization. However, what Xianxia could not understand was what the purpose of this person behind this was. The great emperors were the strongest existences in this world, so what good would it do to offend them? After a long silence, Xianxia suddenly spoke. "Elder Xiao, you said before that you had some guesses about who had taken Princess Lan Sun away, but you were not sure. May I ask who you think is behind this?" Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before replying. "Originally, we guessed that it was the Shadow Kill Hall who had done something." Assassin Hall. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Of course, he was no stranger to the name of the Assassin Hall. It was the overlord sect of the Western Territory, the force of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. However, this force was extremely mysterious, just like the Night Shadow Great Emperors themselves. Even the cultivator of the Western Territory had no idea where the Assassin Hall was located. All he knew was that there was such a behemoth in the Western Territory, but it was extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Because the information sent back by the Great Emperors pointed to the Western Territory, Xianxia asked. This was a reasonable guess. Daring to lay hands on the daughter of Great Emperors could only be done by another Great Emperor, and the message sent back by the Great Emperors Ming, you pointed to a certain place in the Western Territory, which made Xiaoyang and the others think of something. Hearing what he said, Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "This is only one of the reasons. There are other reasons." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details." Xiaoyang said, "You may not know, but the one in the Western Territory has always been at odds with our master. The two of them have been entangled with each other ever since they were young." Xianxia asked in surprise, "Why is that?" "It's just a struggle for the great Tao." Since Xiaoyang had already spoken, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. "Think about the titles of these two master." Xianxia frowned and muttered, "Mingyu Night Shadow." After muttering a few times, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. Under the bright moon, everything is revealed. Nothing can hide. How can there be a shadow of the night? These two lords are on opposite sides. Chapter 3370. This is... Xiaoyang looked at the transmission token in his hand suspiciously. After Xianxia explained the purpose of this thing, Xiaoyang immediately put it away as if he had obtained a precious treasure. With this thing, it will be much more convenient for him to travel between places in the future. He could freely travel through any space array arranged by Xianxia. When you have time, come to my Star Soul Palace and arrange a space array. Xiaoyang looked at him with a smile. Xianxia nodded and said, "No problem." He had already planned to use space arrays to connect various places in the star boundary, so arranging one at Star Soul Palace would be a piece of cake. After this matter was agreed upon, the two set off again. After another 3 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As Xiao Yang landed in a desert, Yang Kai looked at a certain spot in front of him in amazement. 1,000 meters in front of him, a huge pit had appeared in the endless sea of sand. This pit was at least 12 square meters in radius and several dozen meters deep. If one looked down from above, this pit looked like a huge funnel embedded in this sea of sand. The funnel was constantly rotating, and a large amount of sand rolled down to the bottom, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a strange sight could exist in this world. Yang Kai didn't know how this funnel was formed or how long it had been in existence, but he could feel traces of space force fluctuations coming from the bottom of this funnel. Focusing his vision, Yang Kai discovered that the bottom of this funnel seemed to be connected to an unknown location. Is this the independent entrance to the world that Xiao Yang mentioned? Yang Kai took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. There should be a void corridor at the bottom of the funnel, and although he didn't know where it led to, it was obviously in a sealed state. If one didn't know how to open this void corridor, let alone enter it, it would be impossible to open it. If he used brute force rashly, it was very likely that he would destroy this void corridor, making it difficult to enter. No wonder Xiao Yang didn't hesitate to run back to the Southern Territory from the Western Territory and ask Gao Shueting to take him to High Heaven Palace to find me. With the current situation, it is indeed more appropriate for me to deal with it. Noticing the arrival of Yang Kai and Xiao Yang, the hidden figures gradually revealed themselves and gathered around. Yang Kai looked over and found that they were all familiar faces. Shui Jingmao and Lei Hong, the 2 third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, were also present, and with the addition of Xiao Yang, the 3 great emperors of Star Soul Palace were all present. In addition, there were also a dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm, all of whom were obviously high-level members of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yang greeted them and asked a few simple questions. After confirming that there had been no abnormalities while he was away, he relaxed. Yang Kai also walked over and greeted everyone. Shui Jingmao looked at him with a dignified expression. Yang Kai, we can only rely on you. Although we can't be sure, the information sent back by the great emperors ultimately points to this place. We suspect that Princess Lan Sun is inside, so please help us. Yang Kai sternly said, Great Elder is too serious. I'm also a cultivator in the Southern Territory and have a good personal relationship with Her Highness. If Her Highness is in trouble, I am naturally duty-bound to help. Shui Jingmao was relieved to hear this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. If you can really rescue Her Highness, this old master and others will be extremely grateful. If you have any requests in the future, my Star Soul Palace will not refuse. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai carefully unlocked the seal of the entrance and opened the entrance that should have been there. The void rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and ripples spread out. Not long after, at the bottom of the funnel, a dark corridor suddenly appeared. A void corridor. Everyone's expression brightened when they saw this, especially Xiao Yang. He felt that his efforts in inviting Yang Kai over had not been in vain. They had tried to open the entrance before, but they had been unable to do so. If they had really used brute force, they might have destroyed this place. The problem that had stumped them was solved in the blink of an eye by Yang Kai. Sure enough, there were specialists in every field. Pairs of eyes kept darting between Yang Kai and the void corridor, waiting for him to give the order so that they could enter. However, the void corridor had just been formed and was very unstable, constantly distorting and changing. Yang Kai could only urge his space principles to reinforce it so that it would be more convenient for everyone to travel. After a stick of incense worth of time, the void corridor that had been distorting and changing slowly stabilized. Yang Kai shouted, You can enter now. Everyone, be careful. Shuizheng Mao, who had been waiting for him to say this, immediately rushed in, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the void corridor one after another, with Xiao Yang bringing up the rear. After waiting for Xiao Yang to enter the void corridor, Yang Kai set off and prepared to follow. But that moment his face suddenly changed as he looked up. Up above, a stream of light shot down towards the void corridor, and within this stream of light, a vague figure appeared. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai could not see the face of this person. Who is it? Yang Kai roared as he raised his palm and blasted upwards. Although this palm strike was hurried, he had been comprehending the dragon race's secret techniques recently, so he had unconsciously used it. A brilliant dragon pressure filled the air as the palm he stretched out seemed to transform into a dragon claw, capable of piercing a hole in the sky. However, the person who had just arrived did not dodge and continued to rush straight towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's whole body shook violently as he fell straight down into the sand pit. His entire body had sunk into the sand pit, but he was unable to resist the rebound of his own strength. When he flew out of the sand pit again, his face covered in dust, there was no one in front of him. Turning his head to look at the void corridor that was about to disappear because he had lost control of himself, Yang Kai's expression became a little uncertain. In that instant of contact, he had not been able to sense the other party's strength, and he had not even been able to see what this person looked like. His palm strike was something that even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would not be able to withstand, but this person had taken it head-on without being affected. In other words, this person's cultivation was definitely above the third-layer Emperor realm. False emperors? Or great emperors? Only an existence with such a cultivation could withstand Yang Kai's blow and remain unaffected. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that this person had no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, he would not have just taken it head-on. Based on the other party's cultivation, if he had taken advantage of the situation to counterattack, Yang Kai would have been in big trouble. If this person was a false emperor, then who was it? If this person was a great emperor's, then who was it? Yang Kai was confused, but this person had coincidentally rushed into the void corridor at this time, so he had obviously been monitoring this place, but Shuizheng Mao and the others had not been able to find him. Could it be the great emperors of the Bright Moon? But if it was really the great emperors of the Bright Moon, why did they not show up before? Who was it? Yang Kai was extremely depressed. Seeing that the void corridor was about to close up again, Yang Kai did not have time to think about it. His figure flickered as he rushed into the corridor. His vision blurred for a moment before he appeared in another world. His Emperor Qi surged as he protected himself in case of any unforeseen circumstances, but there was no sneak attack. Yang Kai turned his head to look around and could not help but frown, because as far as the eye could see, there was no one around. Shuizheng Mao and the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace, who had entered before him, were nowhere to be seen. Even when he released his divine sense, he could not detect them. Where are they? Yang Kai was at a loss. After a short while, the woman in front of him trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling a few times, and then her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai suddenly felt a very strange feeling. Those bright, star-like eyes seemed to have become the only thing in this world, attracting his attention and making him constantly sink into them. giving him a feeling that he would not hesitate even if it meant he would never be able to recover from it. Alarm bells rang in Kai Yang's heart. Just as he was feeling that something was wrong, the pair of eyes in front of him returned to their normal state. The invisible force that was pulling at his mind suddenly disappeared, allowing him to escape from that strange state. While he was secretly rejoicing, he also felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed something. Chapter 3373. Shurqing thanks brother for saving me. How should I address you, brother? The woman opposite him suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and clear, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai. So it's brother Yang. Li Shurqing nodded and expressed her gratitude again before getting up and looking around. Where is this place? Lan Sun explained to her, and Li Shurqing gently nodded. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the side of her face, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Thinking about what happened just now, it seemed to be quite normal. The other party didn't show any signs of using a bewitching technique. The reason why he lost his composure for a moment should be due to her natural charm. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think about it anymore and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, "This is a dangerous place. We shouldn't stay for long. Let's leave as soon as possible." He had been led here by someone before, and before he came in, there was a suspected false emperor or great emperors who had broken into this place. This damned place gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of palpitations, so of course he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that the missing children and disciples of the great emperors have been found, as long as they look for the exit of the sealed world, they could leave this place. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang is right, but we know nothing about this place, so we'll have to trouble brother to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I don't have a clue. Let's take it one step at a time. It's best if we can find the elders of Star Soul Palace and then discuss with them. Maybe they'll find something." Naturally, no one had any objection to this, and after the discussion, Yang Kai led the way and rushed forward in a certain direction. Apart from Yang Kai, whose background was unknown, the remaining 5 were all existences with huge backgrounds. Such a luxurious lineup could be said to be rare even in 1,000 years. After all, these people were usually scattered throughout the various territory of the star boundary. If it weren't for the mastermind behind the scenes who caught them this time, it would be impossible for them to gather together. However, although everyone's background were not poor, they were actually quite easy to get along with. Except for Yao Lin's overly arrogant and domineering personality, whether it was Lan Sun or Lin Yin, none of them had ever done anything to bully others. As for Gao Zhan, although his eyes were crippled, he was still gentle and refined. Li Shurqing's temperament was a bit colder, but fortunately, from the moment she opened her eyes and called Yang Kai senior brother, it could be seen that she would not look down on anyone because of her background. They didn't know how big this secret territory was, and the whole world was gray. After a day and night, the group of 6 did not encounter any living creatures. What they saw seemed to be some repetitive scenes, making them involuntarily wonder if they had been going in circles in a certain place. However, under Yang Kai's perception, there was no trace of an illusion array, which made him very puzzled. "Uncle Yang, Yin'er is hungry." Lin Yin suddenly cried out. When she was awakened by Yang Kai, she was already saying that she was hungry. At this time, her stomach was already growling. Yang Kai was actually very curious. What kind of cultivation method did the Iron Blood Great Emperor teach her that she had to eat to replenish her energy in the Emperor Realm? Under normal circumstances, the people in the Emperor Realm had already gotten rid of the desire for food and could survive by simply absorbing world energy. But Lin Yin was obviously not like this. Although this girl's strength was amazing, whether she ate or not seemed to have some impact on her. Moreover, he didn't know why Li Shurqing suddenly disappeared, which made him a little upset and anxious to find her. I'll go over there and take a look. You wait for me here, Yang Kai said and stood up. Lan Sun said, let's go together. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know whether that place is good or bad. I can deal with it alone, but if we go together, it won't be good if it turns out to be a trap. Hearing what he said, Lan Sun also nodded slightly. Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles. Unless the space around him was imprisoned, it would be really difficult for ordinary people to keep him here. In the future, he would never see her again. Faintly, he had a feeling that if he stayed with her, nothing good would happen. Brother Yang, Li Shiqing shouted again, seeming to be a little embarrassed. Are you still there? Yes. Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. Can you please leave for a moment? I want to get dressed. These words could easily make one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai's mind involuntarily replayed the scene just now. He quickly shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart, saying, Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Many thanks. Li Shiqing thanked him gently. Yang Kai's figure leapt up and flew away. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard Li Shiqing's cry of alarm from behind. He hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look, only to see that in the center of the lake, where Li Shiqing originally stood, a huge bubble appeared. A pure white arm struggled for a moment, then quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. What's going on? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. At this moment, without thinking about anything else, his figure flashed and flew in that direction, at the same time shouting, Li Shiqing. How could there be any response? The bottom of the lake was in chaos, and Yang Kai could not see any trace of Li Shiqing. When he swept out with his divine sense, he could detect her presence, but he did not know what kind of danger she was in. She was continuously sinking to the bottom of the lake and struggling. With no time to think about it, Yang Kai turned around and dove straight into the lake. With a splash of water, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, pushed away the surrounding water, and reached down to grab something. What touched his hand was tender and smooth, as if he had grabbed the most exquisite silk in the world. Yang Kai pulled again, and a naked, curvaceous, snow-white body was pulled in front of him. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it would break if he blew on it, and it was enough to make any man in the world go crazy. But Yang Kai did not have the time to appreciate this, so he just looked down with a dignified expression and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Li Shiqing did not answer, but instead followed his strength and crashed into Yang Kai's arms. In an instant, Yang Kai felt an amazing bouncing force on his chest. Looking over, there was a face that could turn all living things upside down in front of him. The veil that had been covering her face had disappeared, revealing Li Shiqing's true appearance. As Lan Sun had said, she was indeed a great beauty, and her beauty was outrageous. The Creator seemed to want to gather all the beauty in her body, and this kind of beauty was enough to make one's soul tremble. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai felt a sense of danger. And at the same time, Li Shiqing's soft whisper reached his ears. Look at me. That voice seemed to have a magical power that made Yang Kai involuntarily look in her eyes. These words seemed to have a big impact on Li Shiqing, causing her body to soften and her whole body to fall into Yang Kai's embrace, a happy and sweet smile blossoming on her face as she whispered softly, I believe you are sincere, but I also believe you have other intentions. Unless you come with me to that place, I won't tell you. Yang Kai immediately threw her away, abandoning her like a worn-out shoe. This woman is not the Li Shiqing you know. But the matter had come to this. Yang Kai had no choice but to say, then it depends on our luck. If we are lucky, we may leave this place alive. If we are unlucky, he paused and said, we will all die here together. After speaking, he glared fiercely at Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng turned a deaf ear to him, but a mischievous light flashed in her eyes. The battle in the sky became more and more intense. The three great emperors seemed to be going all out from the beginning without holding back, making the world show more and more signs of collapse. No one dared to stay in place for long and could only move forward. Not long after, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he looked up ahead. What's wrong? Lan Sun asked, noticing a trace of abnormality in Yang Kai. There are people, Yang Kai replied, using his divine sense to explore. It's the people from Star Soul Palace. Elder Shui and the others? Lan Sun's expression brightened. Yang Kai nodded and sped up to meet them. The people on the other side obviously noticed the situation here and also rushed over. A moment later, the two sides met. Your Highness. Shuizheng Mao's face lit up after seeing Lan Sun, and he quickly stepped forward to check if she was injured. Only after confirming that she was safe and sound did he relax. Xiao Yuyang walked over to Yang Kai and asked, how did you find them? Yang Kai frowned. I don't know who led me there. They must have been hit by some kind of secret technique before, so they have been unconscious. Someone led you there? Xiao Yuyang was stunned when he heard this. Yang Kai nodded. Now that I think about it, the person who led me there was either the Bright Moon Great Master or the Iron Blood Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find them so easily. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before nodding. That's reasonable. It should be either the Bright Moon Great Emperors or the Iron Blood Great Emperor who discovered the location of Lan Sun and the others, but had other important matters to attend to, so it wasn't convenient for him to bring these juniors with him. So he led Yang Kai over and left this matter to him. Elder Xiao, there's another thing I need to tell you. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. What? Xiao Yuyang and the others from Star Soul Palace all turned to look at him. Yang Kai's lips squirmed a few times before he finally said, we need to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. If my guess is correct, if those masters continue fighting like this world will collapse. So that's what he's talking about. Xiao Yuyang laughed. Even if Yang Kai didn't mention it, they would have noticed it. Shuizheng Mao said, we have also been looking for an exit, but unfortunately, we have found nothing. Do you have any clues here? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. This caused everyone's expression to darken. They hadn't found anything, and neither had Yang Kai, so how were they supposed to get out? It was estimated that they had not recovered yet. Why do you ask this? Shuizheng Mao looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, we need to inform the major sects in the Western Territory as soon as possible and let them send masters over as soon as possible. We need to work together to see if there is a way to contain the current situation. Otherwise, if this demonic qi spreads, I'm afraid that the Western Territory will be plunged into misery and suffering. After a pause, he said, this may not be a matter of the Western Territory alone. If the Western Territory is really flooded with demonic qi, then the entire star boundary will suffer. The other 3 territories will have to send people over. I can arrange a space array here and bring the masters of the other 3 territories here. Mao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded. You're right. When he saw so much demonic qi gushing out just now, he was a little confused, but now that he heard Yang Kai's words, his thoughts immediately became clear. He immediately arranged for several members of the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace to rush to the major sects in the Western Territory to inform them. Several figures immediately left as fast as lightning. While everyone was talking, the boundless demon qi had spread to a radius of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, it showed no signs of slowing down and continued to spread in all directions. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before saying, I'll go over there and see if it's possible to destroy that funnel. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a void corridor that may be connected to the demon territory. The demon territory. Mao and the others were shocked. Obviously, they also knew what kind of place the demon territory was. Although they had not experienced the great war between the human and demon in ancient times, Star Soul Palace was also an overlord sect with a long history, so they must have some ancient books related to it. They had only thought that the situation here was somewhat similar to the demon thought in the Southern Territory and that the sealed ancient demonic qi had broken out, but now that they heard Yang Kai say this, they realized the seriousness of the problem. If the void corridor where the funnel was located really connected to the demon territory, then the horror of this matter was far beyond their imagination. The demonic qi is so insidious. How can you enter it and maintain your consciousness? Xiao Yang asked worriedly. Yang Kai's proposal was indeed correct. If the funnel was really connected to the demon territory, then as long as the funnel was destroyed, the source of the demonic qi would naturally be cut off. However, where the funnel was located was where the demonic qi was the densest. So if Yang Kai really went in, he would lose his consciousness in an instant and turn into a demon. Three breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted, You court death. Saying so, he raised his hand and slapped towards her. Dragon pressure filled the air as his palm seemed to turn into a dragon's claw and fiercely imprinted itself on Yu Rumeng's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Yu Rumeng's face turned pale. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed the veil, covering her face red. She flew out like a kite with a broken string. The pain in his mind disappeared at this moment, but Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating him. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.